muda wote huu tangu walipofika hapa, na tunazidi kusema na wao. Pengine wacha nizungumze na mama hapa na atueleze ni nini kimefanya atulie kufika sasa. Jina lako nani? Na mtazamaji, tunazidi tu kuangalizia baadhi ya masuala ambayo yanaweza kuendelea hapa, na tutasema tu na baadhi tuweze kujua. Tuambie jina lako nani?
Steve.
Ulifika hapa saa ngapi?
Saa 12.
Pengine tueleze ni nini kilikupa msukumo kuvumilia hadi kufika wakati huu ambao tuko sasa?
Nitavumilia mpaka yule ambaye nitampigia kura, yule ambaye namjua kwa roho.
Pengine kwa kumalizia, unatarajia viongozi wachaguliwe wenye sifa kama gani?
Sifa nzuri.
Sifa nzuri ni kama gani?
Ya kuendeleza Kiambu.
Na hakika nataka viongozi ambao wanashughulikia masuala ya maendeleo, na pengine tupate kusikia kutoka kwa mwingine ana matarajio gani kutoka kwa viongozi ambao watachaguliwa. Kwanza tuambie jina lako nani?
Mimi naitwa Kimani.
Kimani, ulifika hapa saa ngapi?
Nilifika saa 12.
Na unatazamia tuweze kupata viongozi aina gani kutokana na shughuli hii ambayo inaendelea hili?
Ni viongozi ambao wanasema kile kitu wanafanya ile kitu wanasema.
Na pengine ni masuala yapi kama mkazi wa Kiambu unaweza kuona kwamba yanafaa kushughulikiwa na kiongozi ambaye atachaguliwa?
Najua Kiambu kama town ni mahali pa biashara, na tungetaka kuwa na mahali pazuri, yani atmosphere mzuri ya biashara na watu ambao wako na malengo ya kuinua hali ya maisha ya Kiambu.
Naam, asante sana. Tumepata kusema naye hapo, pengine tuseme na mmoja wa mwisho kabla ya kurejesheni studio, tupate kusikia. Tuseme na binti, jina lako nani?
Alice Njeri.
Alice, ni nini ambacho kimekupa msukumo kuvumilia hapa tangu ulipofika hadi kufikia sasa?
Kenye kimefanya nije nichague viongozi wanaofaa na wenye wanaweza tetea maisha ya binadamu.
Na pengine kwa kumalizia, tuelezeni mambo gani ungependa yashughulikiwe pengine hapa Kiambu na viongozi ambao mtachagua? Ni mambo gani, ni vitu gani ungependa vipate kushughulikiwa, nini ungependa kibadilishwe na viongozi ambao mtachagua?
Mimi naweza sema viongozi wenye tutachagua watufanyie mambo yenye tumewachagulia, watufanyie mambo mazuri, na mambo yenye wametuahidi wayatimize.
Naam, asante sana. Naam, hakika tumepata kuzungumza na baadhi tu wakielezea sababu ya kuwafanya wao watulivu, sababu ya kuwafanya wao wajitokeze na matarajio walionayo kutokana na shughuli hii ambayo ni shughuli ya mchujo hapa katika kaunti ya Kiambu kwa chama cha Jubilee. Shughuli ambayo imeanza hii leo na hakika tutarajia kwamba itakuwa ikikamilika siku ya Jumatatu kwa zile kaunti ambazo zitakuwa zikifanyika siku ya Jumatatu baada ya zile ambazo zinashughulikiwa hii leo. Kwa hivyo kutoka hapa Kiambu tunazidi kuangazia hali ilivyo. Kama nilivyosema, shughuli kama hii inaendelea kwenye vituo vingine 551 na vile vile ni kwenye wadi 60 ambazo zinajumuishwa kwenye maeneo bunge 12 ambayo yako katika eneo hili. Kinyang'anyiro kikali hakika kinashuhudiwa ama kinatarajiwa kati ya wawaniaji gavana wawili, gavana wa sasa William Kafogo na vile vile yule ambaye wanakabiliana naye ambaye ni Ferdinand Waitito ambaye kwa sasa ni mbunge wa Kabete na ambaye tayari ameweza kupiga kura yake katika kituo cha shule ya msingi ya Wangige, huku William Kafogo akipiga yake kule katika shule ya msingi ya Ruiru. Wote hao hakika, mtazamaji, ni katika harakati za kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba tunaweza kukupasha mambo yanaendelea katika kinyang'anyiro hicho. Kumbuka kwamba Ferdinand Waitito wamepata uungwaji mkono wa wawaniaji wengine 4 ambao waliachia maazimio yao na kuweza kumuunga mkono ili akapate kukabiliana na William Kafogo katika wadhifa wa seneta wa sasa ambaye ni Kimani wa Matangi. Anatetea nafasi ile na anaweza kupata upinzani mkali kutoka kwa wapinzani wengine wawili, wengine 8 kunradhi, manake wawaniaji ambao wamejitokeza kwa nia wadhifa wa useneta ni wawaniaji 9, na vile vile nafasi ya uwakilishi wa wanawake Ana Nyokafi ambaye anashikilia nafasi ile kwa sasa vile vile ni mmoja wale ambao wanaweza kujaribu kutetea ile nafasi yake. Kwa hivyo mengi zaidi tutakuwa tukikupakulia namna ambavyo yanazidi kutokea, lakini kwa sasa nasema shukrani kutoka hapa Kiambu. Nimekuwa nami Daniel Mule, na warejesheni moja kwa moja hadi studio na atarejea hapa baadaye kwa mengi.
Asante sana Dan Mule in Kiambu. This is one of the few places right now where voting is taking place, and we obviously are live there. The big contest there is between Governor William Kafogo and the MP, he's now called Babayao, Ferdinand Waitito, who will be the winner in this nomination. This Jubilee primary will very likely be the governor of Kiambu, so it's going to be a very important contest. Good thing we're live there, and really live all around the country. We have more live video that we can fit on one TV screen, so what we'll do over the course of this whole day is try and interchange and show you what's happening in Nyeri, in Eldoret, in Kiambu, in Kapsabet, all over the country, in Kericho, and wherever else we are. When something happens, we'll bring it to you. Right now, we're expecting a press conference from Jubilee Party headquarters. The Secretary General, Raphael Tuju, is expected to address a press conference at 10 p.m. We'll take that live for you, and we'll get to know exactly what's happening. For instance, in Nandi County, that nomination exercise appears to have been stopped, even though the party is saying it's going on. The aspirants we spoke to a short while ago were not very happy with that. I want to bring to your attention also, we've got guests sitting here with me right now. I want to bring them because they'll be helping me watch what's happening today. Joseph Simecha is back with us for the second day in a row, political analyst. Thank you for coming in this morning.
It's my pleasure. Good morning.
And Professor Mashere Munene is back with us. Always a pleasure having you come and speak to us and help us understand such complex matters.
Thank you.
It's always an extraordinary thing when happening. We're calling this almost the dress rehearsal for the election.
Yes.
Because it's a very large exercise. 20 counties, 20 Jubilee counties, 20 counties Jubilees are holding these nominations in. It's half of the election.
Yes. Unfortunately, it has not started very well. We hope that it is a learning lesson, and IBC is watching so that it can find out where the hitches are and ensure that it does not have those hitches.
The argument the politicians make is that we are political parties. We are not election bodies, so you don't expect us to hold a perfect exercise. We will try our best. ODM has had its challenges over the last few days, and Jubilee is having the same challenges.
Well, that's an unacceptable excuse because they had all this time to prepare. They assured the public that they were doing what has to be done. Apparently, they did not do what needed to be done in order to get things ready in time. All those places where there are delays in submitting or bringing the ballot papers or the officials showing up, that's a logistical nightmare. It shows that somebody somewhere did not do proper calculations. That's what you saw. So we hope that they are learning. They should not give excuses. Just where they noticed there were some problems, they did the right thing. They postponed and said, okay, give it, but these others, no.
Okay, Smecha, hold on for a moment. Hold that thought because I want to take you live right now to Eldoret, where we find the NTV's Jamila Mohammed. What is happening in Eldoret? Has voting begun?
Thank you very much, Larry. Outside the MV Patel Memorial Hall. It's one of the largest polling stations in this town with about 18,000 registered voters in this place. And as you can see, there is no voting that's been going on in this place. It's almost 10 a.m. and people have been here since in the morning, and they're upset and they're confused and they're not sure why they haven't started voting. We've been informed that about 3,000 ballot papers were delivered here this morning, but clearly those papers are not enough for the large crowd that has gathered here. We have about 18,000 registered voters here, and they're here. They've decided they're not leaving until they vote. I got a chance to speak to a few of them. I'd like to ask one or two their opinion. Madam, come. Hujambo mama.
Wacha mama kwanza ongea.
Mama.
Mama ongea bwana.
Mzuri. Niambie jina lako.
Naitwa Ann Kariuki, mkaaji wa Huruma Ward.
Niambie umekuja hapa saa ngapi?
Nilikuja saa 10, hata nilifungia watoto kwa nyumba nikija kutekeleza wajibu wangu wa kuchagua viongozi walio bora. Hatutaki madikteta kamwe. Tumechoka. Punda wamechoka. Hao wote unaona, hizi zote ni kura za Buseki. Tunataka kubadilisha governor. Mimi ni mama soko, lakini nilitoka pale nilikuwa nafanyia kazi kwa sababu ya kushikashiko kila wakati, kupelekwa mahakamani. Mimi mwenyewe ni mnyonge, mimi ni mama single parent na nina watoto secondary na wengine wananitegemea. Lakini ilinibidi niende soko za nje nijitetee, lakini bado maisha ni yale magumu. Tunataka mkombozi.
Asante sana. Na niko naye hapa. Tupatiane nafasi kidogo. Asante. Huyu ni mwaniaji wa kiti cha diwani ama MC. Hebu nieleze jina lako.
Naitwa Mr. Peter Kinuthia. Mimi mmoja wa ambao wanaonia kiti ya Huruma Ward. Na nataka kusema ya kwamba leo wametutesa sana kwa sababu ukiangalia umati wa watu wameamka saa 10, wengine hawajarara, hata sisi hatujarara. Na hii siku tuko tumeigojea sana na ni unfortunate kwa sababu ukiangalia watu wote wako na nia moja. Kuna watu wanataka kufukusa, kuna watu wanataka kurudisha kazini. Kwa hivyo nataka kusema chama cha Jubilee, mimi nikiwa mmoja wao, wamefanya makosa kubwa sana kwa sababu tumeinvest a lot kwa hiyo chama, lakini wametrend down. Kwa hivyo nataka wapeane siku ambao tutakuja kuvote, na sisi wana Huruma, watu wa town, tumeamua hata inyeshe ya mawe, inyeshe ya misumari, mtu mwenye tunasema lazima kanyage nyumbani, asubuhi mapema ataenda nyumbani.
Asante. Asante sana. Subiri kidogo, kama unavyosikia ama as you can hear. Tusikizane sasa. Tusikizane tafadhali. Larry, as you can clearly see, they are not leaving here until they vote. It's 10 a.m. It's very hot in Eldoret, but they're not leaving until they vote. My colleague Lois Wango is also somewhere in this crowd. Lois, if you can hear me, take over.
Indeed, Jamila, indeed, very interesting conversations coming from Wananchi. And from this end, I was just able to overhear a conversation from a lady who was making a call and just complaining to the person she was talking to that Jubilee Party needs to compensate her because today she closed all her businesses to come here and she is yet to do her business of the day. Mama, habari yako? Nilikusikia kwa simu ukipiga simu ukisema unataka Uhuru na Ruto warudishe pesa yako ya siku ya leo, maana wamekuzebu. Tueleze zaidi kuhusu hilo.
Majina yangu ni Meli Mugo. Nimekuwa mwana Jubilee kutoka wakati Jubilee ilianza. Leo tumekuja hapa kwa polling station yetu ya MV Patel saa 3. I was number 1. Tuko na watoto wachanga tumewacha kwa vitanda. Nataka kuuliza, vile tunasikia hizi kula zimeibiwa, tungependa kujua na tutangaziwa kutoka serikali kuu, hizi kula zimeenda wapi, zimeibiwa na kina nani? Tuko na haki ya kukaa hapa, tuko na haki ya kuvotia kiongozi ambaye tunapenda, sababu sisi ni wananchi. Kusema mtu kabila fulani hatakiwi kupigia mtu kabila fulani, hiyo ni kitu ambaye kama wakaaji wa Uasin Gishu tumeikataa. Sisi tumeolewa na Watugen, wengine hapa wameolewa na Wakisii, kuna watoto wataolewa na Waturkana. Kenya wacha ikue moja na tukue watu wa kudumu na amani, na tungependa serikali ya juu ikiongozwa na William na Uhuru watuambie hizo makaratasi tunasikia zimeibiwa kama tuko na serikali ama kama hatuna serikali. Tunataka sisi kama wafanyabiashara mahasara, hii siku ya leo, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, utuambie hii siku ya leo tutagharamiwa na kina nani na tutaelekea pande gani, sababu nyinyi ndio mko na majibu kama viongozi wa taifa. Tunawapenda sana na tuko nyuma ya Jubilee na Jubilee hatubaduki.
Asante mama. Thank you. Tuambie majina yako, na wewe kama mama pia unalalamikia siku yako kukua wasted. Will you be waiting for the nomination process to start ama utaelekea nyumbani kwa shughuli zako pengine za kuchunga watoto?
Okay. My name is Esther Waweru. Jubilee. Mimi ni mwanachama wa Jubilee na nilifika hapa saa 3 ya usiku jana. Tulikuwa tumekuja kujiandaa kupiga kura ya hapa Huruma Ward, na tulikuwa kura yangu napigia hapa MV Patel. Wakati tulifika hapa tukaambiwa tunafunguliwa kituo yetu, tumepanga laini hadi saa 1 hivi. Wakati ilifika saa 1 tukaambiwa hata kura ziliibiwa. Up to now we are still waiting. Tunangoja tuambiwe kama tunapiga kura, na mpaka sasa hatujapata jibu, bado tunazidi kungoja. Na hatuwezi toka hapa kama hatujajua kama tunapiga kura, kwa sababu ni haki yetu kama wananchi. Mpaka tuone mwenye tunataka na tujue kura yetu iko kwa mkono mzuri. Asante.
I don't know, tunaweza pata Aman? Yes, wacha tupate. Tutaanza kwa majina yako
Majina yangu ni Calvin Nyongesa.
Songa karibu.
Calvin Nyongesa. Mimi nimehuzunika sana, tumekesha hapa mpaka tangu jana. Tujui mabibi wetu wako aje, tujafika kwa nyumba kwa sababu ilikuwa tuamuka asubuhi tupige kura. Tumefika hapa hakuna makaratasi. Alafu kuna makaratasi imetupa ya kwamba Mluya asijaribu kupigia Buseki kura ama Okwara. Sisi tunapiga kura kama mwananchi ya Kenya. Sisi hakuna, na tutaendelea kusubiri mpaka wakati tutaambiwa kwamba tutapiga kura. Hakuna cha mtu kubanduka. Sisi hatutaki rungu, tunataka Nebo Chego. Asante sana.
Asante sana for that. Of course, the heated crowd Of course, these are just heated conversations of wananchi who continue to throb these polling stations in anxiety, of course, with a lot of anticipation for this process to kickstart. Remember, it is the Jubilee Party primaries here in the North Rift, where it is a Jubilee stronghold, and somewhat it is a litmus test for the Jubilee Party. Many wananchi here expressing their disappointment with the Jubilee Party for the sort of disorganization that is being displayed here today. Jamila, from your end, I don't know if anxiety is on a higher or are wananchi a bit calm now?
Yes, it's true, the sentiments are exactly the same here at MV Patel Hall, where thousands of people have been here since before 6 this morning, all wanting to vote. And I'd like to speak to at least two of them before we hand you back to Larry. Madam,
my name is Oizera Wainaina.
Oizera, tell me, how long have you been here? And are you still waiting?
I've been here since 4. We came to vote Buzeki in. And we were told that we are not voting anymore because there are some issues with the kuras. So we are here waiting for Chiego to come and address us before we leave. We are not leaving here until he comes.
What if the voting is called off or cancelled?
Yeah, I think the voting is already called off. We were told by one of the aspiring MCAs that there is no longer voting. But then we are waiting for our soon-to-be governor to come and address us. Mr. Buzeki akuja tuambie what he wants us to do. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Niko na muuzaji mayai hapa. Muuzaji mayai.
Sasa
nani?
Kama Peter Njoroge.
Leo kazi umefunga kuna kuuza mayai.
Leo siuzi mayai kwa sababu mimi niliamka saa 9. Hiyo masaa ndio nachemsha mayai. Leo si kuchemsha mayai kwa sababu tumekuwa na kusumbuliwa na governor ambaye ni Madago, Jackson Madago, lakini leo nilisema chemuzi mayai nikuje ni support governor wangu mtarajiwa Buzeki, na ndio maana Buzeki ndio tegemeo.
Haya, mwisho kabisa.
Asante sana Mohamed. Nashukuru sana hapa ukiangalia hapa ni ngome ya Buzeki. Tumekuja hapa asubuhi kwa mapema sana. Tulikuwa natarajia kufuatia Buzeki tupate mabadiliko, tunataka change. Ukiangalia masuala wamekuwa kisumbuliwa kwa hii town. Tunaomba mheshimiwa Buzeki mahali aliko, kama anatutazama akuja atuongeleshe ndiposa tuweze kutoka mahali hapa.
Asante sana. Clearly, these are Buzeki supporters who have been here since morning. They're saying they won't leave. They may not be able to vote today, but they want their aspirant to come and address them before they can leave. Larry, this is Eldoret town. MV Patel, one of the largest polling centers here with over 18,000 voters all waiting. They're not leaving anytime soon. We're back here, Larry. Back to you in studio.
And it seems to be a stronghold of Buzeki, who is the Sonko of the North Rift, if you like. He's the Sonko of Eldoret, and a lot of them came out there. Some said at 4 a.m. Sikuchemsha mayai nilikuja hapa kupiga kura. It seems to be a symptom all across the country, Simecha, that people came out, but they haven't been able to start voting.
Yes, some came even as early as last night, from what we've been seeing. And you know, I think this disappointment is even bigger because of what Jubilee has been promising, because of what the party has been promising, the Secretary General and the National Elections Board of Jubilee. I think they really hyped expectations, and people knew that this is going to be a fantastic, as Tuju put it, regimented operation, that nothing will go wrong, that it will be close to perfect. So that obviously heightens the disappointment because of the way the expectations were set. Okay. Earlier on, you had asked about, you said that political parties, the excuse they give, or reason
yes, they say that we're not an election bodies, we are political parties. The IBC should do better than us.
But listen, what is an election body? It's just an institution that has been set up. When parties are given the mandate and responsibility to carry out primaries, it doesn't mean that those who literally carry out these primaries has to be the politicians who lead those parties. Okay. They have the ability to set up professional election management boards.
Hold that thought there for the moment, because I want to take you live to Kirinyaga now. NTV's Ken Muredi is standing by, and he's also looking at what's happening there in Kirinyaga, where in many other parts of the country there is still a problem. People have not started voting. I want to take you live now back to Eldoret. We understand there's some video that we want to bring to your attention. Of course, we're live in Eldoret. Take a look at this.
Basi watu wa Uasin Gishu hoye! Watu wa Uasin Gishu hoye! Basi tutulie kidogo, tutulie kidogo, tutulie kidogo. Sawa, tutulie kidogo, tutulie kidogo, tutulie kidogo, tutulie kidogo. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Assalamu alaikum. Moriega. Mbiore. Morembe. Ajoga. Ni ajoga sana. Basi mimi nataka niseme hivi. Watu wa Uasin Gishu, watu wa Eldoret, nimefika hapa kwa sababu siku ya leo, siku ambaye tumengoja siku nyingi. Nataka tuwe na subra kwa sababu matatizo ambaye tumeona imetokea kwa sisi kupata karatasi za kupiga kura ambazo zimekuwa ni chache sana. Tunaongea na headquarters kule, alafu watupatie suluhisho, alafu tujue tutafanya nini, kwa sababu watu wa Uasin Gishu kwa jumla wamesema gavana atakuwa ndio Buzeki. Hata hivi sasa, ngoja kidogo, ngoja kidogo. Haya. 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 Kidogo. Ile kitu ningetaka niseme hivi. Shida ya upungufu ya makaratasi imekuwa iko mahali pengi sana, sio hapa peke yake. Kule kwa polling station yangu ya nyumbani mahali nimeamuka saa 11 kunaitwa Ainapkoi. Wasajili kura ni 1100, lakini zile karatasi tumepata ni 200 peke yake. Kwa hivyo tuseme hivi, sisi kwa saa hizi hakuna haja sisi tuelekeze kidole kwa mtu yoyote, kwa sababu sisi tunashinda. Wale wenye kulalamika na kujaribu kusema ya kwamba wengine wameiba kura, wao ndio wanajua wameshindwa, na kwa sababu wameona hakuna mbinu vile wataiba, ndio wanataka kulaumu watu. Kwa hivyo mimi nataka niwahakikishie kitu moja. Haki ya mpiga kura ya Uasin Gishu haitapotea. Na mimi hivi sasa kwa niaba yenu nyinyi wote, watu wa hapa town na Uasin Gishu kwa jumla, nimepigiwa simu kutoka kila kona, wamesema ya kwamba makaratasi ya kupiga kura hazitoshi. Kwa hivyo mimi nataka muwe na subra, tuweke amani, munipatie hiyo kazi. Nikiwa mtu ambaye mumeamini kunichagua, mimi nitafanya hiyo kazi mpaka nihakikisha mambo imeenda sawa. Mimi nataka nimalize kusema hivi. Sasa nataka mfanye hivi. Haya. Haya. Tufanye hivi. Mimi nimeamua nije hapa ili niweze kuambia hivi. Nataka munipatie muda nitoke hapa niende nishughulike, alafu niwaletee ripoti kamili ambaye imetoka kwa headquarters ya election board, kwa sababu sisi tukiwa watu wenye watashinda kura, sitaki tukue ya kwamba mtu ataonesha kidole wajaribu kutupatia sisi lawama. Kwa hivyo chill, tupoe, ni sawa? Wacheni hiyo shughuli, mimi nishughulikie. Alafu huyu jamaa tupige leo, tupige kesho, siku ile tutapiga, tutamshinda asubuhi na mapema. Buzeki oye! Buzeki oye! Tai ole tai! Tai ole tai! Bas, subirini, munipatie nafasi, niende nishughulikie hili swala, nimalize. Asante sana, asante sana, asante sana. Bas, asante.
That is one Buzeki, as they call him, Kiprotich Bundotich, who is said to be a billionaire in Eldoret, and he's running for governor against Governor Jackson Mandago, who has also been speaking concurrently. And Governor Mandago told his supporters that they have agreed that the nominations will not take place today. We're waiting for official word from the Jubilee Party headquarters. We'll get to know exactly what's happening there. But while Buzeki was speaking there, which an area that appears to be his stronghold, Governor Mandago was speaking separately, and he said that they have agreed that the nominations will take place there. Buzeki doesn't appear to know just yet. So if we know officially, we'll hear from the party bosses here in Nairobi in just a moment. We'll be taking that live for you. They will talk to what's happening in Nandi and also what's happening in Uasin Gishu County. Both of those counties have had some problems, and voting has not begun in either of them. However, right now, I want to take you to Kirinyaga, where NTV's Ken Mureithi is. We'll get him come up in a moment and speak to that. But the interesting thing about Buzeki, which we were talking about with my guests off air, is Buzeki is the Sonko of Uasin Gishu County. And the ordinary people identify with him, which is kind of odd, how ordinary people with often very little means identify with billionaires. How is that possible, Professor Munene?
Well, first of all, looking at him, he's a very presentable man. And he has his own charisma, attraction. And the ones they identify with, Sonko type of people, is that they have ability to touch base with the lowest of the low. Sometimes they go to the level of looking as if they are part of them. From the way he looks, he's a flashy man, and he spends. So if he's seen to be available when people need him at all times, not just during the election time, but when the need arises, they are seen to be there, then they manage to attract a lot of people just because of that. And then who would see the riches as maybe part of their share. Because he shares, that sort of thing. Those super rich people who don't share, of course, then have a problem. So he seems to be combining not only the wealth, but flashiness. Apparently he has a good voice, and which can be captivating. And so he has all those attributes that seem to attract people to him.
And he's come in there and he's calmed the supporters who were getting very antsy and agitated when they were speaking to Jamila and Lois a short while ago. How do you explain, Smecha, this Buzeki phenomenon?
I think I think you have to first begin with the background. For me, the background is when we have a failure of a system. That when there's a failure of a system, people cannot trust a system. People feel that they cannot press demands on a system. They look for any alternative. Now, the most charismatic alternative is what they go for. And these are mostly guys who provide private solutions to public problems. If people are hungry, you will need to take time to persuade them that you elect me, I'll put in place good policies.
I'll put in place Sonko Rescue Team.
Instead, you go for that Sonko Rescue Team.
Yes.
Or immediately you distribute money or food or whatever it is. They don't have the patience because the system has failed them before. They don't have the patience for you to begin to explain to them about policies that you'll put in place to create opportunities for business so that they can do business and have money in their pockets. So this man has used his charisma very well to exploit a failure of a system. And it's not just in Eldoret. You will see it in Uasin Gishu. You will see this in many places at we see the phenomenon at national level. We see it in some counties. We see it in some constituencies. We've seen it before here in Nairobi, where people literally just give up on a system.
Right.
The only thing they will do is to complain, we Kidero. But then they know that Sonko will come with the Sonko rescue team, and that's what they go for. Even though I'm sure a lot of them know that this is not sustainable, that we need to invest in a system that works for everyone, but not handouts, because whichever way you look at it, these are handouts. That, you know, they will say this man is generous, this man knows our problems, and so on and so forth.
And voters like generous candidates.
Voters like generous
politicians.
But generous politicians don't necessarily make for good political leaders.
Why not?
Well, because they believe in this thing of private solutions to public problems. That you have a problem, I'll put my hand in my pocket and give you money. Instead of going to fix the system that puts you, not only you, but millions other Kenyans into problems. So this is why when another time when the president said that we don't need civic education, I was shocked. We do need civic education in this country for people to realize that that thing of generosity, that thing of immediacy in politics will never solve the problems. The hunger will be there today, tomorrow, and
but
a year after.
Yes,
if I may add, we distinguish two types of generosity. There's campaign generosity,
right,
which comes just at the election time. And then there is that perception that this person is available all the time, irrespective whether it is election time, the times of need, he's seen to be there. And that's why I think this man and Sonko have tried to cultivate very well, that people are not thinking of them in terms of elections alone. It's when there is a need, they are there. And therefore, most likely, if they get the opportunity, they might be able to come up with long-term solutions because they are able to deal with short-term challenges.
Okay, so generosity in politics, it might not make for good policy, but it's good politics because it gets people elected.
It is very good politics, and we know some people who are elected, not because they campaigned in the last month of the election, but they've been campaigning for 5 years.
Right.
By just appearing to be concerned. You hear there is a funeral somewhere, you run there. You're there. They remember that. There's someone sick somewhere, you go and help. They remember that.
But the Swahili say akufai kwa dhiki ndiye rafiki.
Si ndio? Na ambaye hakufai kwa wakati huo, wachana naye.
Very interesting. But you know, Smecha, the interesting thing about this whole primaries and most of the places not kicking off is Jubilee had criticized the ODM. And they said, like Professor Munene said, that they were going to do a better job. But the business of running primaries, especially like they did, initially it was going to be all in one day. But then they said, okay, let's break it down in 2 days. And then took away Nairobi to a third day. But they're still messy.
Yeah, well, it's for me, it's a serious indictment, you know, of the incompetence in Jubilee, because I don't see any other way to describe this, because they have known this. They have. I mean, how, for example, would you not know the approximate number of registered voters in a county or in a polling station,
and brings fewer ballot papers than
like in Buzeki's, he says in his own polling station, there's more than 1,000 registered voters, but they brought 200.
Okay.
The ideal is to bring slightly more.
Let's hold it there just there. Let's see what's happening. Before you jump in, Professor Munene, we'll come back to you just right now, because right now I want to take you to Kirinyaga, where NTV's Ken Mureithi is, and in Muranga, where NTV's Sheila Sendeyo is. We'll start with Ken.
Now, well, we're coming to you live from Rukenya Primary School, where we do expect that any time from now, the ballot boxes are going to come here, and the voting exercise is going to begin. But just as we told you, we were in town in Kirinyaga Central Ward constituency, where ballot boxes were being distributed, and the people here in Gishogo constituency are yet to receive their ballot boxes and start this exercise. That is, they insist that although they are anxious, they're not going to let it go. I'll just try and speak to some of them and get a feel of what they want. Habari mama na. Some of them are shy, but I'll tell you that the anxiety is really building, and all of them are insisting that they will not move an inch until these ballot boxes have come here and the ballot papers, and they get a chance to vote. Now, I'll tell you for sure is that it is around 10:20 o'clock in the morning, and this station has not started, and it is a situation that we have experienced in most of these polling stations, but they do insist they are not going to move until their voice is heard through voting. This is the polling station where the current governor, Joseph Ndathi, is expected to vote. And most of us from the media industry, we are here expecting to see that. Then after that, we will go to another point where another governorship aspirant, Anne Waiguru, is expected to vote later in the day. But these delays that we are experiencing here when it comes to voting, we are being told are caused by a problem that was there last night. There were officials, and the Jubilee Party was reshuffling some of the officials from this county, and they were being moved to Embu County. Some of them are insisting that they would not move, and there was a scuffle last night that made all this delay. So we are being told that police had to go all the way to Embu, pick the officials from that county and bring them to this county, so in a way to reshuffle them. But we are being told that that might have been the reason why there were delays. But the Jubilee Party, the Jubilee officials in this country, in this county, are insisting that the exercise will go on as planned. Now, we are also joined by one other person who is going to tell us how he feels and how this exercise is. Habari gani?
Njema sana.
Unaitwa nani mwenzangu?
Majina yangu naitwa Same Mugane Masharia.
Na mmekuwa mkisubiri tangu saa ngapi?
Kuna watu waliingia hapa Izari S5 na wamekuwa kingojea, wengine waliacha kazi zao wakakuja hapa, wengine ni kina mama wazee wamekuja hapa, mpaka wengine wameanza kuchoka, wengine wameanza kwenda nyumbani, na tunataka kuhakikisha kwamba kila mtu amefanya voting. Lakini sasa the delay imefanya kila mtu akuwe na amekasirika.
Na mtasubiri mpaka zile vijisanduku vya kupigia kura vifike?
Tutasubiri kwa sababu it is our democratic right to do the voting. Yeah.
Na nyinyi wenyewe mnajihisi vipi? Chama kimewakosea kwa kuweka haya masaa yote, kwa sababu kutoka saa 12 mpaka saa 4 ni kama masaa 8 sasa.
Sasa our expectation tulikuwa tunafikiria kwamba tutafika hapa mapema, tufanye kazi yetu ya voting, alafu kila mtu arudi nyumbani, tungoje matokeo. Lakini sasa vile hii mambo yanaendelea, tunaanza kuuliza what is happening. There's a lot of suspicion, na bado mpaka sasa tunajua kabisa what is happening around.
Unasema there's a lot of suspicion, unamaanisha nini ukisema hivi?
Kusema a lot of suspicion, I cannot rule out, but okay, kama boxes hazinjafika, hatujui nini kinaendelea na huko. Kwa sababu sasa unajua kila mtu ambaye amekuja hapa tunangojea results. Na kama hii kitu ingekuwa open, ingekuwa ishafika mapema. Lakini sasa ikichelewa na unaona barabara, hakuna barabara mbaya hapa, na boxes si ziko mbali. Sasa kukiwa na zimekaa hivyo, tunaona ni kama labda kuna kitu kinaendelea, hatuwezi tukaelewa. Na I'm not ruling out, but anyone can be there to think of the same.
Now, those are some of the sentiments that we are getting from the electorate who have come here in numbers, and they're insisting that they will stay here until those ballot boxes come, so that they can make sure that they make their democratic right, and that is by voting. Just to recap is that 3 of the aspirants who are going for governorship in this county come from this constituency, that is Gishogo constituency, that is the former devolution cabinet secretary Anne Waiguru and the current governor who is Joseph Ndathi, and all of them will be voting at different polling centers in this county. We are staying here with it, and we'll be giving you details as they come. Back to you, Larry.
All right, thanks a lot, Ken Mureithi. In Gishogo, in Kirinyaga constituency, it's a big one there because Martha Karua, who used to represent that constituency, is running for governor. At least she's not in Jubilee, but the big one is between Governor Ndathi and former devolution cabinet secretary Anne Waiguru. We want to take you to Murang'a now, where we find NTV's Sheila Sendeyo. Has voting begun there? Is it a different story from what we're seeing in other parts of the country, Sheila?
Well, Larry, I have to say there hasn't been much changes since the last time that we checked in. Voting hasn't started in so many places here in Murang'a County. We're at Muguro polling station in Kangema, and what we have here are disappointed, perhaps angry voters who'd been lining up since 6 in the morning, and they haven't started voting because the material is not all in. There are missing stamps. There are places where names of voters are missing from the register. Perhaps we can get a sense from them who've been here since morning on what's going on from what they do know.
Exactly. Yeah, in Muguru Primary School, we are very much ready to vote. We came here. We came here at exactly 4 a.m. But just the Jubilee party tell us where did the stamp go, because we are very much ready and are very much awaiting for the nomination to go on. That's all.
Pengine unaweza kutueleza kwa maoni yako, tutakuja kwako, ngoja kidogo subiri. Kwa maoni yako nini kinaendelea, mmekuja hapa mmeelezewa nini?
Sisi tulikuja hapa kama saa 11 hivi. Tukakuja tukapanga line, tukangojea masanduku iwekwe kwa madarasa yale tunapigia kula. Kwenda kuanza maagenti wakaingia wakaambiwa hakuna stamp. Uchaguzi kasimama. Sasa tunasikia pande nyingine hapa chini kunaitwa social hall, kahiti, register ya IBC, majina yamekosekana. Sasa hii uchaguzi inaonekana imekuwa ya kutusubua. Hakuna uchaguzi sababu mtu mwenye alichukulia kula hapo anaambiwa kula yake haina kwa register. Sasa tumeshangaa tunashindwa. Hii ofisi kubwa ya Tuju bona haikuwa ina mipango kamilifu. Hii uchaguzi kama ingekuwa na mipango kamilifu tungekuwa tunamalizia sasa. Juu sisi ni watu wa kujitolea. Na sisi tunapenda hii chama ya Uhuru sana. Sasa tunaona kuna kitu inaendelea aidha kutoka huko ofisi kubwa ndio Uhuru waonekane chama yake haiendi vizuri, ni kama ile ya watu wa kugombana. Sasa sisi tunasema hii uchaguzi yaahirishwe sababu hakuna stamp, hakuna register ya IBC, majina inakosekana, na tunasikia usiku kuna magonia ililetwa huku, hatujui ilikuwa imebeba nini. Tunaona kuna aspirant mmoja ako na nia yake huku. Na hatutaki Uhuru, sisi ndio watu wa kwanza kupatia Uhuru chama ya TNA MP Kangemba. Na hatutaki saa hii sababu tuliona tulifanya makosa, tunataka kubadilisha sasa na tuko serious. Na hatutaki tuchezewe na mtu. Tunataka tuchague sasa yule mtu si tunataka na tusiingiliwe na mtu hata kidogo. Juu akileta kitu hapa hata nyinyi mtaona masinema ile hamjaona. Na tuko sawa sisi.
Pengine tupate maoni ya mwisho kutoka kwa kaka.
Niseme mimi hata nilikuja asubuhi mapema na nikapiga foreni pale, na venye ya kupiga foreni ile kitu nilipata sikuona masanduku zile za kuchaguana ballot boxes, na venye tuliambiwa na Chebukati Wafula Chebukati alisema hawata conduct nomination. It will be free and fair. It will be free, although they will friends watakuwa huko. Sasa tukashidwa tufanya nini yani hapa wazee wetu, na ni mapema hata sijui tuweza kusemaje sasa ile hata ni deliver the point.
Asante sana.
Point inaweza nikadeliver.
Asante sana, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako. Asante, tunashukuru. What you can see here pretty much a sense of disappointment, perhaps anger from some of the voters who've been lining up since morning to try and take part in what is perhaps the most delicate process in this electioneering process. And we had a statement earlier from Jubilee Secretariat. Raphael Tuju said that they had already dispatched all the materials, all the ballot boxes, and everything was good to go. But from what we can see here, it's further from what the picture is, from what the Jubilee Secretariat is saying, and we will keep you posted on what's going on from this end should this exercise start. Larry.
Thanks, Sheila, there in Murang'a County. We'll come back with you if there is something happening. If anything breaks out, we'll break in. In the meantime, we want to bring you up to speed with what we know so far, coming up to the middle of the hour. Right now, Nandi constituency, the Jubilee primaries have been called off. They will happen at a later date because there were delays, and delays appear to be the key word really this morning. Keep in mind that 20 counties are holding Jubilee primaries today. There were supposed to be 22, but with Nandi out, that gives 21. And then Nairobi was moved from today because they said there's a big Muslim population that needed to be at the mosque today. So there's 20 counties, I beg your pardon, that are holding those today. Also, the Jubilee Party Secretariat has ordered a gag on all candidates from commenting on this exercise. I want to show you this statement from the Jubilee Secretariat signed by the Secretary General Raphael Tuju. You guys bring this up. It was issued this morning, and it says, we wish to confirm that we have managed to deliver electoral materials to all the participating constituencies. We further wish to confirm that the party has made sufficient provisions to enable all our voters exercise their democratic right without any hindrance or inhibition whatsoever. We further wish to state that all primaries will proceed as per the schedule provided by the party and urge all voters to adhere to guidelines provided for by the party headquarters of the primaries. And then this is the best part, the one that's in bold and in caps. no aspirants or returning officer has the authority to issue any statements regarding the party's processes. That is the statement from the Secretary General Raphael Tuju of the Jubilee Party. We'll be hearing from him any moment now. In fact, it is already 30 minutes late. We understand that that press conference should have happened at around 10 a.m. at the Jubilee headquarters here in Nairobi. When it happens, we will bring it to you. In the meantime, NTV's Leila Mohammed is also in Kajiado. She's got an update for us, Leila.
2 hours after polling stations were expected to open here in Kajiado County, voting is yet to begin in parts of Kajiado North constituency, as there are still issues dealing with an incident that happened here at the Olo Laser Secondary School here in Kajiado North County, where, as we are able to see, police have cordoned off the entrance to the secondary school, where a vehicle is currently being held. People here say that an official was arrested here with ballot papers. They're not sure what that individual was doing here, and as well 20 other individuals were arrested inside this facility. Police are still here. Politicians are still in this vicinity, and they say they will not allow the voting to begin until everything has been clarified by the Jubilee Party headquarters back in Nairobi County. So we are heading up there to find out more details as to whether that situation has been dealt with.
Election board ambayo ina supervise Kajiado County yote.
The situation here is still unclear. People gathering in their numbers, talking in various situations. The politicians are gathered at the far side of this vicinity, talking to themselves after giving a briefing to their supporters here, insisting that there is a plot to rig the Jubilee primaries. The vehicle that was detained here still in the vicinity. Police have not been in a position to escort it to a police station or to have the person who was arrested charged in court. We here, politicians, have something to do about it, as we are able to see here. There is a vehicle blocking this area. Police were here and ready to escort the vehicle to a police station and have the process, the legal process, taking place. However, the vicinity is still under standstill, and there is no official communication on when, where, how this particular position will come to a halt for the Jubilee primaries in Kajiado County to begin. However, the politicians, including Kajiado Senator Peter Mositet, being very clear that they will not allow any situations of rigging to cast a shadow in this very important exercise that was expected to begin at 6. We are still here at the Olo Laser Secondary School in Ngong, Kajiado North constituency, Kajiado County, where, as we are able to see, party participants of the Jubilee Party are here, and they are not in a position to leave until what they say is an official statement from the Jubilee Party headquarters in Pangani on what exactly was expected to transpire here late last evening going into early Friday morning.
Thank you, Leila. I also want to bring to your attention, we're hearing right now that Turbo MP Elisha Busiene has been arrested. He allegedly stormed into the Uasin Gishu primary polling station and took some ballot papers. NTV's Lois Wangoi reporting that he actually stormed that station with, I believe, some, armed with a gun, and took some ballot papers, and he's been arrested. We'll have an update for you when we get there. But that's just one of the updates we're hearing right now. There's plenty of people who are tweeting me right now. The hashtag is Decision2017. I want to run through some of them real quick. This one is Kolo says Jubilee has failed as Kericho is currently facing deficit of lack of enough ballot papers. Same case applies to Bomet and is a neighboring county, so he would know. This is another one from Sir Godfrey, who says Kericho County totally failed. Nomination didn't take place. I want to read Julius Doniki. Says Lakeview Ward, Naivasha, voting delay, fears of ballot papers, tampering as some boxes were open upon arrival. He attached several pictures. You can see those pictures that this gentleman tagged. This is from Lakeview Ward in Naivasha. That's, I believe, Nakuru County, where he says fears of ballot papers tampering because some boxes were open upon arrival. And this is finally Dennis Koinet, Narok West postponed due to lack of enough ballot boxes, daylight robbery. And you're seeing a lot of these comments around the country 20 counties around the country having this Jubilee primaries. So far, it appears to have started off with a lot of hitches, delays in many places. The one place where we've got people voting and we've got that live is in Kiambu, where NTV's Dan Mule is. In most of the other places we're covering, where we've got people, there seems to be delays. The ballot papers did not arrive on time. Sometimes they were not enough, and issues like those. We're covering all of those and awaiting that statement from Raphael Tuju, who is the Secretary General of Jubilee. When that happens, we'll take it live for you. But I'm still sitting here with Professor Moshare Munene and Joseph Stimecha, looking through all of this and trying to make sense of all of it. Joseph, it is messy. And it is messy whether you have all 47 counties do primaries in one day, or as Jubilee decided, let's break it down into 2 days. That still leaves you with 20 where so many things could go wrong.
Absolutely. And it's messy and particularly disappointing because of what as I said earlier, the expectation that Jubilee had created. And they could have been believed on that expectation because, look, it's the ruling party, and we know the history of our politics. It enjoys access to public resources, state resources. So why should this be happening with a party that enjoys massive resources from the state? And some of the failures are so basic, like just failure to appreciate the number of candidates in a polling place, failure to appreciate the number of registered voters or expected voters in the center, and so on and so forth. These are things that would have been known way in advance, not on polling day. But you know what? You have had some people there. Some of the people that you've sampled across, the voters, express anxiety and actually say that they suspect that something wrong could be happening. There is a possibility, because in politics this happens. Right. And it's, in some cases it's voter suppression that ensure that if you have access to whatever buttons you could press, you ensure that in your opponent's strongholds, the ballot boxes and just let's say voting materials arrive as late as possible. That means a lot of people would have complained, some would have gone away because of hunger, would have lost their cool, the situation would have turned chaotic, and therefore voting doesn't take place, or if it takes place, you've managed to reduce the number of people who would vote to a bare minimum, whereas those of your strongholds have voted. Those possibilities are there, and you've had across, from Twitter to the captions we've seen on your screens, yes, people complaining that they have suspicion that something fishy, as they put it themselves, yes, is happening. Mm-hmm. There's that possibility. But for me, it's a serious indictment on Jubilee in terms of their incompetence and also just in terms of their betrayal of trust. Because they promised this to the nation. The president himself promised, but look what's happening. All right, it can't get any worse.
I want to read 2 comments right now from Facebook. Peter Murori says, from 6 a.m. to Kwalaini na ballot hakuna Gilgil constituency, Nakuru County. That is one. The other one is Mutai RK, who gives an interesting analogy, Professor Munene. Uko na watoto watatu, lakini ukienda dukani, unanunulia mtoto mmoja peremende. Why print insufficient ballot papers?
Well, it's a contradiction, isn't it? First of all, the letter that Tuju sent out, yes, claims, yes, that everything is in order. Yes. There are enough ballot papers, mm-hmm, there are enough ballot boxes, mm-hmm, and that they were sent to the constituency centers. Mm-hmm. So the implication is that somebody in the constituency center is incompetent, has failed, and therefore they need to be held accountable. Whoever the man or woman in charge at the constituency, who Tuju says received adequate material.
That's what he says. We further wish to confirm that the party has made sufficient provisions to enable all our voters exercise their democratic right without any hindrance or inhibition whatsoever.
So yeah, the people in charge of the constituency, they should answer questions.
But Prof, if people in constituencies have failed, ipso facto it follows that it's the people in charge, the ultimate people with the ultimate responsibility who have failed. I mean, how possibly could it happen that they appoint incompetent people in all these constituencies? It means they themselves, the appointing authorities, are incompetent. So it's just a fact that follows the other automatically. So you can't lay blame at the feet of those at the constituency and fail to indict those who are ultimately responsible.
No, I'm not failing to indict, giving excuses for Tuju and company. Right. He is the one who wrote the letter, yes, saying that everything is in order. Mm-hmm. It turns out that it is not in order. Yes. So he has some explaining to do. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And maybe that's why he's called a press conference. Yes.
And maybe that's why it's running late.
And it's running late because there are a lot of hitches, mm-hmm, in the whole thing. No, it's a blunder. End of the story. So he has to explain what happened.
All right, hang on. In fact, now we were talking about him, and there he is, the Secretary General of Jubilee, Raphael Tujol, is listening.
Call it off. We will count those 20 votes and proceed. So they're doing it at their own risk, and please, it's important that this is communicated. I mean, we can't have anarchy that any aspirant can call off voting in any particular place because they have decided that 50% is not enough, while all our estimations in those areas is that they have never exceeded 35 to 40% in all previous. And I think you as media also know, even in by-elections, sometimes you have turnouts which is as low as 20%. This is fact. So when you have 50%, and truly not everybody is a member of the party and therefore appears in the register of the party, there's no way by which we should print, like the IEBC, 100% of registered voters. All right? Then we have a backup mechanism. Everybody who turns up to vote, if by 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock or 3, 4, 5 hours of voting, we see we are running out, they're supposed to trigger the party backup mechanism. And as I said, for every county, actually every 2 counties, we have one chopper, which is able to intervene and ensure that materials are moved, say, from one ward to another ward, especially with respect to gubernatorial positions, because that you can exchange in any constituency within the county. If it is a constituency, you can exchange ballot papers from one ward to another. If it is ward, then it has to be within the ward. All those mechanisms are in place because you may find there's a very high turnout in one ward, one polling station, and the next ward there's hardly any turnout. And we have systems to be able to manage that. But when aspirants decide that they're going to run the process according to the way they like, because that's what they've always done in the past, and that's how some of them got those positions in the past, I'm sorry, this time is going to be different, and if we have to postpone, we'll postpone, and we'll do exactly the same thing.
Can I speak to Ololoisa? Because that's a very specific question, and this is a very interesting situation. Ololoisa, due to delays in movement of our trucks, we had a consignment for a specific constituency. To avoid sending the lorry all the way to the county headquarters, we decided to send it directly to the constituency and told the returning officer, can you move to the constituency? What happened is this truck has been intercepted by aspirants and said they decided, how come it's not going to the place it's supposed to go? And there was a perfectly valid reason for it going through Ngong, because there was no time to now take it to the constituency, county headquarters, and then move it to constituency. They've intercepted it, blocked it by the road, made a judgment call by the roadside, and now the truck is surrounded by about 50 vehicles as I speak. We've engaged our security mechanism to answer your question and asked them to clear the way for that truck to move so that voting can proceed. But the point about this is you can see the judgment calls that are being made by aspirants on the ground, and sadly with electoral processes, it seems that we're operating from an air of inherent suspicion first, and then we move on to judge the process without even considering what the facts possibly be. So that's the sort of thing that is...
Let me just explain what that means. I think I'd like to make it very, very clear. Nakuru is the county headquarters of Nakuru County. When you are moving material to Nakuru, it is in principle agreed that they should go first of all to the county headquarters, then you can escalate them to the constituencies. But you understand how senseless it is that you move material from Nairobi and you take them to Nakuru, then drive them back to Naivasha and Gilgil constituencies. What we have done is that if it is going to Nakuru, yes, but if it's going to pass Naivasha, please offload the material for Naivasha, offload the material for Gilgil, then go to Nakuru. But what as some aspirants are insisting, no, they must go to Nakuru first, then bring them back. And when they find the offloading taking place in Naivasha, then they say, oh, rigging is going on, so we surround this vehicle and mob justice is going to prevail. I hope that makes it clear.
On that same note, before my colleagues ask another question, who is eligible to vote across the counties? Because that has brought a lot of confusion in different regions. Can you clarify that?
We have made it very, very clear that we're using our membership register. That is the law. But to confirm that somebody is registered to vote in that particular polling station, because our membership register is not very accurate, because some, especially for those which were uploaded by using the smart card, it does not give details as to the polling station, and it has up to the ward. So we therefore use the IBC register just to double check, all right, that this person is supposed to vote here. So if you show up with your ID card and you're registered to vote in that particular polling station, we will not stop you from voting. And that is a message to all our POs and ROs if it has not been clear. Thank you. I like the way you pronounce your name. Andrew Cheng. Okay.
There has been harsh criticism by analysts and the voters as well, who woke up very early in the morning to go and to vote, but could not find material delivered on time. You yourselves have said that, I don't know if you learned from the opponents who had issues with the nominations, or whether you were just going to do better. What happened? Why didn't the polling station open on time when it was supposed to? And what would you tell your supporters who probably by now have given up and have gone back to their homes?
No, we like to apologize to those supporters because, as I told you, it is a logistical nightmare. I mean, when a vehicle has been hijacked in Naivasha when it was offloading, like has happened in Ngong, then this has led to some delays. The only place where there's been unfortunate delay, and we have dealt with that in the best way we can, is a place like Kiambu, is closest to Nairobi. But if you notice, voting is taking place in Laikipia before it started in Nairobi. Why? We started with the far-off places to make sure that those far-off places were taken care of. In Kiambu, we can deploy very quickly to deal with it in the course of the day. And if somebody went to a voting station, he was not able to vote from 6 o'clock as we had intended, maybe you go back to work, you can go back at lunchtime, or you can go back at 5. We'll be ready to open. As long as you're in the station, we will not close before the last person in the station has been given a chance to vote. Yes, sir.
Patrick from the Star newspaper. 3 quick ones for you.
Come again?
Patrick from
yes,
the Star newspaper.
Go ahead, yes.
Now, there have been allegations that the party is using the IBC register for 2013. So I just want to get a confirmation from you if that is true, and why did you resolve to use the 2013 register while there are a lot of new people who have registered recently? Then secondly, in North Rift, there have been reports that nominations have been called off on grounds that some marked ballot papers were found, and they are currently in a police station, so the process had to be called off. So I also want a confirmation from you. And then lastly, in Uasin Gishu, the aspirants have said that you had a consensus yesterday and agreed that due to some delays, the process will be called off to another date. But then they have confirmed this morning that you've said the process is going on. So they are complaining that that is against their will because they had agreed that the process will be postponed.
Okay. Okay. This is where the problem is, and I want to tell you, we're having this press conference right now. As we're talking, there is more information coming in which I may not have been familiar with. We are ready to have a press conference every 2 hours, and we'll be giving an update to everyone. Now, just to talk about marked ballot papers, I've not had that. You're telling me for the first time. But I'll tell you an incident yesterday in Embu. One of the very senior politicians called me like 7, 8 times when I woke up this morning, and I wondered, he's not such a friend, so why is he calling me so many times? And then I found out that there was a claim that one of the opponents was actually at a certain hotel marking papers, and they wanted us to catch that person live. He organized a whole contingent of police. The place was broken into. No ballot papers were found. So politicians are making all kinds of claims against their opponents, and it's not fair. We have investigated every case of ballot papers being marked in advance. Needless to say that it is only the party headquarters which knew which serial numbers of ballot papers were going to which polling station. So that was a safety measure that we put in place so as to be able to detect any cheating. But I'm not saying it cannot happen. People can be very creative. I mean, we send a lorry with the vehicle, with the ballot papers. We've given them a police person to make sure that, not police person, but our person from the headquarters to make sure that they arrive safely. We have ways of ensuring that this does not happen, but it can happen. But the one you're talking about is the very first one I've heard about, and if you give me details, we'd like to investigate. The other one is the 2013 register. Now, whatever IBC register we are using is the latest one that we were able to download from the system. And it is really for confirmation purposes. If somebody is in our register, we allow them to vote. Just to check that that is the place where they should vote, we check that again using the IBC register. But our POs and ROs may have to make a last call. If, say, for example, the ID card shows this is their sublocation, they have not been imported from another polling station. This is the sublocation where they belong to, so this should be their polling places, not from another county, it's not from another constituencies, not from another ward, then, our officers are under instructions that they should allow that person to vote. Yes. I think I'll take two more because we have to go back to our work desks and find out what is happening. Thank you. What? Yes? Yes.
The circular you sent on Tuesday to all the presiding officers, aspirants and their agents was very clear.
Yes.
So in light of what happened in the morning, should we expect any disciplinary action?
Where it is just a genuine mistake, you don't want to punish people for nothing. You make your plans, a vehicle has broken down, it has rained, vehicles got stuck and so forth. That's okay, we can deal with that. But where it is clear that somebody was trying to subvert the process, we will take action. Yes.
I'm Roge from Radio Citizen. There is a question on a matter raised by our reporters on the ground, is that in Oljororok, that is Nyandarua County, where you said that the voting has already started, we are told that some locals can't find a polling station and they have resorted to voting at private homes, a private home. And probably the second question is in Laikipia. You also stated that voting is taking place there, but we are told that there have been angry youths in Laikipia have banned some polling ballot papers. I don't know whether you have this information.
No, I don't have that information, but that a whole area has found it fit to say that they cannot locate an IBC registered polling station. Well, we have too many con artists, so I don't really see how a private home can be turned into a polling center. We will monitor that and find out.
Question,
yes.
No more questions.
Yes.
But don't you feel that the reports we are receiving is tarnishing the name of the Jubilee nominations process? It had been touted as one of the best. In fact, it was supposed to happen on one day. The process has been staggered, but unfortunately, the reports we're receiving from the counties are not in any way encouraging. Are you happy with the process?
No, I will not. I cannot say I'm 100%. No, I cannot say I'm happy. That's to be honest with you, because the thing is that there are too many hitches. I didn't expect so many hitches. As long as I'm able to detect that these are genuine mistakes, no acts of sabotage or weaknesses in terms of those who are charged with the responsibility, I'll give you. I'll just give you an example. We were loading some boxes from a go-down. The person who was given the responsibility to ensure that the loading is done employed 30 people. He was supposed to employ 100 people. Of course, that delayed everything. But for such people, we have taken disciplinary action. Some people have lost jobs. But unfortunately, by the time they're losing their job, they have missed some aspects of the process.
On that note, what assurance can you give the aspirants really who are panicking and some are even claiming a bit of foul play in the ballot papers? What sort of assurance can you give them that the process will be free, fair, credible?
Okay. I think aspirants are very right to worry that if the number of ballot papers is 50% of the registered number of voters in a specific polling station, their first worry is that, where's the other 50%? Could that 50% be with my opponents? Those are valid questions for aspirants to ask. And some of them have actually called us and asked those questions, and we have assured them what was delivered has got numbers, serial numbers, from whatever number to a certain number, and we have asked them even to take photographs of them. Start the voting process. If by the end of, say, 3 or 4 hours, all of a sudden these numbers have run out, unless you get another set of materials which are numbered, which are credible, then the mistake will belong to the headquarters, and we'll be ready to deal with it and take full ownership of the mistake. What we cannot have is a situation in which aspirants say, me, I think 50% is not enough. What are you basing that on? There are certain areas where we've had primaries before, and the turnout was less than 20%. So for those areas, we have been given a headroom of another 30% on top. But if, say, for example, it goes to 51 or 55%, then definitely the mistake is ours. But that you know at 5 o'clock. You don't start in advance and say, from the way I see these numbers, hizi vitu hazitatosha, kwa hivyo hatuanzi. Don't try. Thank you very much. Yes. Yes, sir.
Have you cancelled any nominations so far? Because we are receiving the reports that in areas like Baringo, for instance, the officers have already said that the nominations have been postponed. Are they the ones to do it, or are you the ones to do it?
All postponement can only be confirmed at the headquarters. Any postponement will come from this desk.
And you've not done any?
And we have not done any. If, for any reason, a returning officer has got substantial amount of powers, they can cancel, but we will not make it official until we have verified that there's no foul play and it should be postponed or cancelled. Thank you very much. Thanks.
All right, Raphael Tuju, the Secretary General of Jubilee Party, confirming that no polls so far have been postponed, not Uasin Gishu, not Nandi, which is complicated because nothing is happening in those grounds. We've got people there in both places and they're telling us there's no voting happening, and the aspirants have all kind of agreed that it will not take place today. But Raphael Tuju just said right now in Nairobi, the Jubilee headquarters, that they have not postponed any primaries across the country, so they're all going on. From where he sits, all 20 counties that should be carrying out their primaries are ongoing. We know that that is not the case. Listen, help me understand what Tuju, translate what Tuju has just been saying. I don't know what's good. Professor Munene.
One, he explained why there is a shortage of ballot papers.
Because they didn't expect a big
turnout? Because
turnout?
they did not expect a big turnout, and because they were working with precedents that in previous times, 10% of the voters have turned out, yes, or 20% or 30%. Therefore, you print ballot papers equal to 10% or 30%, which was a mistake in itself. Just way out. That explains the shortages of ballots. The other thing he said is that if there is a shortage in one place in a constituency, you just go to another polling station that may have more than it needs, and then
they can move them. And he said for every 2 counties, they have 1 chopper to be able to move around the ballot materials.
So they have about 10 choppers moving around.
Yes.
But then the thing is, the challenge that comes with that is that in each constituency, you have hundreds of polling stations.
Yes.
So chopping from one place to another, finding out who has more than it should be. This station has maybe 1,000 ballot papers more than it should be, and they are needed where? In another place over there. And then you have 2, 3 different places asking. So they have locked themselves in a logistical nightmare.
And that's what he called it, a logistical nightmare.
Yeah. So, and how they are going to deal with it remains to be seen. Okay. Because clearly it's not being dealt with as it should be.
Joseph, are you convinced by his explanations?
No, I've actually struggled to understand Tuju, to see whether even, in fact, I can sympathize, but I'm afraid I'm disappointed.
You're not sympathetic?
No, not at all. Because what he has been promising for the last 1 month is not what he's delivering. But secondly, the arguments he's giving us do not have logic. Larry, look, the Jubilee Party we have now is not the Jubilee Party we had in 2012, 2013.
Yes.
How can you possibly say that you based your estimations on the turnout of the primaries of the then In fact, it was not. It was JAP, not even Jubilee Party.
Yes.
Jubilee Alliance Party. It was
Yes.
a completely different party, completely different formation. So dynamics have changed. Interests have changed. How can you possibly then use 2012, 2013 as an estimate of something that was completely different from what they have now? And the estimation, the percentages he's giving are so minimal. At the very worst, I think you could then be estimating about 70%. In fact, I dare say that when you are going into an election, because because of the principle of democracy that everyone should have a chance, your estimate should be 100%. These are the vagaries of the cost of democracy is part of the vagaries of democracy. It has a cost. So you ought to estimate that, let us expect that there's a possibility that, and in fact it's good for your party, if the turnout genuinely is as close to 100% as possible. So his explanations for estimates are just not, they're just not making sense.
All right.
And when he talks about choppers to distribute where they don't have ballot papers. In some places we've seen, it's now close to 5 hours or thereabout since the stations opened and there's nothing happening. How long does it take a chopper to fly from, say, Nairobi to Kiambu or to even Kirinyaga or even to Eldoret? How long does it take a chopper to fly, surely? 5 hours, and these choppers are not moving? And he's also decried the suspicion that that then is creating tension. That's a factor of human relations. Where, first of all, where there's no communication, suspicion kicks in. You like it or not, it's the nature of human beings. If people are not seeing what they expected happening, and if people are not getting credible explanations as to why it is not happening, suspicion kicks in. And when suspicion kicks in, the next thing is tension. The next thing is that threat of some guy who said, "Mutaona masinema yenye hamujawai ona." And you know, it could really escalate into a very bad situation. Tuju has kept saying that we have systems. What I would like to ask him if I met him is, please, why don't you deploy these systems? Because you keep saying we have systems. Deploy them so that we can see them working across the country in these primaries.
Okay. Hold that thought just for right now. I want to bring you an update also. We understand that Runyenjes MP Cecily Mberire and her Manyata counterpart, John Mushiri, have stormed Kirimari Secondary School with their supporters, and they have barred the officials there from dispatching ballot materials. They claim they were tampered with. So once again, the Manyata MP and the Runyenjes MP storming a school there where ballot papers were being dispatched and have blocked them from dispatching them, claiming that they have been tampered with. We've got more details coming up in the next hour. Right now, though, we know from Raphael Tuju, the Secretary General of Jubilee, that no counties so far have had their nominations cancelled, even though there are many places where our reporters are on the ground and there's nothing happening. Nandi and Uasin Gishu are just two of them. Then there, I want to bring you up to speed real quick with what we know at this point. In Nandi, nothing is happening. In Uasin Gishu, we've got people there in Eldoret town, nothing is happening. In so many other places, there's not much happening. We've, in fact, out of it, everywhere we've got people. Only in Kiambu County do we see people voting. And we're obviously covering every corner of this to see what's happening. Aspirants, meanwhile, returning officers have been barred from making comments, and Tuju just said in the last hour, so they don't have the powers to cancel any nominations, and they, at the party headquarters here, have not done so. Our wall-to-wall coverage of Decision 2017 continues in just a moment, with 108 days to go to the election. This is NTV. We'll be right back.
This is NTV.
Welcome back. This is Decision 2017. I'm Larry Meadow. This is our, sixth hour of continuous coverage of Decision 2017. The Jubilee primaries on the 108th day to the election. It is the dress rehearsal for the general election in 20 counties. Primaries taking place, in many of them not really taking place, even though the Jubilee headquarters here in Nairobi insists they have not cancelled or postponed any primaries, so they're all going on. On Monday, Nairobi will go to the polls to pick who will be the Jubilee candidates here, and then on Tuesday, another 23 counties will pick their leaders, will pick their candidates for the general election on August 8th. We've got all of those covered extensively. We've got people in every part of this country looking through what's happening and bringing us reports, bringing us places where so far voting has not begun, where there are delays, and that appears to be the word today. The word to keep in mind is delay, because we've seen plenty of delays. I want to give you an update right now, though, from Nakuru County. NTV's Bridget Ngana is there.
It's quite a busy morning here at Menengai Social Hall, this being the central distribution point for Nakuru East constituency. Agents of various political aspirants are here to take the voting material to the various polling stations set aside for this exercise. It has been deemed as a very clandestine exercise because as of this morning, none of these agents had a clue of how this material got here, and this is just one of the measures that this party is putting in place to ensure that no aspirant taking part in these nominations from the MCA all the way to the governor's seat will be having any instance or any case of rigging. There's a heated session right there with the agents and the party officials trying to make sure that everyone gets their share.
We are also using the polling stations that had been mapped by the IEBC. But because this is a nomination exercise, we've tried to merge some of the polling stations because we know we have also other coalitions which are also conducting their primaries, which have been ongoing. And that's why, this being a Jubilee stronghold, we must be having a lot of voter turnout, which we anticipate to have today.
Further back in the hall, the security apparatus are in place, just trying to ensure that nothing causes any tension, nothing causes any violence here. People in Nakuru are waiting to vote. They have been up early, but as of now, no person has been able to take part in this exercise due to the logistical occurrences taking place here in Menengai.
We will actually exercise the rights of the voters by allowing a free and fair voting process, so that whoever emerges as the winner, he should actually appreciate of what the voters will have actually spoken through casting their votes.
We have enough officers and we know all the hotspots you are talking about. We have officers spread all over, and we do not expect that anybody is going to cause any problem. If any, then we are well put, and the law will take its course.
We understand also in Nakuru West they have started distributing the voting material, but everywhere in this county, none of the people have been able to start voting because of the logistical processes that are taking place. We understand in Nakuru West constituency, the headquarters being the county assembly, they have begun distributing the voting material. And so this is just what is happening right now in Nakuru County. Keep it NTV, where we will be giving you updates of the happenings of the Jubilee nominations here in the Central Rift. I am Bridget Ngana, back to studio.
Many thanks, Bridget, in Nakuru County. Not too far from where Bridget is, in Molo, there's also a bit of trouble. We understand that residents there are protesting at the Molo Secondary School polling station because the names of some MCAs are missing from the ballot papers, and the election officials are deliberating on what to do. So in Molo, some residents protesting because names of MCAs that were hoping to take part in this nomination exercise are missing from the ballot papers. So what do? The election officials there from the IBC, from Jubilee Party, deliberating on what happens next. Also, Raphael Tuju mentioned the incident in Ololeza. So what happened is that in Ololeza, because a vehicle is being held by an aspirant, it has paralyzed operations across Kajiado County because that is the vehicle that was supposed to deliver election materials. As long as it is being held by this aspirant, as we heard from the Jubilee HQ, then all of Kajiado County, there's not much that's going to be happening. This is the vehicle that was supposed to deliver ballot materials there. So that's kind of just a snapshot of what's happening right now. And people are weighing in online. Katebes Saddam Kibet says, Mr. Tuju is complicating the Uasin Gishu County exercise. Nothing is happening at the moment. And I want my two panelists to respond to this. Mudha Moses says, Jubilee have disappointed us beyond repair. Disgusting.
Yeah, I'm afraid, but you know, whoever is saying that message, I'm afraid a lot of people may be feeling that, just given what we've been seeing. A lot of people may be feeling that they are being shortchanged. But maybe they should take solace in the fact that some friend of mine has told you that however bad you are, you're not useless, because you can be used as a good example, as a bad example, to be avoided. So,
are you saying that Jubilee should be used as a bad example, what to avoid in terms of nominations?
In all fairness, it's a bad example. In all fairness, it's a bad example. They ought to have done better. They owe it to not just the members of Jubilee, they owe it to the country, honestly, to do a better job, to show that they can actually mount a primary election in a better way. They promised this to us. Duale, I remember him saying that, that's Honorable Duale, that they have a well-oiled machine. And indeed, the media showed us how many hundreds of millions they collected from candidates. You can imagine how these candidates are feeling, who paid these hundreds of millions of shillings cumulative in nomination fees and other fees. So what that person is saying, Jubilee ought to take it very seriously, because they may disenfranchise a lot of people and upset a lot of people and end up paying at the general election. Because the people may feel that, and there may be some legit cases of actually perhaps fraud, they could be there, but they could be just be a matter of perception that they have tried to cheat us out of our choices, therefore we will punish them at the general election.
Will you punish them or will we not vote? Because those are two options. Some people might decide, this is not for me, I'm not going to show up at the general election.
Both will be punishment. They can punish you by voting for someone else, a protest vote, but they can also punish you by not voting. And if people in your strongholds, let's say like what we saw in Uasin Gishu, or in some place in Kirinyaga or in Muranga, if people fail to vote, let's say 10,000, 20,000 people fail to vote, they're punishing Jubilee, because those are Jubilee, majorly Jubilee voters. They'll be punishing Jubilee. So either way, either of those scenarios, they'll be punishing Jubilee.
Dennis Minor, Professor Munene, has a bit more of a measured view. He says Jubilee Party has failed, but aspirants are also messing up with the process.
It's true that there are some aspirants who are doing strange things. I think we've just received reports of...
the one in Ololeza?
Yes, that one. Actually, the person should be locked because that's interfering with the public process for whatever reasons. He should not be allowed to do that. We've seen reports of some aspirants. Is it Tabo? Yes, and they went jumping in and getting arrested. We've seen something in Embu is also happening. So the aspirants are also responsible for some of the mess. And the impression we got was that they will not be allowed to do that. And Tuju even repeated that people who may be trying to do strange things will not be allowed to do that. The evidence right now is that very little is being done about such people. And then you add to these other complications. The fact that we are now moving towards 12 o'clock. And we saw in Nakuru, that distribution center, they have not even started distributing the material to the polling centers, let alone. So there is the logistical nightmare that Tuju was talking about. It means that Tuju and company need to go back to the drawing board, and not just Tuju, also, in fact, all the other parties that are yet to conduct their polls. Go back to the drawing board. Have you done the right thing? Have you prepared properly? The people you hired to do things, did you hire the right people, or you just hired people for the fun of it? Because sometimes, these are jobs.
Right.
And so people are getting jobs, not because they can do them, but because there is a job to be done.
Leave it there for the moment. I want to take you back to Kiambu, where NTV's Dan Mule is standing by. They were voting earlier today. Is that process still going on without a hitch, Dan?
Okay, thank you very much, Larry Mado. As you've said, hakika tuko hapa kwenye kaunti hii ya Kiambu ambapo tunazidi kufuatilia hali ya uchaguzi, na ni kwamba kufikia sasa mchujo wa Jubilee unaendelea katika baadhi ya vituo, lakini hali ni kwamba kati ya maeneo bunge 12 ambao wanajumuisha kaunti hii ya Kiambu. Mchujo huu umeanza katika maeneo bunge 4 peke yake, huku mengine 8 yakiwa bado hayajaanza shughuli hii, haswa katika eneo bunge anapotoka rais la Gatundu Kaskazini, eneo bunge la Gatundu Kusini, ikiwepo baadhi ya maeneo ambayo shughuli hii haijaanza, na vile vile katika eneo bunge la Ruiru ambapo mwaniaji ugavana ambaye pia ni gavana wa sasa William Kabogo alikuwa anatarajiwa kupiga kura yake, bado hawajaanza shughuli hii. Vile vile eneo bunge la Lari, eneo bunge la Kabete na eneo bunge la Kikuyu na Thika mjini, shughuli hii bado haijaanza. Ni katika tu eneo bunge la Kiambu mjini ambapo shughuli hii imeanza katika baadhi ya vituo, na wasimamizi wa uchaguzi tuliosema nao hapo awali wanasema kwamba kuchelewa kwa shughuli kuanza kumetokana na hali kwamba vifaa vya kupigia kura havitoshi. Manake sehemu ambapo vilikuwa vimewekwa walienda kuvichukua asubuhi na vikawa kwamba havitoshi idadi ambayo ilitarajiwa kufika katika vituo vyote. Lakini tunachojua ni kwamba baadhi ya vituo ambavyo tumetembelea, wananchi wapo kwa wingi, ni watulivu, japo shughuli haijaanza katika vituo vingi hivyo ambavyo wananchi wamepata kufika kwa wingi. Na hapa tulipo sasa kwenye kituo cha Kiambu mjini, ikiwa ni katika shule ya msingi ya Kiambu Township, shughuli hii ilianza kuchelewa vile vile. Wananchi walifika hapa kuanzia mwendo wa saa 11, lakini shughuli ikaanza baadaye mwendo wa saa 3:15 hivi, lakini shughuli pia inapata kuendelea vizuri. Pengine tu kukukumbusha tu kama nilivyosema awali, kwenye barabara za miji na sehemu tofauti maafisa wa polisi wapo kwa wingi sana, huku wakiwa wamevalia sare zao na wengine ambao hawajavalia sare wakiwa ngangari kabisa katika kila sehemu kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna lolote baya ambalo linapata kutokea. Vile vile kumekuwa visa vya baadhi ya wananchi kufika na kunyimwa fursa ya kupiga kura wakati ambapo majina yao yanakosekana kwenye sajili. Ukikumbuka kwamba sajili inayotumika hapa ni ile ya chama, na wananchi awali walipewa fursa kuweza kudhibitisha iwapo majina yao yako kwenye orodha, na vile vile wakapata ujumbe mfupi wa simu kuelezea iwapo kweli majina yao yapo. Lakini wapo baadhi wanaofika na kupata kwamba majina hayapo na kulazimika kwenda kwenye vituo vingine ili kuweza kushughulikia masuala haya. Wananchi vile vile wamekuwa hapa kwa muda, nitakuwa nikisoma na baadhi yao ili tupate kujua wana mtazamo gani kuhusiana na namna ambavyo shughuli hii inaendelea na vile vile matarajio yao, na kisha baada ya hapo hakika nitakuwa nikiwarejesheni studio. Kwa hivyo kwa kifupi tu tazungumza na wawili watatu tu hapa tupate kusikia maoni yao. Natanguliza na huyu dada, atatueleza jina. Jina lako nani?
Jina ni Monica Njeri.
Na Monica, tueleze ulifika hapa saa ngapi?
Nilifika 5:45.
Na umevumilia muda wote huo, sijui ni kipi ambacho kinakupea msukumo kuendelea kusubiri? Foleni bado ni ndefu, shughuli unaona ikiendelea kwa kasi ya aina gani?
Iko polepole kabisa, lakini lazima tuchaguane.
Na ni kipi ambacho wewe kinakufanya uweze kuvumilia muda wote huo?
Natafuta kiongozi ambaye atakayesimama mwezi wa 8. Tumchague leo ndio tuendelee hapo baadaye.
Na pengine ni masuala yapi ambayo unahisi yanafaa kushughulikiwa kwa kina dada, kina mama ambao unahisi kwamba hajakuwa akishughulikiwa katika uongozi kwa muda mrefu katika eneo hili?
Zile pesa zinapatianwa za kaunti tufikiwe nazo, sababu wengine wetu hatufikiwi nazo.
Naam, asante sana. Huyo ni mmoja wapo wale ambao wamepata kufika hapa, na pengine tukisema na ndugu mmoja hapa naye pia aweze kutuelezea kwa kifupi tu mawili matatu kuhusiana na hali ilivyo. Tuambie jina lako nani na unahisi shughuli hii ikienda kwa mwendo wa aina gani?
Okay, kwa majina naitwa Samuel Mwangi, ama kwa majina mengine ya utani unaniita IP. Shughuli ya leo naona inajivuta kiasi, ni mwendo ambao tufurahishi sisi kama wazalendo wa Kenya. Manake shughuli ni mtu mmoja tu huko ndani, na pia kuna majina ambayo inakosa. Kwa mfano kuna wenye walichukulia katika hii shule ya primary na kuna wenye walichukulia katika shule ya upili ambayo inaitwa Kiambu Township. Sasa inakuwa kuna mvutano fulani, maana unaweza ingia ndani ukute uambiwe hauko kwenye primary, uko kwenye township. Hii inakuwa ni kitu mmoja changamoto. Changamoto nyingine ambayo tunaona sisi kama wazalendo tunapenda chama ya Jubilee, ni maana kuna weather, challenge ya weather. Tunaona kama ikifika kitu saa 9 saa 8 hivi kutakuwa na mvua. Na maana tunajiuliza kama itakuwa ni ya haki ama mvua italeta rabsha. Ndio tunaona hiyo ndio mambo yanaendelea kidogo. Alafu tena kitu ya mwisho, line pia haiko katika ile ratiba ambayo inafaa. Maana inaenda inazunguka, kuna wenye wanakuja wanatoka, kuna wenye wanakufa moyo wanaona haiendi. Sasa wengine wanarudi katika makazi. Unajua Kiambu pia ni mtaa ambao watu wanapenda sana kazi.
Yeah.
Na pengine kwa kumalizia utuelezee chama kiliweza kutoa orodha ya majina watu wakamboje wathibitishe hapo majina yao kwenye sajili, vile mkatumiwa kupitia kwa simu ujumbe mfupi. Unahisi kwamba ni makosa wananchi au ni makosa ya chama kwamba baadhi ya majina hayapo na baadhi wanakosa fursa ya kupiga hii kura?
Naweza sema ni makosa ya chama, manake kitu ya kwanza ni kama tulikuwa tumechukua zile kadi za digitali, na kitu ya pili tulikuwa tunatumia orodha ya IBC. Sasa ni kumaanisha kuna sintofahamu ambayo nimeingia katikati, manake unaweza jikuta umerudishiwa message umeambiwa umechukulia katika Kiambu Primary, but ukiangalia kwenye IBC tena inakwambia uko kwenye township. Ndio maana sasa inakuwa na sintofahamu kadhaa. Hiyo nikidhani ni makosa ya chama sana, sababu hatukupatiwa hiyo himizisho tuambie sisi kuna watu wa township na kuna watu wa Kiambu Primary.
Naam, asante sana. Hakika Larry, tunazidi kufuatilia hali ilivyo hapa. Kama nilivyowajuza hapo awali, kaunti ya Kiambu ndio kaunti ya pili hapa nchini kwa wingi wa wapiga kura ambao wamesajiliwa, ikiwa na wapiga kura takriban milioni 1.2, ikiwa ni takriban milioni 1 hivi kupungukiwa tukilinganisha na kaunti ya Nairobi ambayo inaongoza kwa zaidi ya wapiga kura milioni 2 ambao wamesajiliwa. Kwa hiyo hapa kuna maeneo bunge 12 kama nilivyotangulia kusema, na wabunge wote kutoka maeneo bunge hayo walishinda kwa tiketi ya chama cha TNA ambacho kiko chini ya chama cha Jubilee kwa sasa. Kwa hiyo ndiposa swala hili ama mchujo huu ni muhimu sana hapa, manake wengi wanaamini kwamba yeyote atakayeshinda katika huu mchujo basi ana nafasi nzuri zaidi ya kuweza kutoa ushindi katika uchaguzi mkuu. Kwa hiyo ndiposa kinyang'anyiro kikali kinazidi kushuhudiwa katika wadhifa wa ugavana, useneta, uwakilishi wa wanawake na pia wadhifa wa maeneo bunge ama wabunge na vile vile wabunge za county, ikiwa ni pamoja na ule wadhifa mwingine ambao unazidi kuaniwa hapa. Kwa hiyo ni hayo tu kwa sasa, tutakuwa tukirejea kwenu hapo baadaye kidogo baada ya kuzidi kufuatilia shughuli hii, manake inaendelea katika vituo vingine 550, hiki kikiwa ndicho cha 551 katika eneo hili, na tutakuwa tukijua hali itakuwa vipi. Kisha baadaye tutarajia kwamba kura hizo zitakuwa zikifikishwa katika kituo cha shule ya upili ya Kiambu ambapo zitapata kujumuishwa na mshindi kupata kutangazwa. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa hali ni kama hiyo, vituo vingine vimeanza na vingi havijaanza. Tutakuwa tukajuza mengine baadaye. Kwa sasa kwako Larry kwa matangazo mengine.
Asante sana Dan, and I've got two updates now for you from Nakuru County. First, we heard from Bridget Ngana, who was at Menengai Social Hall. We now understand that in the minutes since she spoke to us, the voters have been told to go home. They've run out of ballot papers. So that's happening at Menengai Social Hall in Nakuru. Not too far from that, at another hall, this is Old Town Hall, also in Nakuru, there has been some drama because the officials were using an IBC register from 2013 and not a Jubilee Party register. So at Old Town Hall Polling Center in Nakuru Town East constituency, there was chaos over the use of a 2013 IBC register instead of an updated Jubilee Party register. So those are two updates out of just Nakuru County alone. Listen, we've got people everywhere and they're covering what's happening and they're bringing it to us. And if we have anything new, we'll break right in and bring you up to speed. And right now, Professor Mashere Munene and Joseph Semecha are still sitting with me. All right, just go for it. I don't want to ask a question.
No, it is disappointing. To put it mildly, it is very disappointing because this challenge issue is not just one polling station. It's throughout the country, or as many places as possible, you can imagine, and which indicates maybe part of laxity in the officials that were given the responsibility to ensure that things go well. They definitely have not gone well. Mistakes were made at the national headquarters. Mistakes have been made at the county level. There is still some confusion as to what it is that should take place. We saw the statements that were made in Eldoret, and think we need to be told what came out of that. The information we just received that people are told to go home instead of getting the papers,
Yes.
the material, is it also indicates maybe there is not much coordination taking place between the national level and the county or the distribution point. That's an indicator, because before those people in Nakuru can tell people to go away, they should have checked with the headquarters, and then we need to be told whether they were told they have cleared this thing.
Yes.
Because when Rafa Tuju was there, he said categorically they have not authorized anyone to issue a statement, either closing, postponing, or anything. So, but if you are getting these reports from the base, The question is, are they in communication, the two levels? And if they are not in communication, then why not? These are things that need to be re-examined. And maybe Tuju said he'll be giving a statement every
2 hours or so, yes.
So maybe you expect that him to come and maybe come after 1 hour instead of 2 hours and say this is the picture as it is. Because we are now moving towards 12 o'clock, midday, and you have places that ballot papers are yet, boxes are yet to be distributed. You need clarity. And it can only come from Tuju's office.
Okay. I want to put up these images on the screen from Kiambu because that's the one place where voting is going on. So let's not paint the picture that everything has fallen apart, right? Because in Kiambu, and we've got live video, people are voting there. So that is a good sign. We'll keep those pictures on the screen for you to get a sense of what the exercise is like. It's not a huge turnout, or it's moving rather slowly. But as we look at that video, Simeha, Rogers on DX says, Jubilee kept on laughing at NASA primaries and they forgot to plan on theirs. Karma.
Very true. Very true. Actually, I just made a note here, so, planning. I just wrote something down here, planning. Extremely important, and I hope that, as I think it's you who said, even IEBC should be watching this. Even individual politicians should be watching this. That you are going into an election, and then you just don't plan. You just say that, we have a system in place, we will deploy at the right time. I mean, planning it has to be based on logic and rationale. Some of the things that Tuju said, for example, to me, they don't have logic. I don't see the rationale. For example, that this morning, ballot papers have to be first taken to a county headquarters and then distributed to constituencies.
Yes.
What is the logic? What is the rationale? When you look at the levels of competition in a county, the ideal point to take these materials is the constituency. Because even the voting for the women's representative, senator, and governor, they don't happen at county headquarters. They happen across the constituencies and the wards. So I do not see the rationale in this. So I just see that, for me, again, it's incompetence. And that's what leads to lack of planning. That they were very busy laughing at the other side, that look at what NASA is doing. They're failing, that ours will be much better. But their planning only went as far as that rhetoric. Politicians, political parties, IEBC, as we go towards elections, I think they should draw lessons from this. Even what looks very obvious, because some of these things look very obvious. Professor gave us a very good example earlier on that, how come in the nation we're able to deliver examination papers? Well, it's not machinery, fine, but we're able to deliver examination papers to every primary school, examination center. But we are not able to do that for polling stations, just a few polling stations. In fact, in primaries for parties, they are merged, so there are not so many. It's, for me, again, it's just incompetence and perhaps in some places mischief. In that thing I told you earlier of suppression of voters, I do not see what else. Finally, there's something you just said that, let's not just paint a negative picture. Even when I look at Kiambu, I have no choice but to express disappointment.
Why?
Even though there's a speck of some brightness happening somewhere, when I look at the percentage of what is going right vis-a-vis what ought to go right. Your reporter in Kiambu just told us out of at least 12, I think, constituencies,
yes,
only 4. Is there anything happening? The voting that what you are showing us, what you are showing us, that's a serious indictment. I wouldn't accept that. I will give them a big mark.
So only a quarter of the constituencies have voting going on.
And this is Kiambu.
And this is in Kiambu, right next to Nairobi.
Right next to Nairobi.
And even those who have started late.
Yes.
Yes. Someone could take these things on a border or whatever, to Kiambu. Where are these choppers? Anyhow. So that is why I'm inducting Jubilee. It's just on the basis of what was expected of Jubilee. We judge you on the basis of what we expect of you, what we know that you ought to deliver, not just on the basis of the little good that you are delivering. And here, clearly, Jubilee has completely failed. On a scale, marking them on a scale between 1 and 10, they're not coming anywhere near 3.
They're not coming anywhere near 3?
Yes,
That's less than 30%.
Absolutely, I'm afraid, yes. From just based on the reports we've received, what we've seen, I'd not see anything that would make me give them 3 out of 10.
You're an academic man, Professor Munene. If you're to award a grade this early in the game,
it will not be a passing grade. At this time.
It will not be a passing grade.
It will not be a passing grade. So there is disappointment. And so we expect that along the way, during the day, something might show up that will restore confidence.
Is it too late though to recover from it? Can something be done?
Well,
ballot papers taken where they need to be?
It can be done. It can be done, but they need to mobilize a lot of forces. And if there are some crooks in some offices, they should be removed immediately, so that you put people that voters would have trust in. Because one of the things we are noticing now is that there is a lot of distrust so Tuju and some other officials, they need to come categorically and assure people that although, yes, there has been delay, yes, we have had this and this and this, we shall open voting stations all the way to midnight if necessary to ensure that people get to vote. And that's an assuring way. And then before 1 o'clock,
because that's the next update we expect from Tuju.
There should be no station anywhere in the country that's supposed to be voting. People are supposed to, they should not be having papers and the officials in place. So if they can do that, I say, first of all, apologize, because they have to apologize. Tuju has to apologize as the official. And then say we have put machinery in place, please vote. Just please vote. And forgive us for making a mistake, because it's a mistake. And that can help to reassure. And then the outcomes, we wait. But right now, there is a lot of disillusionment. It is also possible that a lot of people have left. People who are going to vote will not vote because of these things. And that's why they need to go back to the drawing board and do something. The one good lesson about this thing, they still have another lot, more than half.
Yes, another half on Tuesday.
And one on Monday.
Yes.
So we hope that they are learning a lot from this, that on Monday and on Tuesday, we shall not hear any of these problems. Nairobi should not have any of these problems. All the other counties should not have these problems, that now they know. So if it's ballot papers they printed that are below the number required or expected, they have a weekend to print so that they have boxes to be ready to be distributed in the right place. The way exams are distributed at the right time, and by 8 o'clock students are ready to sit, by 7 o'clock voters should be ready to vote.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there wisdom, though, in what ODM has done, which is staggering them over a couple of days, 2 counties, 3 counties each? That way you have a smaller pool of counties to deal with, and you can deal with the issues there and then move it along. Homa Bay, Kisumu, and then CIL, Uasin-Gishu, etc. Does that work better from a logistical perspective?
In my humble opinion, yeah, that has been my position, that it's much better, that you take it in chunks because you have all the time. You take it in chunks. Well, even ODM, there's been quite a measure of it.
They've still had drama, even with the few counties they were doing.
Absolutely. There's still been drama. I have personally indicted them on incompetence as well. But it's, for me, a better approach where you take a few counties at a time, but then you have to remain faithful to wanting to merit, that you want actually to perform meritoriously. That will mean when you've done the first 3, 4, 5 counties, you sit as a National Elections Board and whoever else is involved, review, so that we can see that the results of those reviews are reflected in the next lot of counties. It's been minimal. Well, they're still going on. Let's watch and see those that are happening today and perhaps on Saturday, tomorrow, and Monday, and see whether the results of the reviews that they've been carrying out are being reflected in those the next elections they're carrying out. So there is merit that actually you handle a few at a time, gives you time to reflect, correct mistakes, and so on. On whether it's too late or not for Jubilee,
to salvage it.
Yes, to salvage this situation, I'm afraid I think Prof is being very polite and optimistic.
Oh, you don't, hang on, it is only 11:37.
No, look, yes, 11:37. But look, I'll give you an example, Nakuru, a major urban center, major Jubilee stronghold, very close to Nairobi. If you're flying by chopper, I believe it's a very brief distance.
Yeah. Possibly under 30 minutes.
Menengai Social Hall is right within the city center, within the CBD.
Yes.
But voting materials have run out, people have been told go home. How can you have hope in that kind of situation? How can they themselves, the Jubilee people, have said, look, there's no hope here. Just go home. It can't happen. It's on the basis of those incidents I'm seeing all over. Candidates losing their cool, Cecil Mbarire and others storming places, people hijacking the transportation. when you look at the level of displeasure, discontentment within Jubilee itself, I was observing from the outside and analyzing, I just say I don't see hope. I don't see them salvaging this situation. For the ones that are happening today, it's almost a lost cause. But as Prof says, for the ones that are happening on Monday and Tuesday, probably they could have time now over the weekend to do something about them.
All right.
Yeah. Tuju's honor is at stake.
His honor is at stake.
Yeah, his
reputation is riding on this.
It is at stake. Because he's the one who assured everyone this. And it's all flying on his face. So he just finished telling us what he thought was happening and should be done. And 30 minutes later, one of the major places, Nakuru, closes down. You know, he has to do something. What he will do, I don't know, but he has to do something because it is not good for him. Forget about Jubilee.
For him personally?
As a person, yes.
Okay.
Because part of the reason he's there is because he had a very good reputation.
Yes.
As a straightforward person, as a credible person, as a man who can speak his mind.
And perhaps also as an outsider, so he's not friends with any of these candidates who might be in Jubilee strongholds.
Yeah, you know, all those things came into. You listen, people say, Tuju, yeah, he's okay. But now, he's in charge of this, and it's all flying on his face. So he really has to do something.
You disagree with the professor? Why do you disagree? Go for it.
Why are you inducting an individual who is only one individual out of a system? In fact, if you are to induct an individual, you have to induct Uhuru Kenyatta.
Why Uhuru Kenyatta?
Party leader of Jubilee. That's where the buck stops. Tuju is just an employee of this party.
So the fault where you sit is the fault is not with Rafael Tuju, it's with Uhuru Kenyatta.
If you have to induct an individual, for me, I'm inducting the whole system. But if you must induct an individual, where the buck stops, I would say it's not Tuju. It's the party leader of Jubilee. Or the two, because they like to present themselves as one.
Yes.
William Ruto, Honorable William Ruto, and Honorable Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Those are the party leaders of this party.
Professor Munene.
This gentleman is just an individual in a system.
No, what I said, and I'll repeat, his honor is at stake. Because he's the one who made all those... See, yesterday, Uhuru Kenyatta appeared on and upstaged the NASA people.
Yes, by making that statement from State House.
Yeah. And when he was doing that, he was asked something to do with these things. And he said, no, there is a system. There is machinery. There are officials who are dealing with these things. Because him, as a politician, cannot be seen to be part of, to interfere with the running of the primary. He made that very clear.
Right.
The person who has taken credit or who has been tasked with the running of the primaries, is Rafael Tuju. And he has done a very good job of presenting himself that way. That's why I say, because he has done such a good job of before the primaries presentation, now when things are going haywire, he still takes the credit or the blame for things going wrong. So it is his honor. Forget about Jubilee. Jubilee is right now it's in a mess because of this thing.
Yes.
But he as a person has to find a way of redeeming himself.
Let me ask you, the two of you, to find some time later after this and go and review coverage of ODM's nominations in Busia, the moment things went wrong in Busia. In spite of the fact that there's a National Elections Board, there's a party secretariat, there's all this, all over the reaction, especially from Jubilee, from analysts, was Raila Odinga.
Right.
Right, not even the party secretary general, not even the chief executive of the party, not even Pareno, the chair of the elections board, not even the returning officer in Busia, Vitalis Juma Justice. I think even he was in South Africa, Raila. But it was like, look, Raila, he has failed. He tells us he's a Democrat. Look what he's doing in Busia. And so I remember a lot of Jubilee MPs and MCs and other wannabes making a lot of noise and saying it's Raila Odinga. And I say, if I was Raila, I would take it. As the leader of ODM, I would say, okay, yeah, the buck stops with me. As the party leader of ODM, I will take it and see what I can do about the next nominations.
Okay.
I will take all that feedback and say that my system, the system of my party is failing. I will take responsibility and fix it. The way you were saying, if people need to be fired, they should be fired.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's. You've got live video right now on your screen of voting happening in Uasin Gishu County, which is a little earlier in the day actually. allegedly that's what's happening there. And I want to bring to your attention that there have been protesters banning ballot papers being delivered to Kwanza tallying center. That's in Trans Nzoia. They were objecting to polling centers being scheduled early. That's coming through the nation breaking news alert. Protesters banning ballot papers being delivered to Kwanza tallying center in Trans Nzoia. They were objecting to polling centers closing before time. So that's just one of the things happening. There's a bunch of cheeky people on my social media. So let me bring this to your attention real quick. First, Benson Gitonga, the exercise is successful. Jubilee is carrying out a successful elimination, not nomination.
Yeah, the fellow is being cheeky.
No, but this is not as cheeky as the next one, though. Chris Osumo, Jubilee aspirants crying of delayed ballot papers. Why can't they just download them from the government-launched portals?
Yeah, I mean, Jubilee brought this upon its head because it has presented itself as such. Well, as Prof says, well, Tuju has done it, presented himself, that he has this, I think he calls it a system. We have a system.
Yes.
People like Duale have done it. The president himself has done it. And all this hype has created all these expectations that then make people, take these pot shots at Jubilee that you showed us that you are this high, but your performance is even below par. So no surprises. And one of the things you have just said there, I hope maybe it's a hoax. It's very serious.
What is that?
Polling centers closing. What did you get that right?
Yeah, the National News Alert says protesters ban ballot papers being delivered to Kwanza tallying center in Trans Nzoia, objecting to closure of polling centers before scheduled.
I mean, 11:44. Yeah, you're closing polling centers when they should be open until 5 in the evening. Maybe then what the first comment you read is not cheeky but factual. Elimination. Maybe it's not cheeky, but whoever wrote that is looking at those kind of
question. Who is eliminating who?
Exactly. So it's a successful. If you close, if maybe your strongholds are voted and you are able to influence for some polling centers to be closed in some other person's strongholds, you have carried out a very successful elimination.
One of the dangers to what has been going on, on both sides, NASA or Jubilee, is persuading a lot of people that it is not worth coming out to go and vote on August the 8th. I mean, that one is, that's the sort of message that's being passed to a lot of people. If it can be this messy, at the nomination level, why should I go and do this in the big one? Which means that the candidates, whoever the presidential candidates are for the big one, have a lot of work to do in persuading people that it's still worth it. They need to go back to the drawing board because I don't think they have done a good job of drawing. They need to wake up people and assure people that the sort of things we are seeing at the primaries will not be repeated in the real election. Of course, at that time, we have a different scenario that the security machinery, although we see security machinery are there,
right.
But in that time, they will be in bigger force than there. But still, people need to be assured that they'll be safe if they go and vote. And that if they wake up at 4 o'clock, they will not start voting at 1 o'clock. Right. These are assurances that need to be done. And maybe to be cheeky, maybe you should ask Matiang'i to run the election.
You think it might be more efficient?
Well, he gave that impression of delivering on the examinations, and the exams are more than this. So anyways, that's being cheeky a little bit. But they can take a lesson. How was it done? Because there are no complaints that it was done bad. It was done well, the exam. So can you learn something from that? And then do the same thing for the election. And then there should be no these funny things we are hearing.
Joseph Semeka.
I think what I'm drawing just out of this, what I can infer out of this, what I read out of this, is Jubilee now is reaping the fruits of dictatorship. And what I mean is that things have been planned at the top, and everyone, in fact, beginning with how to join the party. You want to join this party? Dissolve your party, join, and we are all one. You are either with us or against us. Everything is planned at the top and shoved down the throats of everyone else. For people who want to be members of Jubilee, that you must accept. And unlike examination, well, even examinations actually need consultations. But political processes need even much more consultations because they are so sensitive, they are so delicate, they can very easily spark suspicion, which can then spark tensions and even violence, as you've said, people burning ballot papers and so on. So they are reaping the fruits of being dictatorial in their approach and failing to carry these things through public participation. I mean, I know Cecily Mbarire, a friend of mine for a long time. I know she's balanced, reasonable. I don't see why she would be going to storm a polling station other than if she's frustrated by something that she was not part of. A process that she probably feels completely alienated her. She was told, shut up and trust. And come the D-Day, it is not delivering according to the high expectations. So she loses her cool and goes to that kind of thing. Those are the fruits of dictatorship, pushing things from the top that everyone must accept the way it has been decided at the top.
There's starting to be some disquiet among Jubilee supporters from different parts of the country, Uasin Gishu County, Laikipia County as well. We're working to confirm all of that information, but there's at least reports of at least one road closed, the Eldoret Kapsabet Road, and because people are upset about this process either not beginning on time or delays or just not taking off at all. Once we get video, once we get pictures, we'll bring that to your attention. That's what's happening in different parts of the country. In many, many places, the exercise has either not begun at all or there were delays before it began. There's been disagreements about whether or not the party registers will be used, or in one case, at least in Nakuru County, where they were using an IBC register from 2013. I want to take you live now to Kericho County. We'll get to NTV's Oko Okusa in a moment to get a sense of what's happening in Kericho. This is one of the areas where we had reports earlier that there were delays as well, which has been, like the word I've said all morning. The word for the Jubilee primaries is delay, 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 delay. There have been in many parts of the country ballot boxes not arriving on time. In one case in Kajiado County, an aspirant apparently blocked a vehicle in Ololeza, and so in many parts of Kajiado County, nothing has happened yet because the voting materials just didn't get there. This is the vehicle that was transporting ballot materials. There are 20 counties, 21 I should say, that are hosting these Jubilee primaries today. Nairobi was supposed to be part of them, but Nairobi was moved to Monday to allow Muslims in the city to worship, and then Nairobi will hold its Jubilee primaries on Monday. Live now to Kericho County, NTV's Oko Okusa is there. Oko, what is happening?
Because what I'll do, I'll introduce here.
All right, Oko is just preparing. In fact, you can go straight ahead, Oko, and introduce and go straight to your story. Why not? Let's do this.
Oh, you can zoom. Okay. You can frame me. Okay. We are really.
All right, so let me explain to you, by the way, because we took this on the air, so let me explain to you. Oko is a one-man reporting machine. He shoots his own video and reports, and is one of the few multi-talented people we have on our team who's used to doing everything, shooting, editing, reporting, and being just outstanding in all of those things. And he's out there in Kericho trying to, because he's always on both sides of the camera. He knows what to do. Once he's set up, we'll go back to him and get a sense of what's happening there. But like I mentioned, we're working to confirm details about some disquiet and unease in parts of Laikipia County, also in Uasin Gishu County, where there have been delays, the places where polling stations where nothing has happened as yet, either because ballot papers were not delivered or there's just been no activity at all. And we're waiting for the next press conference. It should be about in an hour now, from Raphael Tuju, the Secretary General of Jubilee Party, who said in the last briefing, which was about an hour and a half ago, that so far there have been no cancellations, no postponements in any of these primaries all around the country. And those announcements can only come from him. Here at the party headquarters in Nairobi, and returning officers, aspirants cannot agree to do so. There are reports circulating on social media about which aspirants have agreed that this exercise will not take place today unless it is confirmed by Jubilee headquarters. Treat that as rumors, I should say, because Jubilee Party headquarters here in Nairobi saying unless they announce it, it's not happening. Okay, Oko Okusa is now ready. Let's go to him. Oko, what's happening?
Yes, what is happening is that we are here at Kericho, that is Kericho County, and so far what is happening is that voting is yet to take off in most of the polling stations here. Actually, out of the 6 constituencies, 4, according to some unconfirmed reports we are getting now, is that the exercise has actually been called off due to lack of ballot materials. the problem here actually is that most of the polling stations are receiving less ballot materials, and that has caused a lot of tension among the voters. With me are some of the aspirants, and maybe to put this into perspective, we'll have a little chat with them just to get to know what is actually happening on the ground. Let me start by this gentleman here who is vying for the member of County Assembly. Which one is this, sir?
I'm Ta Sydney, aspirant Kapkugerwet ward, and we have waited for long our nominations, Jubilee Party. Surprisingly, today our party members have got disappointments, especially on the opening of polling stations, the time of opening polling stations, and at the same time, a lack of sufficient materials. Today, as we were preparing to cast our votes, our members and our supporters as well did not agree on the continuity of voting process. And in some places, several places here in Kericho, especially even our ward, most of the people, most of our supporters and also party members disrupt all the polling stations. And we told them to keep calm, and also the party officials to listen on their views. And finally, a number of presiding officers agreed with their position of not continuing with the process. And today, we are only asking our party secretariat to at least postpone the election process in our county, since there have been a lot of mess. Earlier, before, as we were campaigning, a number of aspirants were telling us they were not even campaigning. They were telling us we already have the certificates in our pockets, and that was our worry as well. And that is what annoys our supporters and also Jubilee members here in Kericho.
Let's hear from the lady too. Madam, just tell us briefly, what are some of the anomalies you have experienced so far?
Okay, my name is Joyce Chemngetich. I'm an aspirant in Kapkugerwet.
All right, we appear to have some problem with that video from Kericho, not the audio so much. We'll try and get it back up and speak to Oko Kusa. What we understand from Kericho County, by the way, is that, again, voting has not begun, and he was just speaking to some of the aspirants who are now asking for the party leadership to, again, postpone the exercise. This has become the swan song all around the country right now. In most counties, the process has not begun, or when in the few places where it did begin, there were delays. I don't know, Professor Munene, what you're going to say about this.
Well, it's, I was going to say a disaster.
Then you just said it.
Then, and it comes close to a disaster if it is not a disaster. Because by this time, maybe we should be analyzing the trend of the voting.
Right. Not whether the voting has started or not.
Yeah, we should not be doing that. It's midday. We should be saying, how are they turning out?
Okay,
like
hold that thought, because Oko Kusa's signal is back up. Let's jump back into Kericho.
Are disappointed. All the polling station, there are irregularities. I mean, we paid money to Jubilee, so we are begging and asking them to do something. Let them correct this mistake, or else the people of Kericho, they might even decide to go to another party. So we are asking Ruta, do something, please. Yeah.
Thank you, thank you, madam. Let's hear from the aspirant from, you said constituency, yeah? Parliamentary, Anamoi. Yes. Just tell us briefly, how, when you talk of insufficient ballot materials, what numbers? For instance, give us the example here.
Okay, in some of the stations that we witnessed, we've had some of the agents that we deployed, and the information they are giving us is that out of 1,400 registered voters, the number of ballot papers that were deployed is only 300. So we are asking, why would you call it an election when you have denied so many people? These people turned out in large numbers earlier on in the morning because they were dedicated to attend to other duties. They are very calm, and we expect the party to give us the proper platform to select our leaders who are going to steer this county to great prosperity. But if we start on such a premise, we are not going anywhere as a country, and we want to condemn in total act that we do not agree to this. As a parliamentary aspirant in Ainamoi, I've had a chance to go through some of the polling stations. While some of the stations have been called off, there are some who are going on with the process, not that they have adequate materials. In some areas of Kapsoit, we have people who have been given almost less than 50% of the voting materials, and they've decided to go ahead with that. But what happens to the rest of the team? Are you saying that we only give this chance to a few people to decide the destiny of our country, especially this our constituency? We do not agree to that.
Just a while ago, actually, you were here when somebody came with some ballot papers he claimed had already been marked. Have you experienced that also in this process?
Okay, as I came here, I found some of the gentlemen who came here with those materials, and I think there's some who are here. I was not in this part of where we have a tallying center, and we have some of the materials, as you can see there, and which we are yet to verify where they came from. And if that is the case, we do not agree to this as aspirants. We want to give our people the chance to select our leaders so that we can move our country forward. So as my request to the party is that we come together and give a clear account of what is happening in Kericho and give us a clear direction on what the process is heading.
Have you made any formal complaint to the party headquarters?
As aspirants, we are here to meet at around 1 p.m. to give a clear direction as collective, 1 a.m. to give a clear direction on what is the next course of action that we are taking as a group.
Okay.
Yes, that's my view.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Larry, as you have heard, the problem here mostly is about inadequate ballot papers being distributed to some of the polling stations. That has caused a stalemate. And in fact, as you have heard from the aspirants, they are now calling that this exercise be abandoned altogether and another day be set for the primaries.
So that is just one of the places in Kericho County. Oko, I wonder if, I know you just arrived in Kericho County, but is that represented in many other polling centers, or are there places in Kericho County where voting is taking place?
Yes, as I told you earlier when we began this live broadcast, is that we have received unconfirmed reports that out of the 6 constituencies, 4 have already called off the exercise in those regions, citing those anomalies we have just talked about: inadequate ballot materials and delay in distribution of the ballot materials altogether. And as I've been given some few names here, that is in Belgut. We are told that in Belgut, the officials there have been forced to call off the exercise. We are yet to confirm that, though. Another place is Soin Sigowet. That's another constituency.
Okay, I want to jump in here for a moment. We'll come back to Oko Kusa in just a moment. Only 4 constituencies are carrying out. 4 constituencies have actually cancelled in Kericho County. We want to move to a county that's not too far from Kericho, Uasin Gishu County. We've got some live video there. I believe it is Jamila Mohammed standing by. Let's speak to Jamila. And we see that Governor Jackson Mandago of Uasin Gishu County, who's just arriving at this area, which is his stronghold, and all his supporters are waiting to hear from him. A short while ago, maybe in the last hour or so, we saw Buzeki, his opponent, speaking to his supporters. And now Governor Jackson Mandago just getting a mic to him, and then he'll begin to address his supporters as well. They seem to have agreed among themselves as the aspirants that the nomination exercise will not take place today, but we need to hear from him, and in a moment he'll do just that. What has happened is that in many areas of Uasin Gishu County, there were delays, there were insufficient ballot papers, or there's been no activity at all. The people are a little unhappy, and they've been expressing their unhappiness in different ways. We've got video we'll bring to your attention in just a moment, but right now we're waiting to hear from Governor Jackson Mandago, who's facing a very strong opposition from Kiprotich Bundotich. That is the man they call Buzeki, who is a self-styled Sonko of Uasin Gishu County. He did address his supporters and told them, leave it to me, I will speak to the party and I will feed back to you about what happens regarding this nomination exercise. And now, Governor Jackson Mandago is about to do the same, speaking to his supporters and perhaps giving the way forward. We understand that the aspirants in this county have been speaking among themselves and kind of informally agreeing that they will not allow the nominations to take place today, but anything that they say will have to be fed back to the party, and the party will make the final announcement. Even though it's just 3 minutes after midday right now, nothing has happened. Let's listen in to Governor Mandago and his supporters. We've lost the signal from Eldoret. We'll come back to it in a moment. We're awaiting Governor Jackson Mandago to address his supporters. And it's fascinating to watch the kind of pull politicians have over the supporters. Maybe in the last hour or so, we watched Buzeki address his supporters. And now Governor Mandago is about to do the same. And he got them to sit down in the middle of the street. That's unbelievable.
That's a lot of power that Buzeki shows that he has. Because that ability to just look at people and do this, and they all agree.
And now Governor Mandago has done the same. Now they're singing, the calm.
That's a lot of power. It shows that each of them has a lot of authority, not statutory power.
Yes.
That believability, people just adore them. They listen to them. They believe that they cannot mislead them. So when they say, they agree, and then wait to be told.
Yes.
There is no that element of saying, no, we know better. No. That is a lot of authority vested by the people in these two people. And you can see, that's what, I guess that's one of the reasons that the competition in Eldoret is so tense.
It's going to be very tough.
Very tough. And how they maneuver it, such that whoever loses agrees. The good thing, I think, from the report we had here is that they are talking to each other.
Yes.
That's a very positive thing.
Yes.
That the competitors are talking to each other on what direction they think things should go.
Okay.
I like that, because whenever the green lights are given to go ahead, they'll be ready for the outcome.
Okay.
It's an indication that they'll go along with the outcome. Yeah.
What do you make of this?
Yeah, well, same thing. You know, politics is also beyond what Prof is saying. Is also about aggregation and articulation of interests. Even when people see in you an embodiment of articulation of their interests, whatever that is, never mind whether they get it right or wrong. Even if they just believe that by our son being there, by our daughter being there, our interests are taken care of.
Right.
They invest so much in it, emotionally, psychologically, in every way. They invest so much. They could kill for it. And of course it's happened before that people kill for it. And even when they are now asked when they're sober, like, what really were you killing for? They cannot even explain. So it's about that, those feelings of aggregation and articulation of interests. And anything else will threaten their interests. If they allow space for anything else to take part of that space, then their interests will be threatened. That's why they are willing to come out in these numbers to demonstrate support in whoever they feel that will best protect their interests. In fact, send messages to the other camp. Both also are competing in sending messages to each other that, look, we are a force to reckon with. We cannot give you any space. We have already won this nomination. Whether it's today, as Buzeki was saying, whether it's today, tomorrow, or any other day, you better believe we are the ones who have won. So that happens a lot in politics, and it makes people follow politicians a lot when they believe they're taking care of their interests.
All right, we want to take you now to one of the only few counties where two women are among the front runners to take over the governor's position. It is in the county of Kirinyaga, and that's where NTV's Ken Mureithi is standing by. Ken, what's the latest?
Larry, voting is yet to start here in Kirinyaga County, and there is now constituency or polling station that has been supplied with the voting material. It is an exercise that has been going on since morning, and we do expect that maybe in the next couple of minutes people will start voting. But I'm here with one of the governor aspirants on a Jubilee ticket who has come from 20 kilometers away just to make sure what was going on in this constituency, that is Gishogo. And we want to get her view on what she thinks of this process so far, and does she think whether it should be postponed, because according to my watch, it's already 12:13. Should it be postponed and all this? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Why did you come all the way to this place, and your constituency or your voting polling station is 20 kilometers away?
We were supposed to have started voting early morning by about 6, according to the Jubilee Party. And up to now, we haven't started voting anywhere in Kirinyaga, and so we were very concerned because we didn't know what was going on. We needed to check, so we split ourselves into teams. I am the one checking the Gishogo because I'm voting in Gishogo, and my counterpart, the deputy governor, is checking Mwea to find out what the problem is. But now, from what we see, is that they have started moving the ballot boxes, The process seems to be fairly well organized, despite the delays. Maybe it was worth the delay. I don't know. But the only thing and to just wait. Most of the ballot boxes have started going to the various polling stations. So, and I'm sure some by now have started arriving. So they will start voting, and maybe we'll probably be finished by 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening.
Do you think that is enough time? Because already there are some people who had come out and they're already feeling worn out. It's already 12. Do you think it is going to be enough time from now to 5 o'clock for them to vote?
I don't think it's enough time, because the time was supposed to be like almost at least 10 hours. Now we have only about 6 before night, but I'm sure they will indulge us because they started late. In the event that there are still people in the queues, we are hoping the Jubilee Party will indulge the constituents and give them a chance so that every person who's on the line is allowed to vote.
What would you think would have been the cause for this starting late as it has? What have you gathered?
From what they tell us, that we had a problem. I'm sure many people have had. We had a problem at night. Apparently, there are some people who had been rejected from being returning officers, and they reported. So Kirinyaga aspirants in the night stormed the headquarters, and they refused that nothing will proceed until that is resolved. And I think it took a couple of hours. They resolved it at about 4 or 5 in the morning. And I think that is what subsequently they need to get replacements of the returning officers, and then now go to the various constituency heads to ensure that they're able to coordinate the operation. So that is really the reason why there was a delay. That's why I'm saying maybe there was a delay. It may be it's unfortunate. We wish it wasn't there, but now that it's there, we make the best of it. We are urging our supporters, again, a lot of patience, peaceful voting, no issues. We had been concerned. We have confirmed that there's nothing going on here. We're very worried because when it takes 4 hours, you're wondering, what are they doing? You know, maybe somebody's doing something, but we've discovered that there's fairly good process that has been going on, and we hope that they will continue the way we are seeing them here, and Kirinyaga will vote, and they will determine the next leaders in this great county of ours.
Larry, just as we said earlier, is that the Jubilee ticket in this county is one of the most sought after, and anybody who is going to have this ticket is just as good as having a step ahead of the others in the August elections. Now, we are keeping an eye on what is happening. We've been to various polling stations, and most of the people are already worn out trying to wait for these ballot papers. And now that we've come here to this one of the tallying centers for this constituency, and we've ascertained that some of these papers, the ballot papers and the ballot boxes, are now being transported, they are now optimistic that this process is going to start, and they also ask that more time is added so that they can get enough time to vote and elect the leaders that they do want. Back to you, Larry.
Before Anne Waiguru leaves, could you just find out from her if she is going to accept the outcome of the election, of the nomination, if she loses? Will she support Governor Ndadi?
I've just been told before I let you go, I have to ask you a question. If you lose the nominations, are you ready to support Governor Ndadi? If he wins, that is.
I think if the process is free and fair and someone loses, we should accept. However, I'm not losing. I think if you've been around the county, you know that I'm the most popular candidate, and I am hopeful that I am winning this election.
So you're ready to support them, and they should also be ready to support you?
Yes. In a free and fair exercise, as we are seeing, it should be, both sides should be willing to support the other one. But as I said, I am winning. I'm the winning candidate in Kirinyaga for the governor's seat. I'm urging all my supporters, don't be tired. Mutekanoge, just queue and let's finish this thing today.
Larry, that is former Devolution Cabinet Secretary Anne Waiguru, who says that if she does lose, where she does not see an opportunity like that, she's going to support the winning candidate.
You're a good man. Thank you so much, Ken Muredi. We'll check back with you in just a moment. And that was a very important admission from her, that if she loses, she would support Governor Ndadi, but she's not losing. She wanted to sneak that in real quick so that that sentence does not end before she's added that caveat.
Yes. But you know, she said it was conditional. That commitment was conditional. She said if she loses in a free and fair process.
Yes.
And my question was, and still is, by midday, going on to close to half past midday, shouldn't she be able to determine whether it's free and fair and pass a judgment and actually tell us, I already can tell that this process is free and fair.
Right.
So therefore, if I lose, unconditionally, I accept and support the winner. Or tell us, it's not free and fair, therefore I will not accept.
You know, the way she says it, it leaves plenty of wiggle room. She can later come back and say, I would have supported the winner, but it was not free and fair, in my estimation, based on what I know.
Well, she can claim that her voters, whoever they are, were not allowed enough time.
Right.
Though she plucked in, say, my voters come out. But in case there are some areas where people are locked out, and then she claims it's her area, then she would have a right to say whether was it real fair and free? So there she left herself enough wiggle room,
yes,
just in case she loses and she's not happy the way she lost. Because there are ways of losing. You can lose and say, okay, I'm not happy about it, but it's expected.
Okay.
I accept. So I think that's what she should be saying. I will accept, even if I've grumblings.
She is learning the ropes of politics very quickly.
Yeah.
We're still watching that live video from Eldoret. We're waiting for Governor Mandago to address his supporters. There's plenty of time between the moment he arrives and then he starts speaking. And listen, it's live TV. We've got all day to cover this. So when he begins speaking, we'll cut right into it. But in the meantime, I want to take you right here, live to Nairobi, where Dennis Okari is standing by at Jubilee headquarters. We're awaiting another press conference from Raphael Tuju, who's the Secretary General. He said he would be addressing us every 2 hours. That has not happened just yet. In the meantime, we're still watching this live video from Eldoret in Uasin Gishu County, where Governor Mandago is taking his sweet time before he speaks on our expensive primetime TV airtime. But it is what it is. He's a politician. He's the governor of that county. He's one of the two people who is likely to be either remain the governor or will be losing to very likely the winner of this nomination exercise. And in one of the other front runners is Kiprotich Bundotich, who they call Buzeki. And now I can take you to Dennis Okari at Jubilee. What do we know? What is the latest from the last time we heard from Raphael Tuju? Dennis?
We are coming live from the Jubilee Party headquarters here in Nairobi, where early this morning there was a press conference by the election board, and there was Andrew Musangi, who's the chairman of the National Elections Board, together with the party secretary general, Raphael Tuju, who are responding to issues that have been raised since morning from the different parts of the country, in actually the 21 counties where the nomination elections are being held today. So far, what you've seen here is we've seen a lot of people trying to stream in to come to the party headquarters to raise queries, to raise questions and issues that they want to raise. Early in the morning, there was the Kiambu Governor William Kabogo, who walked in here. We are actually expecting him to come down any minute now, where he was holding a meeting with the election board, and I spoke to him on what the issues were, and he mentioned that the issue that he has is the fact that in this nomination process, especially for the Kiambu County, they're using the 2013 registers. And so we would want to hear from him exactly what are some of the other issues that he raised with the election board and what he was told. We are also told that there's going to be a press conference any time now. They say 12:30 is the time they'll be having a press conference. So we'll wait to see also what is going to happen. Earlier on in the morning, there was a press conference where a lot of issues that were raised concerning the slow start of the elections in most parts of the counties, the 21 counties where the nominations are being held countrywide today. And to the effect that the election board chairman, together with the secretary, party secretary general Raphael Tuju, was saying that no aspirant should stop voting from going on, because there were concerns that many aspirants across the board were telling their supporters, and they were actually saying that no elections should be held, and they were calling for the postponement of some of these elections due to the slow process. Others alleging that there was rigging, and others also saying that there were other funny things that were going on, returning officers obviously have been told that they should allow voting to go on. That is one of the things that came out in the press conference. Places like Kajiado, where aspirants had raised issues, the party here says that the issue is really not that the ballot boxes or the voting materials have gone late to many of these counties, but it's because aspirants are fidgeting, aspirants are scared, aspirants are trying to look for any signs of rigging and raising these concerns and slowing down the process through that. And one of the other things that was mentioned is that there are 8 choppers on standby. From the party headquarters, they're saying that in the event that in some of the counties there'll be a very, very slow progress of voting, or the voting exercise starting late, perhaps somewhere around midday. There are 8 choppers that are on standby, and they will be sending these 8 choppers with the voting materials to the far-flung places within the country. Also, the board was saying that there's no postponement of any election so far, so the official communication will come from the headquarters. So far, it's low. The only people allowed to come within the compound of the party headquarters is only the media. There are a lot of aspirants who have tried to come in early in the morning. Ferdinand Waitito was trying to make his way coming in. But what we also meant to understand is that from the security standpoint, security officers here, that is the police and private security company that has been deployed, they have been given instructions not to allow any politicians to walk in. Only the media is allowed to come in here. There is security around the compound. There's police. There's a truck full of police officers. The Land Cruisers around here, so they're expecting activities to start. They're expecting activities actually to go high late in the evening and into the night, because this is the place where they are going to be announcing official results trickling in from the different parts of the country. Back to you, Larry.
So it is perhaps a good move from the party to bar supporters from coming in, especially politicians, because they don't want to disrupt the activities at the party headquarters, like happened with the ODM, and we saw the drama with Elizabeth Ongoro. We'll come back to Dennis when that press conference kicks off at Jubilee headquarters in hopefully another 30 minutes or so. They're running slightly behind schedule, and Raphael Tuju, Secretary General of Jubilee, promised that every 2 hours they'd be giving an update. And one of the things they should definitely be speaking to is about Laikipia County, where we understand ballot papers have been burnt in at least 5 different polling stations because they were insufficient, and in some cases they were using a 2013 IBC register. Let's take you live right now to Eldoret in Western Gishu County, where this is going to be addressed by, among others, Governor Jackson Mandago. Listen in.
Jubilee, sisi kama akina mama tulikuwa tumesimama pamoja nanyi, lakini sasa jamani, turekebisheni. Irene Malele.
Haya, watu wasingishu, Mandago oye! Wasingishu oye! Mandago oye! Jina langu ni Ezekiah Kosgei Araba Mjat, mjumbe anayeingia Soi. Siku ya leo nina ujumbe moja. Ndugu yangu Raphael Tuju, bajioni ufunga firago toka Jubilee. Toka Jubilee, wanaume wenye wanaweza kazi, washike kazi. Na tunataka ballot papers fresh zikuje tupige kura by Monday. Ile ingine cancel, hakuna process inaendelea Wasingishu. Mandago oye! Wasingishu oye!
Kwa majina naitwa Helen Chebito Kili Chebachepsain, aspirant MP Keses constituency. Imekuwa ni bahati mbaya, sisi wengine hatujalala, tuko barabarani, wengine wako polling station na wajafaulu kupiga kura. Jamani, watu wa Jubilee ambaye anaongozwa pia na Raphael Tuju, tunakuambia ya kwamba hatujafurahia hiyo kazi. Na tungependa kusema this is a region for Jubilee, and you have disappointed us, and now we are telling you, can you work hard to make sure that all things are in place? Thank you.
Aya Mararen.
Asanteni sana. Arambe! Arambe! Asanteni sana. Leo tumekuja hapa kama aspirant wa Wasingishu County, na mambo ambao tumeona sisi tumekasirika sana. Sisi hatuko hapa kwa furaha. Wale watu wachache ambao wanataka kuharibu Jubilee, sisi tunasema tutawaondoa kwa masaa mawili yajayo. Sisi hatuwezi tukakubali taifa ambalo wananchi wananyanyaswa. Na sisi wacha niwaambieni, if one of us is under attack, all of us are under attack. Sivyo? Tunamwambia yule yeyote ambaye anajaribu kucheza na uchaguzi wa Uasin Gishu ya kwamba sisi kama wana Uasin Gishu hatutakubali. Na tunamwambia tujua kwende nyumbani. Tena tunatuma ujumbe mkali sana. Tunamwambia ofisi yetu ya David President, 2022 sisi watu wa Uasin Gishu tuko tayari kukupitisha twende mbele, kwa sababu tumeona mbele, na mtu ambaye atakupitisha ni Mandago na sisi wengine wote. Safari hii sio safari ya mchezo, na sisi kama Uasin Gishu tunajua kwamba tunafanya hesabu gani ndio tutachukua rais. Sasa wengine wetu tukianza kuondolewa kwa barabara tutafika siku gani? Harambe Bororiani Kigisije betut agenge akebegu betut agenge. Asanteni sana.
Wananchi mjamboni.
Hey! 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 Hey!
Shida ni wewe, labda umesema hapo na unauliza shida. Wewe umekanyaga waya bwana, unasema hapana. Nini wewe? Wewe sawa, hebu shuka tu.
Okay. Haya. Wakaaji wa Eldoret na mjambo. Harambe. Mimi naitwa Excellence Arap Kimi. Mimi ni mmoja mgombeaji wa kiti cha useneta katika Uasin Gishu County. Wananchi wamefanya kazi yao maridadi. Sisi wagombeaji wa viti tumefanya kazi yetu kabambe na tumefuata kila igizo la chama, lakini leo hapa tumekuwa very disappointed. Nataka nimwambie msimamizi wa kule katika ofisi ya Jubilee ambaye yeye ni Tuju, nataka nimwambie kwa Kijaluo, Omera niwe chagigino chema dongo Omera Jokonge tindo wecha gigine chema dogo kabisa. Ya wakohu nyantiki momo oga sujega moji. College oranin tingonget ka kolapata chito na magostoi. Nataka niseme hivi ya kwamba sisi hapa Eldoret tunapenda amani. Na amani yetu hatuwezi kubali ifurugwe. na wale ambao wanaweza kutusikiza vizuri ni kwamba haki ya mwananchi, haki ya wagombeaji wa viti tofauti iweze kutekelezwa kwa siku ya leo. Sisi tumekuwa tayari, tumeweza kwenda kushawishi wale ambao wanatupigia kura, na sisi tumefanya kampeni zetu kwa amani. Leo ya siku ya mwisho isikuwe ya kwamba tumebeba maji kuanzia kilomita mbali mpaka hapa ndio mtungi iweze kumwagika.
And some supporters of Governor Mandago, aspirants in Uasin Gishu County, already calling for the removal of Raphael Tuju as Jubilee's party secretary general because of this exercise is unraveling. There's no other way to put it. There's been too many issues in too many places for it to be considered to have gone on without a hitch. And at least 2 different aspirants, 3 now, have called either for the removal of Raphael Tuju or for him to sort the house and put everything in order. I want to take you right now, though, live to Kiambu County in Wangige. NTV's Brenda Wanga is standing by. Brenda, what's happening where you are?
Thank you, Larry. We're coming to you live from Wangige Primary School in Kabete constituency, Kiambu County, where the Jubilee Party primaries have just kicked off a few minutes after midday. This exercise in this particular polling station and many others within the county got off to a slow start. The problem largely being the delivery of ballot material, ballot paper, ballot boxes. Many of the people you see here have been waiting from at this polling station from as early as 6 a.m. when it was supposed to have opened and the exercise was supposed to have kicked off, but that did not happen. We visited the headquarters where this counting and the place where the voting material is being distributed from, and that center to various constituencies and various polling stations. That notwithstanding, a lot of the people stand up and take part in these primaries have been waiting patiently for this exercise to kick off. In this particular polling station, we were supposed to have at least 3 streams taking care of the number of voters who have been registered to vote here, but as it is right now, we only have 1 center serving the number of people who have come here to vote. This exercise, like I mentioned, they have kicked just a few minutes after midday. It is expected to go on until the last person who wants to vote is allowed to do so. We did hear earlier from the Jubilee Party headquarters, and they will allow this because they know that.
Brenda Wanga at Wangige Primary School, we had a bit of a problem with that signal. You know why? Because it's on a mobile phone. That is mobile broadband signal coming out of Wangige Primary School. We'll link back with Brenda in just a moment once her signal stabilizes. Has it, guys? No, not yet. So let's take you back right now to Eldoret in Uasin Gishu County, where there's aspirants still addressing the supporters about the failed nominations there. We're waiting, and the reason why we're still watching this is because we're waiting for Governor Jackson Mandago to speak. Let's listen in.
We are pursuing all avenues. Tunasikia kwamba kwa runinga Raphael Tuju ana insist ya kwamba nominations zinaendelea. Ballot papers ya watu fulani zinacirculatiwa, zimepatikana, imenotiwa ya Moiben na ya governor. Tafadhali Raphael Tuju, stop the nominations. Thank you. Hey!
Dipping in and out of different signals right now, I want to reconnect with Brenda in Wangige and listen to what exactly is happening there where the nominations just began. Brenda.
Keeps up, they might be able to just serve everyone who will stand up here to cast their votes. Back to you, Larry.
Can hear me, but if she can, we just want to get a sense of what is happening there, and they will tell her what I'm asking her. And people, that constituency where she is where the challenger for the governor's seat, Kabete constituency, is where Ferdinand Wetitu Babayao, which is now his official name, is from. I don't know if he's going to be voting in that particular polling station or from a different one, or indeed if there are any aspirants who've been there and what they're saying. If we could get that through to Brenda, just get a sense of what the latest from Wangige is. All right. As we wait to get back Brenda's signal, there is still a lot that's happening, waiting on that Jubilee Party HQ press conference at the Jubilee House in Nairobi, where we're seeing different aspirants starting to make pronouncements about the primaries and calling it off in many places. And there's been drama all around the country. In Laikipia County, in at least 5 different polling stations, the ballot papers were burnt because they were insufficient, so not enough to account for all the registered voters in those polling stations, but also because in some of those places they were using the IBC register from 2013. I just want to tell you some of the names that we're talking about here in polling stations. So if you're from Laikipia County, they will be familiar for you. I've got at least 3 different polling stations. Mugumo Primary School, Nyaregeno Primary School, and Laikipia and Kanyoni Polling Center. Those are all in Laikipia East constituency. And these are just 3 of the 5 different places where ballot papers have been burnt, and the voters there have refused to go into that exercise because there were not enough ballot papers for all the registered voters that are available, registered Jubilee members in those places. And the reason why that has happened, as Raphael Tuju explained, is because they had sent ballot papers based on their turnout projections from the last general election, and aspirants are not very happy with this. Many voters are not happy with this, but it gives you a snapshot of what's happening around the country. We'll dip back into Eldoret once Governor Mandago speaks. Right now, different aspirants are addressing people. It's kind of back and forth because you've got a big crowd there and they have not voted. For the aspirants, gentlemen, this is your last chance to kind of make your name known and maybe make a small pitch, because when the voting begins, maybe they hadn't known you, but now they're all gathered here. You might as well say something, right?
I think Mandago has provided the people he supports opportunity to campaign the last minute and be seen in a way they would not have been seen before. Because all those people who are calling for Tuju to get out of the way are aspirants for something, that and that. So to have such a huge crowd in front of you and be heard is a positive thing.
So it's a good thing for them that it has not begun, so that if maybe you didn't think you'd done enough work, this is one last chance.
There's a good chance. And they are taking the opportunity with relish.
And because they know right now Raphael Tuju is kind of a villain among those people, if you criticize him, even better.
Absolutely. And the other thing they're doing, which I sense they're doing, you know, you notice that a lot of them are saying that the exercise should be called off.
Yes.
The other thing I think they're doing is that they are building enough pressure to reach such a crescendo that their demands cannot be ignored. Because to assemble that kind of crowd with all those aspirants, with all those different voices, but they're speaking the same language, insisting that the exercise be called off and Tuju leave the scene, and some other person come on to manage this. I think they're sending a signal. It looks very well choreographed, that let's send a signal that the person who wants to eliminate us out of this race is either Raphael Tuju, or Raphael Tuju is being used by that person to eliminate us out of this race. You heard some of them say, you know, one very sticky thing Jubilee has is this thing of 2022.
Yes.
Right from these nominations, the so-called 2022 succession is tied to almost anything and everything Jubilee does. That you do anything in Jubilee is interpreted in the context of 2022.
Right.
You are doing this today not because of the elections on the 8th of August.
How does it play into 2022?
2022. So now there's a competition there that, you know what, Deputy President, you want to be president in 2022? The person who will help you in Uasin Gishu County is Mandago.
Right.
The other side, of course, also sending the same message that, you know, you don't ignore us. It's been said, it's been alleged a lot in the media that Buzeki is Ruto's person.
Yes.
But Mandago, I think, is pulling out his forces to show that, look, you can't ignore me.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's go back to Eldoret and listen to this impromptu rally, it should be called, where Mandago is shortly to address his supporters, but meanwhile some aspirants are taking the opportunity to also speak to them.
Na huyu Mandago akawaambia mapema, na Kaitera akasema, tukawaambia unaweza kuwa na ofisi, lakini unaweza kuwa na wakora kwa hiyo ofisi. Hii tabu tuko naye ni wafanyakazi wa Jubilee na wafanyakazi wa ofisi ya wadosi. Unaweza pata hata wadosi sasa wako na stress kama sisi, kwa sababu ya watu yenye wajipatii jukumu kufanya kazi yao ile walipewa. Kazi yao ni kupanga uhalifu, kazi yao ni kupanga upusi, kazi yao ni kufikiria kuumiza wengine. Mimi nataka niseme wazi, atubanduki, aturudi nyuma, atuami, tuko Uasin Gishu, tunataka tuwaeleze. Nyinyi wa jamaa, nyinyi mmepatia president na deputy president kazi ngumu. hata sisi tutawapatia kazi ngumu mpaka mtatoka kwa hiyo maofisi. Ni lazima mtoke kwa hiyo maofisi. Ya pili, watu wa Uasin Gishu, mimi nataka niwaombe kwa heshima sana. Unajua dunia mzima Kenya hii inaangalia Uasin Gishu kwa sababu wanajuanga ati sisi ni watu wa balaa. Mimi nataka niwahakikishie watu wote wako Uasin Gishu hii, amani iko ya kutosha. Shida tuko naye ni maneno ya ballot boxes peke yake, hakuna shida ya ukabila, hakuna shida hiyo ingine. Tunataka tuseme ukweli. Kwa sababu maneno ya siasa tulifunga juzi. Na wale wa jamaa walitumia kusema huyu ni kabila hii, ule ni kabila hii, hiyo ni mambo yako. Kila mtu wako na uhuru ya kutetea mtu wake. Mimi nimesimama imara na Mandago kwa sababu ya wale wahalifu, wale wanafiki, wale wanafikiria watatupanga. Tunataka tuambie hawa wananchi ndio wenye nguvu na sisi raundi ndio tutawapanga nyinyi. Hamwezi tupanga. Ama mnasemaje wananchi? Ama mnasemaje wananchi? Kwa sababu hii ballot boxes imeleta shida kati ya Mjaluo, Mkisii, Kikuyu, Mkale, kila mtu wako na hiyo shida. Na mimi nataka niseme wazi ya kwamba Uasin Gishu hii hatuwezi piga kura ya kulazimishwa. Kwa sababu hata hii kufika 50%, hamwezi kutuletea 20%, 15% kwingine 30%, alafu mseme tupige kura. Hii haiwezekani. Tunataka tupige kura kulingana na orodha ile ya 2017. Mtuletee listi ya juzi. Ilikuwa kuna maana gani tusukuke Kenya hii, tusukuke Uasin Gishu, tusukuke Nandi, watu wakate kura? Kulikuwa na maana gani tufanye campaign, alafu unatuletea ile vitu ya 2013 na hata makaratasi yenyewe haitoshi la 2013. Wananchi mnasemaje jameni? Mnasemaje? Mmekataa? Mmekataa? Na mimi nataka nionye kuna viongozi wengine. Wakati sisi tunasimama na wananchi kusema ukweli, wanatuchochea. Niliona jana Kipchumba Murkomen anasema ati Sudi na Mandago wanapiga deputy president. Sisi tunajengana na deputy president. Makaratasi ni ya deputy president. Makaratasi ni ya mwananchi. Na sisi tulisema wazi kutoka kule Ziwa. Sisi tunajua wenye tunapigana na wao. Na hata DP mwenyewe tumemwambia yeye. So hatutaki utugonganishe. Kama wewe ni broker, wewe endelea na ubroker yako na kazi yako, lakini Uasin Gishu hii uache. Ama mnasemaje? Kwani Jubilee ni ya nani? Jubilee ni ya deputy president na president. Alafu kuja hapa chini ni Amanda kwa Sudi na mwananchi. Alafu wa mabroka watu waache. Na tumesema na nataka niambie Kipchumba Murkomen na hiyo kimbele yako. Wewe au tufikia hata kwa siasa, tutakulima my friend. Tutakulima. Wacha kila siku tukisema kitu unatujibu. Wewe ni nani kwanza? Wewe ni you are just a senator like me here. Na mtu mwingine pale. Hii kimbele muache ndugu yangu. Ni lazima mwananchi apige kura. Kwa sababu kitu tunataka ni amani, uhaki na usawa. Si ndio? Kwa sababu hiyo ballot boxes imefunguliwa. Nani alifungua? Ilitoka wapi? Ilifunguliwa wapi? Na shortage ilitoka wapi? Hiyo ndio tunauliza tu. Hatuna maneno mengine. Ama namna gani wananchi? Ama mnasemaje? Na hatutaki watu watugonganishe Uasin Gishu hii. Mimi nilitangaza juzi pale Paradise. Nikasema especially mimi mwenyewe nimebeba Wakikuyu wengi sana. Na nikaambia huyu Mandago tushindane na huyu Buzeki. Tukimshinda wewe ndugu yangu nichungie watu yangu. Kwa sababu ndugu yangu hii watu wote ni watu wetu sisi zote. Lazima tukae kwa pamoja. Na tusidanganyane kusema tuko pamoja mchana na usiku hatuko pamoja. Ni lazima tuwe pamoja kwa ukweli. Kwa sababu tulisema 2013 tunapigia Uhuru Kenyatta, 2017 tunapigia Uhuru Kenyatta, 2022 tunapigia William Ruto. Lazima iwe ni kusema ya ukweli. Ama mnasemaje? Wananchi tunaelewana? Mnapenda amani? Tuko pamoja. Huyu Mandago ameosha taoni. Na hatuwezi kukubali wanabiashara waizi. Hatuwezi kukubali wakora. Hatuwezi kukubali wenye wametupangia. Hatuwezi kukubali. Tunataka tuambie hawa wazi. Hatuwezi kukubali mtu kuja kwa mwezi 3 na kutuambia anataka kiti kwa lazima. Alafu anatugonganisha, anaenda anaambia Wakikuyu ati unajua bibi yangu ni Mkikuyu. Alafu nini? Mimi nataka niambie Wakikuyu wako hapa. Sisi tulishikana na nyinyi moja kwa moja. Mimi mwenyewe ninafanya kazi ya Mkikuyu, ya Mjaluo, ya kila mtu. Mtu asituletee ukabila. Wewe sema sera zako. Kama wewe umeoa bibi yako, hiyo ni bibi yako unafunikana naye kwa blanketi. Haihusikani na mwananchi. Hiyo ni kitu nataka tuseme wazi. Hiyo ni kitu nataka tuseme wazi. Nani amekuambia wakale wajao wa Kikuyu wengine? Ama nani amekuambia hata Sudi ana girlfriend Mkikuyu? Wewe usituletee mambo yako bwana, hatutaki hiyo mambo hiyo, hatutaki hiyo maneno. Hatutaki hiyo maneno. Harambee! Harambee! Mnasemaje? Hebu nionyeshe kwa mkono kama mnataka amani. Mimi nataka watu wa amani, 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 watu wa amani. Ya mwisho. Mimi nataka niombe rais wetu. Jameni, wewe na deputy president, suluhisha hii tabu. Imeshinda hao wakora wenu wako kwa ofisi. Imeshinda hao waizi wenu wako kwa ofisi. Nyinyi mkae chini ndugu yangu, msuluhishe hii tabu, tupige hii kura kabla ya Jumatatu na tuende sambamba tupigane na wale jamaa NASA. Mimi nimemalizia hapo, asante sana.
Harambee! Harambee! Mimi ndio Barchilei, mbunge wa Soi. Kwa hivyo ninasema ya kwamba hakuna uchaguzi ambayo imefanyika Uasin Gishu. Kwa hivyo ninamwambia Tuju ya kwamba na ofisi ya Jubilee ya kwamba itafute siku mzuri ambapo tutafanya uchaguzi. Asanteni sana, sisi ni watu wa amani. Asante sana. Harambee!
Program ni yangu, nyinyi mnyamaza sasa. Wewe nyamazeni, relax. Nani huyo? Nani alikuwa ni Vivatel? Wajana na hiyo. Mimi nataka hivi. Nasikizeni. Nataka msikize. Ngoja. Harambee! Harambee! Mtu yote amekuja hapa jameni. Mimi nataka tuelewane. Mtu yote amekuja hapa, ako hapa. Muache kelele. Sasa nataka nipatie Wanaina aseme moja. Ama maana gani? Wacha nipatie huyu mzee aseme moja.
Harambee! Mandago wapi? Mandago wapi? Leo hii hatuko hapa sababu ya Busek au Mandago au nani. Tuko hapa sababu ya amani ya kaunti hii ya Tuko pamoja. Tunataka kuomba ofisi ya rais na deputy president waangalie hii maneno mpaka Monday. Wasipoangalia hii maneno hapa haitakuwa.
We have so much to bring to your attention. We'll bring it all to your attention in the hours ahead. Right now, what is happening is that Jubilee primaries in many counties around the country have either not kicked off or kicked off late or were cancelled, even though not officially, because we're waiting for word from the Jubilee Party headquarters here in Nairobi. We've got people in every corner of the country, in the 21 counties where these nominations are taking place, and we'll bring them all up in the next hour and begin this all over again. This is Decision 2017, with 108 days to go to the general election. I'm Larry Mado. We'll be back in just a moment. I'm Larry Meadow. We're live at Nation Center with the 8th hour of Decision 2017, our coverage of the Jubilee primaries in 21 counties, 108 days to go to the general election. So far, it's been messy, it's been delayed, and it's been disappointing for a lot of the Jubilee supporters across the country. We've been speaking to aspirants, to governors, to sitting MPs, and all of them across the board disappointed with how the process has so far taken place. And we've got reporters all around the country live in different places and different hotspots. We'll be speaking to them all right now. We've got NTV's Oko Kusa in Kericho. We've got NTV's Ken Mureithi in Kirinyaga for us, and also in Kiambu, Dan Mule, and lots of other colleagues all around the country. Let's start with these gentlemen that we have with me. Oko Kusa in Kericho, we spoke to you a short while ago. There was not much happening. Has that changed? What is the latest from where you are?
Larry, what is happening now is that the exercise has been sort of called off in most of the constituencies here. Here where we are is Kericho T Boys High School, the venue for the tallying, the final tallying. And there's supposed to be some press conference to be addressed here by aspirants. It is expected that one of the reasons the press conference is supposed to be held is the aspirants want to call the party headquarters to cancel the whole process due to the anomalies that have been witnessed. Earlier on, I was at Kericho Day School where they were doing the distribution of ballot materials, and we have witnessed a lot of officials returning there with ballot materials. Some boxes have been broken after they were attacked at various polling stations when voters realized that they had brought few ballot papers. And we have actually witnessed a lot of them returning to the distribution center with the ballot boxes, meaning that this process has sort of been cancelled in a lot of polling stations around here, Larry.
That is just one of the many places we're hearing that about the aspirants calling for the entire nomination exercise to be called off, and that is because ballot papers did not arrive on time and many other delays. It's a logistical nightmare, as the Secretary General of Jubilee described it. I want to take you now. Let me just go to Oko Kusa one more time, and I wonder if these aspirants who intend to ask the party to call off the exercise or postpone it, are they from different, the people who are competitors, some running for the same Senate seat, some running for the same MP seat? Have them all agreed that they're coming together to call on the party to postpone it? Is that the situation on the ground?
That is what we are yet to find out, because the reports we got is that they have called for a press conference here. We don't know exactly who they are, whether they are the entire aspirants who are vying for different positions here. But the report we got is that aspirants want to meet here in a short while to decide on the way forward. Among the anomalies, Larry, which I didn't mention, is that some of the ballot papers we witnessed at the Kericho Day School have already been marked. They have marks on them, and that has actually caused a lot of heat. And actually that is more of the reason why these people want this exercise to be called off, because some of the ballot papers have already been marked in favor of some of the aspirants. Larry.
Something that the aspirants are upset about. I want to take you to Kirinyaga, where NTV's Ken Mureithi is. I understand, Ken, that Governor Ndathi is where you are and is about to speak.
To talk? Well, we are here at Rukenya Primary School, where they're just expected to start this exercise on voting, and the governor of this county of Kirinyaga has just walked in, and he is expected to be the first person to take his democratic right and vote. Now, I'll just tell you, there have been restless voters who have been here since morning expecting this exercise to kick off, and they are happy that the ballot boxes are here, only waiting for a few minutes before the returning officers and the clerks who are here to kickstart this process. And I'm joined here by the Governor Ndathi. How are you, sir?
I am fine.
Now, it has been since morning and this exercise has not started. Do you read any malice into it, or you're already happy that it is happening?
I think personally, I don't read any malice. But I think from the onset, the people who are responsible for preparing for this particular election, I think they have let the Jubilee party down. Because we have previously received assurances that everything is in shape. The elections shall start at 6 as promised. And like you are saying, our people are very restless. The elderly people are already hungry. They are tired. They can't withstand the heat outside here. But they are still taking courage, and we are encouraging them not to leave. So one of the key challenges we have is that materials arrived in Kirinyaga yesterday. And the constituency returning officers who are supposed to oversee these particular elections were physically ejected out of the office yesterday. And the new returning officers for constituencies were brought from Nairobi. And we don't understand why those particular changes were done the last minute.
You've used the word ejected. Who ejected them?
One, we have one of the aspirants, the women led aspirants, plus the husband. They were camping with some goons at Kirowea St. Joseph's Primary School, where they caused havoc. And whereas materials were supposed to be transported at night, much as we had adequate security people, they caused a commotion. And they were demanding that those constituents, the returning officers, must be removed. So there was that commotion. So the security people advised that these ballot papers could not leave at night with that kind of environment. And I also want to believe that the presiding officers, the clerks, I think we are not even recruited enough people to oversee this particular election. There were promises that were made that in the counties like Kirinyaga, we shall use all the registered polling stations as per the book. So they were known by numbers. They knew the strips that they were going to have in every polling station. So they knew the number of presiding officers that they ought to recruit. They knew the number of clerks that they are supposed to recruit. They are supposed to have trained them. I don't even imagine that the clerks who are supposed to undertake this exercise got any elementary training on what they are supposed to do at the polling station. So I'm saying these are logistical challenges that could have been avoided, but they are with us. And since instructions have been given that we must continue with the elections, so be it, we shall continue with it. But our prayer is, I'm standing here as a candidate. I was supposed to vote at 6. It's already past 1. I have not voted. So I have lost more than 6 hours. So our prayer and our hope is that the lost period shall be compensated and right. But on the assumption that the polling stations where the polling is taking place, we shall have enough lighting for all of them. Because I don't believe that the team that is presiding over these elections are prepared enough with the ramps to undertake this exercise at night. And if they have done it, very good. And maybe they have time to recorrect between now and 5.
Now, at this particular polling station, there is no light. We have not seen the provision of lamps. What do you think is going to happen? Should it get to a certain point, stop, then people vote later, or what is the way forward?
That is our fear now, that some of these facilities, because most of the institutions we are using for these elections, most of them are primary schools and our secondary schools. At least for the secondary schools, there is enough lighting. But for the primary schools, most of them, I doubt whether they have this facility. So I really don't know, because like a good Christian, we always taught in the nursery school that darkness belongs to Satan. So it's not known, it's not very clear what might happen at night with this kind of an election. We are not too sure. And you see, at the end of the day, we had been promised, and it's our prayer, that the elections ought to have been free and fair. So in an environment like this one, if Daddy was to lose this kind of an election, why should I consent to that kind of a loss? It's not possible.
You do believe that the outcome of this election is not going to be free and fair at all?
I'm saying, if we are saying that this election starts at 1, and by 5 we are told to pack, then this election will not be free and fair.
labda kwa mtazamo wako nikuuliza kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. Unaposema haitakuwa huru na haki, kumaanisha kwa mapendekezo yako ni kwamba iweze kuahirishwa?
Asubuhi kama saa 4 mimi mwenyewe kupitia runinga zingine nilikuwa nimemwomba mheshimiwa Rafael Otuju kama kwa fikira zake, na mimi ukiniuliza kwa fikira zangu, mimi ninaona hatukuwa tumejiandaa ya kutosha kufanya huu uchaguzi katika kaunti ya Kirinyaga siku ya leo. Nilikuwa nimetoa maoni yangu na nilikuwa nimesema kama hawako tayari siku ya leo, hii si mwisho ya dunia. Huu uchaguzi ukiahirishwa tufanye hata kama ni Jumatatu, ndio wale maofisa ambao wameletwa wapya kuhusika na huu uchaguzi wawe nafasi murwa ya kuandaa huu uchaguzi. Ndio kila mtu alifike ya kwamba kama nilipita kwa haki, kama nilianguka kwa haki. Lakini kama nafasi yangu ya masaa sipewi, basi huyo hapo sio uchaguzi wa uhuru na haki.
Now, Larry, as you've heard, it has been happening, and the governor is already saying that it is a process that is not clear, and he insists that if the time is not added up to from 5, it might become a problem that his people and his supporters might not get the chance to vote. Now, and back to you, Larry, we'll bring you big pictures as soon as the governor starts voting.
Thanks a lot, Ken Mureithi in Kirinyaga. We want to take you to another governor, this time in Uasin Gishu County. Governor Jackson Mandago is now addressing his supporters. Let's listen live. Okay, as we do that, we're still waiting to speak to NTV's Dan Mule in Kiambu, and Oko Kusa is still standing by in Kericho. We've had the governor saying he doesn't think the Jubilee Party was properly prepared for this, which is an indictment once again of Rafael Tuju and his team at the Jubilee Secretariat here in Nairobi. And he feels that if the exercise were to conclude at 5 p.m. or at 6 p.m. when it should have, then it would not have been free or fair. Let's now go to Governor Mandago in Eldoret.
Chama watalete ballot papers mpya ambazo zinatosha kila polling station. Leo hii katika polling station ya Langas walikuwa wanataka kupeleka ballot papers 1000. Kabla kituo ifunguliwe, watu 3000 walikuwa nje huko wakingojea kupiga kura. Na bado watu 5000 walikuwa njiani kuelekea kwa polling station. Wewe unafikiri nini ingetokea hapo wakati presiding officer atasema ballot papers imeisha? Kwa hivyo mimi nataka kuambia wale wasimamizi wa Jubilee, kwanza kabisa mumetuweka aibu kubwa sana. Kama chama ambaye tulikuwa tunajivunia kuwa chama ambaye tatawala nchi hii kwa muda mrefu na chama ambaye ingeleta wananchi wote pamoja. Mimi nataka kuambia wale wako kwa ofisi, na mimi nataka kuomba Rafael Tuju, usiketi kwa ofisi na kusema lazima. Hakuna mambo ya lazima hapa. Hakuna mambo ya lazima. Wewe ukisema lazima na sisi tuseme lazima uchaguzi haitafanywa, utafanya nini? Kwani utalazimisha hii watu ukiwa Nairobi kwa ofisi ukizunguka kwa kiti? Na mimi nataka kuambia tafadhali usifanye tuanza kushuku ya kuwa wewe uko Jubilee ukifanyia kazi NASA. Ama namna gani? Kuleta hapa Eldoret ya kurusha mawe nini, hiyo tabia inatoka mahali wewe umetoka. Hiyo tabia si ni kweli? Hii tabia hiyo ni Eldoret kweli? Hapa sisi tumekaa kwa amani. Sisi tumefanya campaign kwa amani. Kwa hivyo tunataka kuambia wale wasimamizi wa chama wawache kuharibu uchaguzi ya nomination ya county hii. Ya tatu, county ya Uasin Gishu ni ngome ya Jubilee. Haingefaa kamwe kuwa hii ndio kaunti ambayo utayarishaji ya uchaguzi ni mbovu zaidi. Tulitarajia hawa wakijua hii ni ngome ya Jubilee kikamilifu, wafanye uchaguzi ambayo ni wa wazi na huru na haki. Mimi kama governor hapa, mimi siogopi maneno ya uchaguzi. Wale wanasema Mandago must go, if I must go it must only be through the ballot. It can never be a wishes of a few. Wale wamekuja kwa mwezi 3 kutugawa hapa kwa misingi ya kikabila. Sisi tumeendesha hii county na Jemno mwaka 4. Hatujasikia hiyo maneno ya ukabila imeingia hapa. Mtu amesuka hapa mwezi 3, ametuchaza fitina ni kama mchawi. Chebusuriota kone samis chekto busurege mbako Meja sege at puje rita bungurwe tingu sige borebi korara busuri. Sisi tumefanya kazi na hatujakuwa na wakati yeyote ambaye kaunti hii imeanza kuwa na uhasama ya ukabila kama vile huyu mtu amesuka hapa. Na mimi nataka kuambia wale wanaketi kwa maofisi na kusema tumepanga, wanapiga kifua na kusema sisi ni serikali, utajua nguvu ya raia, my friend, is powerful. Hata ile askari mmelete 1000 hawezi shinda nguvu ya raia. Pale Jeptiret askari wamepelekwa huko ni wengi kuliko voters. Sasa wamejazana huko, hawa ndio wamepiga kura. Sisi kaunti ni watu wapenda amani. Hatutaki fujo, hatutaki watu wakuja watugawane. Kama wameshindwa kazi ya kufanya, tafadhali warudi waendeshe ile biashara walikuwa nafanya. Kwa sababu hata hiyo biashara hatuelewi, labda ni ya miadarati, labda sijui ni ya nini. Hatutaki watu haribu kaunti hii ya Uasin Gishu. Hii kaunti tumetoka mbali. Hii kaunti hatutakubali kurudi nyuma. We are marching forward ever. We are not going back. Kwa hivyo mimi nataka kuambia wale wanaketi kwa kupanga na kusema ati tumepanga, ati lazima tuseme. Hata wale wengine hawana haya, ni wale witnesses ya ICC. Ati tumesema. Yani chito nekingwekta biik nguroni kutos tonon eng taitab biik kole kakepangan. Ipongoni yoik alak cheu chu kiche. Ako kikyai makosa makitis bichoto ne kong'et yoik kaita kora. Unoto ameche amwa kuni eng kutit. Namba netai, biik chebire kura koleweni kole ng'o neeku kandoindet eng kiwango age tugul eng kaunti ini ko raia. Chi age tugul nekiboityo eng office fulani kaikai metich ai boisiet nekikisirin iyai. Ameche atebena chutorombenos rani akolen meche keon mandako. Kenyisiek 4 chekwa gavana nguroni ko kwatonon ak Jubilee kikamilifu. Chu alak chu ngemwa kimatwiku. Kele orucho bunik komi skatisiekab chepyosok ngulin bolet. Yekakotililit koret, takasas kenam sinendet, koit chito komanyo kombwese yu, kwa sikirietab ngoro.
We're going to cut away from Governor Jackson Mandago, who's speaking in Kalenjin, so not for our national audience. If he begins to speak once again in Swahili or English, we'll go back to that. I want to finish with my panel here. You've been very kind to stay with me all morning, Joseph Simecha and Professor Mashere Muneni, political analysts. Can Raphael Tuju survive this? He's getting blamed all around the country.
It is up to his conscience to decide what to do, the way things are. He can try to soldier on and then try to explain himself, but it is a tough call. It's beginning to look as if Jubilee the headquarters was not ready for this thing.
That's what Governor Ndathi is saying in Kirinyaga.
I think we alluded to that earlier.
Yes.
That you cannot tell people everything will be ready by 6 o'clock.
Yes.
And at 1 o'clock they are not ready. So there's something is terribly wrong. Now, what explanation could he give?
Governor Mandago has gone even further, said he's a NASA mole, and that's NASA behavior, not
I don't think I would like to go that way, because maybe he might be getting a little excited once he sees a crowd. but maybe the Tuju office did not have the capacity in terms of finances. Maybe they did not have the resources.
They have 10 choppers available.
Those are not enough. They do not have the technical capacity.
Okay.
Maybe the planning capacity. There is a major weakness that needs an overhaul.
Joseph Simecha, can Raphael Tuju, the Secretary General of Jubilee, survive this?
For me, Larry, it's not about Tuju. This is Jubilee.
You said that all morning.
Yes,
I was just trying to see if you changed your mind based on new evidence.
I haven't changed my mind. This is Jubilee. This is how Jubilee is. I mean, even look how they've run the country. Look what they promised the country in 2012, 2013. Big things, when they were still called JAP. Big things. Even throughout their tenure, they've promised big things, mega projects, this and that. But when it comes to delivery, you get this kind of shambolic results. So for me, this is not a surprise. This is how the system is rigged. you do not expect anything better. In all fairness, it's not fair to single out one individual, Raphael Tuju, and say this is the problem. He is just part of a system that was set out to fail, and this is what really is happening.
Let me correct a little bit. It's not singling out.
You can't correct an opinion.
It is, yes, no, you give a bad opinion, it should be corrected. Yes, true. Jubilee has a major problem. Okay? That's agreed.
But
it has failed.
That's what I'm saying.
Now, the symbolic figurehead, the person who has been assuring people the image of Jubilee is Tuju.
I think you mean the sacrificial lamb.
All right, gentlemen.
He took the job.
Gentlemen, we have to leave it there. We promised to keep you until 1:30. It's exactly 1:30. Thank you so much for coming on and helping us make sense of this extraordinary day. The dress rehearsal for the election, which it truly is, 21 different counties going to the Jubilee nominations and most of them not doing too well. Let's check in one more time with Kiambu. This is where Dan Mule is. Dan, kuna yapi yanatendeka kwa sasa?
Yeah, thank you very much Larry Mado. Tumekupata kwa njia iliyo safi tukiwa hapa Kiambu. Hakika tunazidi kufuatilia hali inavyozidi kuendelea, na kwa sasa tungali kwenye kituo cha kupigia kura cha Kiambu Township, shule ya msingi, ambapo shughuli hiyo inaendelea kwa mwendo wa taratibu. Ilianza kwa mwendo wa kobe, mwendo wa saa 3, lakini kwa sasa wananchi wanazidi kufika na shughuli inazidi kuendelea. Pengine tukukujuza tu mawili matatu ambayo yamejiri tangu tulipowajuza hali kutoka upande huu. Ni kwamba kwa sasa baadhi ya vituo bado shughuli ya kupiga kura haijaanza katika maeneo bunge ya Gatundu Kusini na Gatundu Kaskazini. Kumbuka kwamba hilo ndilo eneo bunge yanapotoka rais, na vile vile kumekuwa na maeneo bunge mengine kama vile Kabete na Lari, Limuru. Maeneo bunge hayo wameanza kupiga kura muda mchache uliopita, kama dakika hivi 20 zilizopita ndipo wameanza kupiga kura. Na vile vile baadhi ya vituo zile karatasi na sanduku za kupiga kura bado hazijafika, na wananchi wamepata kutulia pale ili kusubiri. Pengine tu kwa kifupi tu kukueleza ni kwamba zile sanduku na karatasi za kupigia kura bado ziko kwenye makao makuu ya chama hiki katika kaunti hii, ikiwa ni afisi za shule ya upili ya Kiambu, ambapo bado hawajapata uchukuzi ama usafiri wa kuweza kuzisafirisha hadi kwa baadhi ya vituo, na ililazimu hata baadhi ya wawaniaji haswa katika maeneo ya Riabai, maeneo ya Gashie na vile vile maeneo ya Wangige kufika wenyewe kwa magari yao wenyewe na kuweza kubeba zile sanduku za kupigia kura na karatasi na kuzisafirisha hadi katika vituo vya kupigia kura. Lakini ni jambo ambalo halikupokelewa vyema na baadhi ya wapiga kura, manake katika kituo cha Riabai kilomita chache tu kutoka hapa kwenye kituo hiki kilichokupo hapa mjini Kiambu, wapiga kura wameweza kutatiza ile shughuli na kusema kwamba ile shughuli haitoweza kuendelea kwa sababu zile karatasi na sanduku za kupiga kura zimeletwa kwa magari ya wawaniaji. Lakini wawaniaji wanajitetea wakisema kwamba kumekosekana usafiri. Kumbuka kwamba asubuhi ilibidi mbunge wa Kabete Ferdinand Waitito ambaye vile vile ni mgombea ugavana kwa mchujo huu kuweza kupigia polisi simu na kuweza kufika pale na malori ya polisi kusaidia kubeba baadhi ya zile sanduku, kumaanisha kwamba vituo ambavyo kufikia sasa tayari vimeanzisha shughuli hii ni takriban vituo 250, ukizingatiwa kwamba kaunti hii ina vituo vya kupigia kura 551. Kwa hivyo shughuli hii kwa sasa inaendelea kwa mwendo wa kobe. Ni vituo vichache tu ambavyo vilianzisha shughuli hii mwendo wa saa 3 na vingi vikianza mwendo wa saa 7 na vingine vingi zaidi vikiwa kwamba havijaanza shughuli hii kufikia sasa. Yupo yule mwaniaji mmoja wa wadhifa wa useneta kwa jina Karungo Wadhangu ambaye anamenyana na Kimani wa Matangi ambaye ndiye seneta wa sasa hapa Kiambu, na mweza kutoa tetesi kwamba karatasi za wadhifa huo wa useneta hazitoshi. Manake vituo vingi vimekuwa vikipata karatasi hizo, lakini kwa wadhifa wa useneta zikawa kwamba ni chache na zinaisha kabla ya hizo karatasi nyingine. Kwa hivyo anasema kwamba huenda kuna njama, lakini ndivyo hivyo tena tunazidi kufuatilia tujue hali ilivyo. Manake kwa sasa yeye pamoja na gavana wa kaunti hii Kavogo wameweza kufika kule katika makao makuu ya chama, wameelekea kule kuwasilisha malalamishi yao kuhusiana na mipangilio duni ambao wanasema kwamba makao makuu ya chama ndiyo yanayostahili kulalamikiwa ama kulaumiwa kwa hali hii ya ukosefu wa uchukuzi na mipangilio kuhakikisha kwamba karatasi zimefika katika vituo kwa wakati unaofaa. Kwa hivyo tutazidi kuwapasheni yale ambao wanajiri kutoka upande huu wakati ambapo tunazidi kuyabaini. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa utulivu ungalipo, vurugu zimekuwa katika vituo vichache, na pengine kwa kumalizia kule Gashie vile vile wameweza kuvuruga na kusema kwamba hawataendelea na uchaguzi, manake baadhi ya karatasi wanadai zimefika zikiwa tayari zimetiwa alama kwa wadhifa wa ugavana. Kutoka kwangu kwa sasa la ziada sina, kwako Larry Mado, mengine ni hapo baadaye.
Asante sana Dan Mule akiwa Kiambu. And this is a case that we see all around the country. At Mau Summit Secondary School, police had to shoot in the air to disperse residents there who were upset about the same disorganization, lack of ballot boxes and ballot papers, and they wanted the process postponed. I've got a few other updates coming up for you. But Raphael Tuju has described this as a logistical nightmare. He's the Secretary General of the party, so he should know. So how big exactly and at what scale is this nomination? NTV's Dan Mwangi is now here with me just to put all of that into perspective. Dan?
All right, Larry, you've said, it's very interesting what he said now, because when we spoke to him a few days ago, he was very confident about how this is going to play out. And so numbers don't lie, they say. So we're going to look at some of the numbers that, that the Jubilee Secretariat gave us, saying that they are going to have significant logistical preparations. Now, just to get the context, first and foremost, these aspirants, now this includes those who've gotten direct nominations. We only have one going for president. We have 106 people who are going for governor, who are aspirants for gubernatorial seats under the Jubilee ticket, and we have 161 people who would like to be senators under the Jubilee party. Now, on the other side of some of the other positions, we have women representative, 171 people who would like to be women reps under the Jubilee ticket. We have 1,006 people going for MP posts under the Jubilee ticket, and MCA post has attracted 6,568 people under the Jubilee post, and we've not even included others. And these are some of the numbers. Again, these include those who got direct nomination. So the total number of aspirants at the Jubilee party are 8,012. 8,012 people would like to be in the government under the Jubilee ticket, and we've not included the rest. Now, the number of competitive areas, when you begin with the women rep, there are 44 counties. The 44 counties which the Jubilee party is going to be having people contesting. And then when it comes to constituencies, that's the MPs, there are 261 constituencies that are being fought for under the MP post in Jubilee. And we have 1,365 wards, 1,365 wards under the MCA ticket, under the Jubilee ticket. MCA seat rather than the Jubilee ticket. Now, when it comes to presidential, we have one area which is the country. We have 42 counties. That means in 5 counties, there's no one who's vying for governorship under the Jubilee ticket. And the senatorial seat is being chased by in 45 counties, meaning there are 2 counties which are not involved. Now, this is what we just seen, the number of competitive areas. The president is 142 counties. That means, like I said, 5 counties are not there. Now, the logistical numbers, which is pretty much what we are seeing playing out or not playing out. The polling stations are 23,000 of them in today's nomination. Now, this is purely nomination, does not include the country, because some of the counties are not represented, and Jubilee is in 33. Having 33 counties out of the 47. So polling stations are 23,000. The paid personnel in charge of this are 69,000 who underwent training last week, and the Jubilee leadership was very confident about the training they've gotten to handle this. The volunteers are 500, and we have ballot papers going over 8 million, because they say that they have over 8 million members, so they had at least 8 million ballot papers, meaning they're much more. However, like we've seen in the morning and in the course of the day, many have not gotten there. Now, transport logistics, which is one of the significant ones, because it has seen the equipment, rather the materials being delayed. There are over 10,000 vehicles which were deployed to go into the different places to take the materials there. We have over 100 lorries, that's 110. And we have the 40-feet container lorries. Now, there are 62 of them which have been deployed across the country. And some of them, of course, were giving out materials to shared locations. And so these are some of the transport logistics, just to see how exactly these were meant to be getting there. Now, when it comes to the money matters, now, what the Jubilee Secretariat said they had received as at the beginning of the week was 1 billion shillings, which was collected, and they said had already been spent, and they're waiting for some more money to be given. The ideal budget, according to Raphael Tuju, is 9 billion shillings. So we see, as at the beginning of the week, there was only, in the course of the week, there's only a ninth of the budget that had been given. So this was the ideal. So they were saying they were trying to make do with what they had. So those are some of the numbers just to give context, seeing how many vehicles, how many people, thousands of vehicles have been deployed. We have thousands of people who've been deployed to handle this process. And this was giving Jubilee the confidence that they were ready for this. We remember seeing footage and shots of the people working in their secretariat, in the headquarters rather, at the basement, where we had even forklifts taking the materials from one end to another. And Jubilee was just, oozing with confidence. But that confidence seems to have had water poured on it today. Larry.
A very fitting analogy, Dan Mwangi. Thank you for putting all of that into context. And sure, it is a logistical nightmare. And that is why we're seeing cases like these where, for instance, the Jubilee Party primaries in Kilgoris constituency have been suspended over the low number of ballot papers. To give you an example, they delivered about 13,000 ballot papers and ballots, and against 60,000 that are required. That's the number of registered voters there. And obviously, the returning officer, Robert Kiboter, said Jubilee Party Secretariat has to decide on a new date. But in that constituency, that's not happening. That's in Kilgoris, where there were insufficient ballot papers. And that's according to our reporter, Magati Obebo, who reports at the Daily Nation there. In fact, he says by 1 p.m., the ballot boxes were yet to be distributed to polling centers. And from Kilgoris sub-county, there was confusion on the list of presiding clerks and the officer. There's a shortage of ballot papers as well. And the presiding officer says the elections have been postponed, though we have not heard officially from the Jubilee Party. Also, the IEBC has tweeted, and the IEBC is telling parties to use their own member lists to conduct primaries, not the IEBC register. We're preparing the register for verification. And that's been one of the bones of contention in different parts of the country, where they are using the IEBC register and not the Jubilee Party membership list. And that's becoming controversial. The IEBC now telling those parties, including Jubilee, to use their own party member lists and not the IEBC register, which is still being verified. I want to bring other stories to your attention real quick right now. Police officers dispersed angry voters at Menengai Social Hall in Nakuru East constituency. The protesters had blocked the road to the social hall over what they termed as delayed voting processes at polling stations. The police had to lob tear gas canisters to force people to disperse. Voting has already begun now in the center. Bridget Ngana is reporting from there. In Kapsabet, Alas and the Kapsabet-Eldoret Road, transport was paralyzed for some time after angry Jubilee Party supporters blocked the road following the cancellation of the Jubilee Party primaries in Nandi County. The angry supporters were demanding an explanation for the cancellation of the exercise at the last minute. Anti-riot police from Kapsabet, however, later managed to disperse that crowd as well. Early on, the group had fixed Chama Cha Mashinani Party placards on the Jubilee Party offices in Nandi County.
Jana usiku tumeshangaa sana kwa mambo ambayo tumepata. Kura ambayo tulikuwa tunataraji sikuje kwa polling station, tukaambiwa kwamba polling station yenye iko na kura 500 tumepata tu makaratasi ya kupiga kura 50. Tukiuliza mambo iko namna gani, tunapigwa simu kutoka Nairobi, tunaambiwa muendelee tu kupiga kura. Ile kitu nataka kuambia hii chama ya Jubilee, tuko na options mingi sana. Na tumeamua kwamba kufikia siku ya leo, kama hawatatatua hiyo maneno, sisi wenyewe tutahama. Hata NASA ni chama na tumeamua hii ni 21st century, hatuwezi kuja kutishwa na wanaume ambao wako na projects, na hakuna project itasucceed hapa Nandi, na tumesema kwamba the will of the people will prevail.
Sasa tumepata kwamba kwa vituo yenye tuko na wapiga kura zaidi ya 2000 wamepewa kura, karatasi za kupigia kura 250. Sasa sisi kama wakaaji wa Kapsabet na kama waaniaji viti, hatujaona mtu yeyote mwenye amewakilisha chama kutueleza peupe ni nini haswa inaendelea, kwa sababu sisi wenyewe tunaona kama tunapoteza demokrasia hapa Nandi. Tumekuwa na mambo mingi imekuwa ikifanyika, tumekuwa tukipata viongozi kwamba kiongozi fulani ndiye anatakiwa na kiongozi fulani mahali, na kuanzia viti yote, kuanzia ya governor mpaka ya MCA, hatuoni kama kutakuwa na haki.
And from Muranga, we want to take you straight rather from Kapsabet to Muranga, where Senator Kembi Gittura is speaking, and we've got that live for you. Let's listen in.
Names are missing. I would have expected, if I was asked, that everybody who comes with an ID card, because I mean, I don't believe anybody is going to come all the way here with the ID cards and queue from 6 and it's registered here. If their names are not found in the register, again, this being a nomination, I would have expected that there will be flexibility, so that one is able to vote using their ID card, and that's it. You know, get the indelible ink that is being put in our fingers, so they don't vote again. Yeah. But
a lot of the voters that were lining up and this sort of thing have been hugely disappointed with the party. Into planning and this sort of things happen. What are your thoughts?
Well, I don't want to say they're disappointed with the party. Jubilee is still the party. Yeah, for me, Jubilee is the party, and for me, things can happen, mistakes can occur, but still, personally, I will not blame my party. Disappointed, yes, because maybe we expected that there'll be enough ballot papers, but I don't want to push blame games at this moment. I've voted myself, and I want to believe that all these people you see who've queued here, and there are many hundreds of them, and there's just one polling station, that they are going to be able to vote. That's what I wish.
Supposing Senator, my apologies, that force of habit, that once the ballot papers are finished and these people are locked out, and we've had complaints ourselves from those who woke up so early, and you're looking for support from these people. Supposing that decision has not been made in time,
a lot of these people are supporting my candidature for Senate in the Jubilee Party, and I know that. I mean, the polls have shown it, and it's quite obvious now. My biggest problem, and it is a real problem, is that if nobody should be locked out. I repeat, this is not an IEBC election. This is a nomination. In 2013, for instance, in lots of places, we bought exercise books in good faith, and every piece of paper was stamped by the returning officer at every polling station where the ballots got finished. And the agents are all there. You've seen there are several, everybody is represented. You saw very many agents. And we used exercise books. And as long as there is a stamp of the party, and every agent is there for each of the candidates, and my name is in the register, I have an ID card like I said earlier, and I'm allowed to vote, I do not think there should be a problem. And I do not believe that anybody who is in this queue should be locked out just because ballot papers are run out. That could cause chaos. That could cause and will cause chaos, and that's not what we want here in Muranga. We want a election. I have advocated for a peaceful election through all this campaign period, and we want to make sure that everything happens so that we are properly nominated for the August elections. That's the prayer I have. Yeah, but I hope we get that clear.
Senator Kembe Gitura, who's again running for Senate in Murang'a County, suggesting that the Jubilee Party should allow any voters with ID cards to vote, because his argument, and he didn't spell it out, but nobody will come from, say, a NASA stronghold to come and vote in Murang'a County. And he says in the last election, they had exercise books in good faith and everybody who had an ID card was allowed to vote. That's what he's suggesting. And he's also kind of on the support of the Jubilee Party side, said the Jubilee is still the party, and he doesn't think this will turn the public away from the party. So he's kind of striking a conciliatory tone there, despite the fact that it began late. And at least that's one positive good news for Jubilee from Murang'a County. Nominations in Baringo County have been postponed following delays in the polling process. Voters got agitated with the insufficient ballot papers and equipment and blocked the removal of the polling equipment from the District Commissioner's office. The returning officers are proposing postponement of the process due to the delays in starting it. Baringo County Elections Board Chairman Bernard Lotole has said the exercise will not take place.
Hii kitu ilifika jana saa 10. Ilifika hapa saa 10. Wewe huyu mpaka karibuni. I don't know. Wewe sema hivi kwa chama ilifika saa 10.
We told you about this. We can now show you some video. Embu Jubilee nominations have also been plunged into disarray after an unprecedented 4-hour delay due to lack of adequate voting materials and irregularities reported in polling centers. Runyenja's MP Cecil Mbarire, together with her Manyata counterpart John Musheri, and their supporters stormed Kirimari Secondary School, where ballot materials were being supplied from, and barred their dispatchment, saying they had been tampered with.
The county returning officer comes and tells me ati ameambiwa ballot papers inakuja na ndege. Namwambia how sure are we? This is a very bad.
We know it was intentional.
Yes.
Why should not we are going to support you?
Yes. I've called the county returning officer. He says ati ameongea na Tuju, ballot papers inaletwa na ndege. Mpaka zifike, we are not going to election.
No election.
No election.
We've done it now.
They were looking for transport this morning. Prepared. Number 2, we have a shortfall of ballot papers. That is the first line of rigging. Number 3, we have got ballot boxes without rings. How? These are sham nominations, and we cannot allow it to happen. We have campaigned. We have we even paid money and a lot of money to Jubilee and the quotas to organize credible nominations.
The delayed start to Jubilee nominations was also felt in Kericho. Kevin Mutai has this report for us from there.
We are bringing you this coverage from Kericho Day Secondary School, where it is actually a distribution center for the Ainamwe constituency. We've been to 3 polling stations as early as 5:30 in the morning, and people are complaining that the voting exercise have delayed.
It would be very unfair for, say, 3, 4, 5 sub-counties to vote and one postponed, because then it becomes incredible. And therefore, in the event that some sub-counties refuse and people feel that the election has to be postponed, then it would be fair to postpone for everybody. Because you see, if someone already knows the tally and they haven't done the voting, they can manage in such a way that they mobilize to make sure that at the end of the day, they are ahead of somebody whose result is already known from the strongholds.
People have been expressing their views about today's nomination. Some of them are saying they're alleging that there are plans to rig the entire process, and they're against that completely.
The voting materials were arrived in Kericho, and we have our reservations that when the things were offloaded, I think there was some monkey business done around, because at least 60% of what we expected didn't turn up, because the ballot papers and materials are not up to date.
So until now, nothing has been resolved?
nothing has been resolved because all the CEB, that is the County Executive Board members, are not around. Everybody has switched off the phone, and the people on the ground are agitating for their rights. We as Jubilee members, we expect the process to be so fair and transparent.
Let me try and talk to these other gentlemen. What's your name, sir?
My name is Alfred Bet.
Alfred Bet, you're vying for which position?
Member of Parliament.
Which constituency?
Sigawet Sowin.
Sigawet Sowin. So tell us what has been happening here.
First of all, since last night, we've had serious logistical concerns. The ballot boxes and papers arrived late. We didn't have transport for the ballot boxes and papers from the county to the tallying center here. So we had to wait till 3 in the morning. And we have to and this morning we have to dispatch the papers to the various polling stations. So the first point is we have serious logistical concerns. So right now, at the moment, it's already 9 a.m. and nothing has happened.
There was a bit of drama also at the Moi Kipsitet Girls, that is in Sigawet constituency, where the aspirants blocked the distribution of ballot papers to various polling stations, insisting that the ballot papers that arrived here were less than expected.
We have used a lot of energy, we have used a lot of funds, and we are not happy with what has happened.
We are not going to vote today, and we are requesting that this day be postponed. The other thing that we want is the ballot papers to be returned back, and we don't expect to be used on the same date that will be rescheduled later, because we don't trust these ballot papers anymore. If the color that was used was blue, we need a red color. If it was yellow, we need a green color. And we expect this one to be banned today, if it's possible.
That is what it looks like all across the country on the first day of the Jubilee nominations in 21 counties. NTV's Dennis Okaro just reporting that in Kajiado it has now been called off. The party headquarters is suggesting a new date of Monday. The aspirants have said no. We've got plenty more coming up, more coverage in the next hour with my Swahili colleagues on Maamuzi 2017. And my name is Larry Medowo. On the first day of this dress rehearsal for the election, it is being best described for the Jubilee primaries as messy, chaotic and disappointing for supporters. We'll continue covering it for you in the hours ahead. Good afternoon from all of us.
Leo Nakuru, mchujo wa Jubilee ulikuwa unasubiriwa kwa hamu na gamu. Je, ulianza katika muda ulikuwa umeweza kupangwa? Pamekuwa na shida 2-3, sizungumze na mate. Lakini hivi sasa Bridget Ngana anatupa hali halisi ya mambo yalivyokuwa.
Hapa tuko kwenye kituo cha St. Xavier's. Hii ni shule ya msingi na tayari watu wameanza kupanga foleni, na shughuli hii ya mchujo ya chama cha Jubilee imeanza kirasmi katika kaunti hii. Pale awali kumekuwa na tukio za fujo hapa na pale, lakini maafisa ambao waliwekwa katika mahala tofauti ambapo shughuli hii ya kura ya mchujo ya chama hiki cha Jubilee shughuli hii ikiendelea, wameweza kunasa au wameweza kuzuia mchipuko wa ghasia yoyote. Pale awali pia tumeweza kuzungumza na mgombeaji wa kiti cha ugavana John Mutudho, ambaye pia alikuwa anasema angependa kuwa shughuli hii ingeendelea katika kaunti hii. Kumekuwa na ripoti kuwa katika kaunti zingine viongozi katika kaunti hizo wamekuwa wakisema shughuli hii iahirishwe, lakini katika kaunti hii ya Nakuru hisia ni iendelee, na kwa mapendeleo yake John Mutudho amesema kuwa angependa hata iendelee hadi hapo kesho.
But let's stop the polls exactly at 6 sharp. Then we take stock. Then you begin the fight tomorrow. These are fights that must be won by people who are right thinking. Kenya is suffering. Everybody is suffering. Everybody is hungry. Everybody is angry because of poor leadership. Let us have genuine leadership in this ruling party.
Hapa kwenye foleni watu wamepanga laini na shughuli imeendelea kwa amani. Hapa tumeweza kuongea na hawa ambao wamekuja katika kituo hiki, na haya ndiyo maoni yao.
Sasa tunaona watoto wenye tumezaa wametupea mapresha, tumekuwa na mapresha kwa sababu ya wao watoto wamekuja from nowhere kuja kuangaisha sisi hapa. Na sasa sisi atufurahi kwa sababu tumekuja kupiga kura, haki yetu tuchague mwenye tunataka. Kwa hivyo tukitaka amani, tumekuja hapa kwa sababu ya amani.
Sisi hapa tunataka amani, hatutaki fujo. Tumekuja kupiga kura vizuri. Hatutaki mambo, naelewa.
Ni maana sisi tunataka hapa tupige kula usalama, tukosa tubadilishe tauni yetu ya Nakuru ama kaunti yetu.
Endeleeni kutegea stesheni hii ya NTV ambapo tutakuwa tunawapa habari za hivi punde kuhusu mchujo huu wa chama cha Jubilee hasa kutoka kaunti hii ya Nakuru. Mimi ni Bridget Ngana na nawarejesha studio.
Asante sana Bridget Ngana kutoka Nakuru. Rashid, unafahamu mchujo huu ni kufa kupona. Maana yake katika maeneo mengi hasa katika ngome za Jubilee, unapopata ile tiketi ya Jubilee ni kama umeshinda uchaguzi mkuu. Na ni kivumbi kinatarajiwa, maana yake kwa sasa tunaeleza tunakwenda Embu, na unakumbuka Embu ushindani ni kati ya gavana wa sasa Martin Wambora na mbunge wa Runyenje Cecil Mbarire, ambaye wamekuwa kishindana, na tulikuwa tumeona hapo awali kulikuwa na vita vya maneno. Sisi la kusema kwamba tutakwenda hadi mwisho.
Na ni ukweli, maana hata leo umeweza kuona kwa taarifa za awali kwamba Cecil Mbarire ameenda kuvamia kile kituo, kwa kweli kuona kwamba haridhiki na mambo yanavyoendelea. Nafikiri ni ile kwamba ukikosa safari hii hautaipata tena. Kwa kila kiongozi anahitaji tikiti.
Haya, basi mtazamaji, sasa tuangazie mambo yalivyokuwa huko Embu.
Na kama unavyoona kwamba ni jinsi mambo yalivyokuwa Embu, kwamba kuna kivumbi sana, na ndio maana baada ya hotuba ya jana ile Rais Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta akitoa hakikisho kwa mashabiki na wafuasi wa Jubilee kwamba kutakuwa na uchaguzi wa huru na haki, watu walitarajia kwamba vitu kama hivyo vitaonekana. Watu walitarajia kwamba Jubilee itakuwa na utofauti ukilinganisha na ODM na vyama vingine, lakini leo imekuwa ni picha ambayo imeweza kuibua maswali mengi, licha ya kauli nzito zilikuwa zikitolewa wakati wa nyuma na viongozi wa Jubilee kwamba wetu utakuwa sawa wa kujipanga. Sijui inatoa taswira gani.
Na kama tulivyo na katika maeneo mbalimbali tunaona hata kufikia sasa kuna baadhi ambao bado hawajaanza kushiriki katika ile shughuli ya mchujo. Wengine wanasema kwamba zile karatasi za kupiga kura hazijafika, na tulimuona pale katibu wa chama cha Jubilee Raphael Tuju akijitokeza na akisema kwamba shughuli itaendelea kama ilivyopangwa, na ambao wagombeaji ambao walikuwa nasema kwamba shughuli hii inapaswa kuhairishwa, amesema haitahairishwa, na kama itahairishwa lazima chama ama viongozi, ikiwa ni yeye katibu mkuu wa chama, aweze akatangaza na akasema kwamba katika eneo fulani shughuli hiyo itaahirishwa. Lakini kufikia sasa amesema kwamba shughuli inaendelea. Lakini kama tulivyoona katika maeneo mbalimbali kumekuwa na hali ya vuta ni kuvute, kumeshuhudia ghasia katika kaunti ya Uasin Gishu, Eldoret. Tuliona pale gavana wa sasa Jackson Mandago ambaye ana wakati mgumu sana, amepelekwa mbio sana na mpinzani wake ambaye ni Zedekia Buzeki. Alisema kwamba, na nitamnukuu, alikuwa anasema kwamba katibu wa chama cha Jubilee Raphael Tuju ameshindwa kazi, hivyo basi anapaswa kuondoka. Ni jambo ambalo hatukutarajia, maana yake manake chama cha Jubilee kilikuwa kimesema kwamba wako tayari, na walikuwa wanazungumza na wanahabari kila wakati wakisema sisi tuko tayari, tuko na vifaa vyetu vimeweza kuwasili na vifaa vyetu vina alama, hivyo basi itakuwa vigumu atiweza kuiba kura. Lakini mambo leo tumeona mambo si sawa kabisa.
Mambo si sawa kwa kweli, maana ukiangalia pia kwa muda ambapo ameweza kufikisha madebe yale kupigia kura, karatasi za kuweza kupigia kura, maeneo mengine pia karatasi ni chache ukilinganisha na idadi ya watu, inaonyesha wazi kwamba kuna shida. Na pia ile siku waliamua kwamba wataweza kuugawanya mara mbili, ilikuwa ni ujumbe tosha kwamba hata wao hawako tayari kama inavyotarajiwa. Nafikiri kwamba ni baadhi ya mambo yatakuwa yanaangaziwa sana ikilinganishwa kwamba leo Rafael Tuju anasema kwamba hatujairisha na kuna maeneo watu wameambiwa kwamba wamesusia kupiga kura. Sasa
na unaona kwamba ni wale wagombeaji wameambia wale wafuasi wao basi msishiriki. Lakini kutakufahamu kwamba pia kama nilivyosema hapo awali, katika kaunti ya Uasin Gishu tuko naye Jamila Mohamed, tuko na Lois Wangoi na Enoch Sikolia, na ushindani pale ni kati ya gavana wa sasa Jackson Mandago pamoja na mfanya biashara Zerekea Buzeki ambaye alijitokeza. Na mapema wiki hii tulimuona Jackson Mandago wakiwa pamoja na mbunge Oscar Sudi wakijitokeza na kusema kwamba wanamtaka Rais Uhuru Kenyatta na naibu wake William Ruto kuwa katika mstari wa mbele kuhakikisha kwamba mchujo huu unakuwa wa huru na wa haki, na walikuwa wanasema kwamba pia hawataki mapendeleo na hawataki kupangwa ama kuletewa mtu.
Kabisa kabisa, na ndio maana baadhi wameweza kutoa vitisho kusema kwamba kama haitokuwa hivyo basi tutaweza kuhamia CCM. Kwa umeweza kusikia katika maeneo ya Uasin Gishu kwamba ama huenda tukahamia KANU. Nafikiri ni baadhi ya kauli ambazo zinatakana ziweze kuwaogopesha wale vinara kwamba tukikosa zile ambazo ni nguzo katika maeneo ya Uasin Gishu huenda tukawa tumekosa ushawishi mkubwa katika uchaguzi wa tarehe 8 mwezi Agosti. Nafikiri kwamba kila mgombea anavutia kwake, mwisho wa kwisha tusubiri tuweze kuangalia mambo atakavyokuwa, lakini aliye maeneo ya Uasin Gishu si mwingine Eldoret kule ni Jamila Mohamed ambaye anatupa hali halisi.
Asante sana Rashid na Jane katika studio zetu za Nation Center hapo jijini Nairobi. Tuko hapa mjini Eldoret, hapa katikati ya mji ambapo kumekuwa na shughuli nyingi, lakini hizo shughuli hazijahusu upigaji kura. Kumekuwa na mkutano mkubwa hapa wa kisiasa ulioongozwa na Governor Jackson Mandago ambaye alikuwa akizungumza na wafuasi wake. Tuko hapa lakini hakuna shughuli yote ya kupiga kura iliyofanyika hii leo. Kumekuwa na malalamishi kutoka kwa wakazi wa eneo hili wakisema kwamba hawajapata fursa ya kupiga kura kwani makaratasi ya kupiga kura yaliyoletwa hapa hayatoshi. Katika kituo kimoja kikubwa cha kupiga kura hapa kinachoitwa MV Patel, tunaarifiwa kuwa wapiga kura waliosajiliwa hapo ni zaidi ya 18,000, lakini makaratasi ya kupiga kura yaliyowasilishwa yalikuwa 3,000 pekee. Shughuli haikuendelea na ni mojawapo ya malalamishi. Kulikuwa na wengine ambao walikuwa wanasema majina yao hayakuwa katika baadhi ya makaratasi ya kupiga kura. Hayo ni ya hapa Eldoret. Mwenzangu Enoch Sikolia alikuwa kule Nandi hii leo ambapo alishuhudia pia masuala kama hayo. Hakukuwa na shughuli ya kupiga kura, wawaniaji walikuwa kilalamika. Niko naye mwenzangu Enoch Sikolia hapa studio zetu hapa ya kuhama barabarani, na pengine angetueleza kidogo kuhusu yanayoendelea kule Nandi mapema leo. Sikolia.
Katika kaunti ya Nandi, eneo la Kapsabet, ambapo sintofahamu ndio iliweza tu kuchora taswira ya upigaji kura katika eneo hilo. Kulikuwa na taarifa tofauti ambazo zilikuwa zikienea katika eneo hilo, wengi wakisema kwamba shughuli hiyo ilikuwa imesitishwa. Ingawaje kuna wanasiasa ama wagombea wengine ambao walisema kwamba kura ilikuwa inaendelea, lakini katika pilika zetu kule ndani tuliweza kupata kwamba hakuna kituo chochote ambacho shughuli hiyo ilikuwa inaendelea. Pingamizi ambazo zilikuwepo kutoka kwa baadhi ya wanasiasa ni kwamba masanduku na makaratasi ya kupiga kura yaliyopelekwa katika kaunti hiyo ya Nandi yalipungua kulingana na idadi ya wafuasi wa chama cha Jubilee waliojisajili katika kaunti hiyo ya Nandi. Kulingana na takwimu za tume ya IEBC, bila shaka inaonekana kwamba chama cha Jubilee na pia waliojiandikisha katika kaunti hiyo ni zaidi ya 400,000, lakini makaratasi yaliyopelekwa huko yalikuwa 40,000. Sasa baadhi ya wanasiasa walisema kwamba hiyo ilikuwa njama, wakasema kwamba mchezo wa karata tayari ulikuwa ushaanza kuchezwa hata kabla mpira kuweka uwanjani. Na ndio hivyo shughuli ilivyokuwa huko. Tulikuwa huko, tuliweza kuzungumza na baadhi ya wanasiasa waliokuwa huko, wagombeaji. Kuna wale walisimama kidete wakisema kwamba hakuna uchaguzi utakaoendelea hadi maswala tata yaweze kutatuliwa, yaweze kuzungumziwa na kutatuliwa. Na tuweze tu kupata baadhi ya wanasiasa hao vile walivyosema hapo awali.
the Jubilee members are demanding is free, fair election as promised by the Jubilee government. They say that we are going to set a base, we are going to show the direction for this country, and what we are asking at the moment is at least let's get to know when is the election going to happen, and secondly, how are we going to get all the ballot papers? How are we going to prove that we have 300,000 votes?
Now, we are told that in Central, the elections are going on smoothly. Is this a party for Rift Valley or it is only for Central Province? Yes. This is the questions we are asking. And unless miserably.
This was a huge elections. They should have been able to help, particularly on the people who are in charge of logistics. They should have seen it coming. Because it is a huge party. They would have even seen when the time they invite us to the headquarters, we are always in large numbers. They would have said we are doing something in 1 day, it ends up doing in 3 days. This is what they should have known. It was clear 8,000 numbers of aspirants is not a small number.
There are people who generally know that they have already been defeated, and there are some that have genuine reasons as to why they feel like it is not so right. But all what I can say is that though all of us have concerns, we need to be people who are ready with solutions. We need to be people who want to stand with the leadership of the party. We need to be people who will contribute to the success of this party and the primaries. We don't have to be the ones going out and telling people don't vote. The votes are few. People have been rigged. How do you rig an election of this kind with the ballot papers hidden somewhere, knowing very well that the law is very clear? The ballot papers, the voting is done at the polling station. They will be open there and counted. How will you manage to sneak in a box full of ballot papers? It is impossible. Those were Kanu eras, in my era, where those days.
Naam. Kama ulivyoona ndo maoni ya baadhi ya viongozi wa kaunti hiyo ya Nandi kuhusu shughuli hiyo ambayo haikuanza ya kupiga kura. Wamekuwa na ulalamishi tele, Sikolia.
Ndivyo, kuna baadhi ya wanasiasa walisisitiza kwamba wanaona mkono mrefu wa walio katika ukuu wa chama cha Jubilee na pia walio serikalini ili kuhakikisha kwamba wanaowapendelea wameweza kuchukua tiketi ya chama cha Jubilee katika kaunti hiyo. Na ndiposa walikuwa wanasema kwamba wanashikilia kitu kimoja, kwamba kama hakutakuwa na uchaguzi wa uwazi, bila shaka eneo hilo litaweza kuhama. Kuna picha ambazo ziliweza kuweka kwenye makao makuu maafisi kuu ya chama cha Jubilee katika kaunti ya Nandi kwamba iwapo mambo hayatabadilika, bila shaka wataweza kuhamia chama cha CCM. Ilikuwa imeandikwa pale wazi. Na pia wakaweza kubadili kauli mbiu ya chama cha Jubilee. Kauli mbiu ya chama cha Jubilee ni tuko pamoja, lakini wakaongeza pale wakaweka pale HA ikawa hatuko pamoja. Ndivyo hali ilivyokuwa huko.
Na hata hapa pia kama ulivyoshuhudia, swala hilo pia limerejelewa hapa katika kaunti hii ya Uasin Gishu, ambapo Gavana Jackson Mandago amekuwa hapa, amezungumza na wakazi na swala hilo la kuna ushawishi fulani ambao unaingilia shughuli hii katika kaunti hii. Haswa wanasema kwamba yule mwaniaji mwenza, yule ambaye ni Zedeka Buzeki ambaye ndiye mpinzani wake mkuu, anadai kwamba ni kibaraka wa naibu wa rais, na wamelalamika sana kuhusu swala hilo. Lakini tumekuarifu kwamba hakuna shughuli yote ya kupiga kura imeendelea katika kaunti hii isipokuwa katika shule moja tu, ilikuwa inaitwa shule ya msingi ya Arap Moi, ambapo tunaarifiwa kwa shughuli ya kupiga kura ilianza asubuhi, waoniaji hawakuwa wengi, lakini hizo picha pengine tungeweza kuziona hivi sasa, wananchi wakijitokeza kupiga kura katika shule hiyo ya Arap Moi. Na ni katika shule hiyo moja tu, Sikolia, katika eneo hili nzima ambapo shughuli hiyo ya kupiga kura ilishuhudiwa ikifanyika.
Kumbuka kwamba kaunti ya Uasin Gishu ni kaunti kubwa sana, na ni baadhi ya kaunti ambazo zinakisiwa kwa ngome ya chama cha Jubilee. Ndio maana kumekuwa na mivutano ya kisiasa, na hapo wengi wanaona kwamba naibu wa rais ambaye anatoka katika eneo hili na ambaye anashikilia eneo hili, ubabe wa kisiasa katika eneo hili, wanaona kwamba ameweza kuingilia sana siasa za eneo hili na kuweza kushawishi ni nani atakayepeperusha bendera ya chama cha Jubilee wakati wa uchaguzi wa mwezi Agosti. Lakini ni swala ambalo bila shaka limeacha donda katika shughuli hii ya chama cha Jubilee katika eneo hili, si Nandi, si Uasin Gishu. Kule Nandi ilionekana kwamba waziri wa zamani anayejulikana kama Koskei, Felix Koskei, wanasema kwamba ndiye kibaraka wa chama cha Jubilee, kibaraka wa naibu wa rais. Sasa ni matamshi ambayo bila shaka yanaoana. Matamshi yale ambayo yametolewa hapa ni sawia na yale ambayo yametolewa katika kaunti ya Nandi.
Naam, kweli kabisa Sikolia, ni makauli ambayo kweli imeshuhudiwa katika eneo hile. Picha hizo ulizoona mtazamaji ni kutoka shule ya msingi ya Arap Moi, na ndio shule pekee ama kituo pekee ambapo shughuli ya piga kura imeendelea katika kaunti ya Uasin Gishu. Kutoka hapa tungependa kukuaga mtazamaji, tutarejea mwendo wa saa 1 na mengi zaidi, ama punde tu mambo yatakapojiri tutakueleza. Kwa sasa ningependa kupeleka kwake Daniel Mule ambaye yuko katika kaunti ya Kiambu.
Naam, asante sana mwenzangu Jamila Mohamed, vile vile Enoch Sikolia mkiwa hapo Eldoret katika kaunti ya Uasin Gishu. Hakika upande huu wa Kiambu hali ya uchaguzi katika kura hii ya mchujo chama cha Jubilee ingali inaendelea, na kukupa tu taswira tu kwa haraka hali ilivyo kwa sasa ni kwamba nipo kwenye kituo mojawapo katika shule ya msingi ya Kiambu Township ambayo iko hapa mjini Kiambu, ambapo shughuli za kupiga kura zimekuwa zikiendelea kuanzia mwendo wa saa 3 asubuhi. Na kukujuza tu vile vile ni kwamba baadhi ya vituo hapa katika kaunti hii ya Kiambu shughuli ya kupiga kura bado haijaanza. Tukiangazia maeneo bunge 12 ambayo yako katika kaunti hii, ni kwamba kufikia sasa vipo vituo zaidi ya 100 ambavyo shughuli hii ya kupiga kura haijaanza, kwa sababu zile sanduku na karatasi zake za kupigia kura ziko bado katika shule ya upili ya Kiambu, ambapo zilistahili kuchukuliwa lakini bado hazijachukuliwa kwa sababu mipangilio ya usafiri haikuwa imepangwa kwa wakati ufaao. Kwa hivyo ndivyo hali ilivyo kwa sasa, na vituo vinginevyo kumekuwa na visa vichache tu vya vurugu kidogo, kama vile vile kituo cha Riabai ambacho kinapatikana hapa katika mji wa Kiambu, kituo kimojawapo kule Githunguri na vile vile Gashie, ambapo wananchi walisusia shughuli ya kupiga kura pindi tu karatasi zilipofika, wakilalamika kwamba wawaniaji waliruhusiwa kuzibeba zile karatasi na sanduku za kura kwa kutumia magari yao, lakini wale wawaniaji walijitetea kwa kusema kwamba kumekuwa hakuna mipangilio kabambe ya kusafirisha zile karatasi na sanduku za kupigia kura. Kwa hiyo kwa walazimu wao kujitolea na kutumia magari yao kwa shughuli hiyo. Vile vile kumekuwa na tetesi kutoka baadhi ya vituo kule katika eneo bunge la Gatundu Kaskazini kwamba baadhi ya karatasi hazipo, zikiwepo karatasi za wadhifa wa useneta ambazo wanasema zinafika kwa uchache. Ni baadhi tu yale masuala ambayo yamekuwa yakijiri kwa sasa, lakini licha ya jua kali lililopo hapa, wananchi wamejasiri hali, wako kwenye foleni ndefu tu, lakini wanavumilia. Wanasema kwamba hawaondoki hadi pale ambapo watakuwa wameendesha shughuli hii na pengine kukamilisha shughuli hii leo. Lakini kwa vituo ambavyo shughuli bado haijaanza, tunazidi kufuatilia tujue hali ni vipi. Viongozi wa chama, tulisema na mwenyekiti wa Jubilee katika kaunti hii ya Kiambu, na akasema kwamba analaumu makao makuu ya chama kwa shughuli hii kuanza kwa mwendo wa kobe, lakini kufikia sasa ni kwamba yule ambaye ni gavana wa kaunti hii William Kafogo vile vile aliweza kufika katika makao makuu, na bado tunasubiri taarifa yake baada ya kufika kule, manake analaumu makao makuu kwa kuchelewa kwa vifaa kufika. Kwa hivyo ndivyo hali ilivyo kwa sasa hapa Kiambu. Tunazidi kuangazia ni vipi ambavyo shughuli hii ilivyo. Pengine tu jambo moja kwa kumalizia tu kusema kwamba baadhi ya wawaniaji ambao wako hapa wameweza kuondoka, ama baadhi ambao walikuwa hapa awali waliweza kuondoka bila kupiga kura baada ya kupata majina yao hayapo kwenye orodha. Manake chama kilikuwa kimetoa muda awali kwa kila mmoja kuweza kufika kuhakikisha kuwa jina lake liko kwenye orodha, lakini baadhi hawakufanya hivyo. Kwa hivyo wapo ambao walifika na hawakupata fursa ya kupiga kura kwa kuwa majina yao hayakuwa kwenye ile orodha, na katika kituo hiki wanatumia orodha ya wanachama, orodha kutoka kwa chama cha Jubilee. Kwa hiyo wengine walifika ukidhani kwamba manake wamejisajili kwa IEBC lazima jina lao likuwe hapa, lakini wakaambiwa basi sivyo. Kwa hivyo ndivyo hali ilivyo, utulivu ungalipo, na tunazidi kuangazia hali tujue ni vipi kinyang'anyiro kikali kinatarajiwa haswa katika wadhifa huo wa ugavana, pale ambapo pengine kuhesabiwa kwa kura kutoka kumeanza, ikiwa ni katika kituo cha makao makuu ya eneo hili ambapo shughuli hiyo itakuwa ikifanyika katika shule ya pili ya Kiambu. Hapo baadaye hakika ikiwa ni baada ya kura zote kuweza kupigwa. Kwa hivyo hatujaweza kupata tangazo iwapo muda utaongezwa haswa kwenye vituo ambavyo havijaanza shughuli, na ikizingatiwa kwamba katika vituo vyote shughuli ilichelewa kuanza. Kwa hivyo tutakuwa tukijua iwapo wananchi watapata kuongezwa muda zaidi. Lakini kwa hayo, kwa sasa itabidi niwarejesheni moja kwa moja studio ili mpate kuzidi kuangazia mengine kutoka Kiambu. Ni hayo kwa sasa.
Naam, shukran sana Dan Mule kutoka Kiambu. Mtazamaji, kuarifu ushindani mkali katika kaunti ya Kiambu ni kati ya gavana wa sasa William Kabogo na mbunge wa Kabete Fernand Waititu maarufu baba yao. Bila shaka tunaendelea kufuatilia, lakini kwa sasa tujiunge naye Leila Mohamed ambaye yuko katika kaunti ya Kajiado atupate zaidi kuhusu mchujo wa leo.
Jubilee Party primaries that are set for this Friday, today, and others will begin on Monday and Tuesday next week. However, in Kajiado North constituency, voting might probably be delayed for a few hours as the polling materials are still here in Olo Lays, a secondary school here in Kajiado North County.
Tunataka justice. No. My friend. Yes, sir. Kama nilikuwa nafanya hivi and you support him, ni wewe mnafanya hivi. Utaniambia. Hatuwezi kubali hiyo. Over my dead body.
We are aware that there was a scuffle late last evening around 1 or 2 in the morning. There were issues with this particular vehicle. We know that police are here and parts of the groups from the different aspirants are also here. There was a debacle and gunshots were fired in this area, and the police had to come in and ensure that the area is secure.
Mavu wa kisiasa waona namna ya kupata kura, wanapanga kuiba. Na tulipokuja hapa kitu litushangaza, pallets zimevunjwa na zikatolewa, ballot boxes zimewekwa kwa lori iko hapa, na tunaambia hawa iende Kajiado.
Wangu wamepigwa kichapo cha umbwa na polisi. Wanawachapa ngong hapa, risasi zimepigwa na hadi wananchi wanangojea kwamba distribution center kura zipelekwe, mpaka dakika hii haijafika.
As we hope to see Kajiado County vote for who they will want to be on the Jubilee Party ticket in the August 8th elections. We are not sure when exactly the polls for this particular constituency will begin.
Watu wa Kajiado North wakae na ile amani tunakuaga nayo na Kajiado County. This is just disorganization and maybe deliberate move by the people who are scared, people who think, people who know very well they will lose, people who have not done a good campaign. They know they want to distract this election. It's a bit unfortunate. And also I would urge the directors of Jubilee to come to the ground and make sure that they solve this problem as early as possible.
Mina moja kuvote tukiwa watu wengi, lakini tunakuta hakuna materials, hakuna chochote. Kwa hivyo tukauliza nini inaendelea. Sasa ndio mheshimiwa ametuelezea.
We know there's a tight race for the gubernatorial race. We know the incumbent Joseph Manje is also fighting for his position in the Jubilee Party and expects to retain his party ticket to vie again for the Kajiado North constituency. And there are other aspirants who would want to unseat him and come home with the Jubilee Party ticket for this constituency. So this is where we begin our NTV coverage of the Kajiado County and the Jubilee primaries, and we shall keep you up to date on what's happening here in regards of the security situation and when and how those primaries will begin as soon as we get them.
Naam, shukran sana Leila Mohamed kutoka kaunti ya Kajiado. Mtazamaji, ni mchujo wa Jubilee. Sema nasi kupitia hashtagi maamuzi mwaka 2017 katika mtandao wa Twitter. Manu Juma anasema following your live coverage, mmeniweza kunipasha zaidi. David Mashana anasema niko hapa Nakuru, bado tunasubiri shughuli ya kuchagua ambao tunataka watu waongoze ianze, lakini bado hakuna kitu. Na mwingine hapa Ann Steven anasema niko Kiambu, tulianza kupiga kura mwendo wa saa 7, lakini tunakutumai kwamba kila kitu kitakwenda shwari. Basi mtazamaji, sema nasi maamuzi mwaka 2017. Sasa nakupeleka kwa mwenzangu Rashid Abdalla, akona wachanganuzi wa kisiasa ili waweze wakachanganua swala hili kwa kina.
Naam, shukran sana Ajen Ngwere. Kwa kweli tuna wachanganuzi ambao ni Edina Wora ambao karibu na mimi, karibu sana katika maamuzi mwaka 2017. Daktari Ezra Mugambi pia vile karibu katika maamuzi mwaka 2017. Ndio siku ya kwanza ambayo Jubilee ameweza kufanikisha mchujo ulioweza kunuia wa vyama. Lakini hadi kufikia sasa kwa Kodina, kwa taswira yako hadi kufikia sasa, unalipi la kusema kuhusu jinsi shughuli inavyoendelea?
Asante. Ningependa kusema kama wiki uliopita kulikuwa na shida, wiki huu kuna shida kubwa. Kuna shida kubwa na ningependa kuhimiza political parties zitilie manani ya kuwa mchujo huu ni excesses ambao utakuwa mkubwa na ambao ulikuwa watu wengi wanaupigania. Kwa hivyo matukio ambayo tunayaona sasa ni matukio ambayo yanajabisha, kwa sababu chama kama chama ya Jubilee ni chama ambayo ndio chama ni serikali kwa wakati huu. Kwa hivyo ungeweza kufikiria mambo ambayo yanatokea sasa hivi yangekuwa yanatokea.
Naam, lakini kwa kauli ya jana ya Rais Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, na ukizingatia kauli pia hiyo wiki ya Bwana Raphael Tuju, kwamba kila kitu kiko shwari na watu walitarajia kwamba katika siku ya leo huenda tusione mapungufu kama yaliyokuwepo katika mchujo wa vyama vinginevyo, lakini imekuwa tofauti zaidi na tulivyo ama watu walivyoahidiwa jana mashabiki wa Jubilee.
Asante sana Rashid. Nafikiri kile ambacho kinaonekana wazi ni kwamba vyama Rashid havikujitayarisha. Kusema kwamba labda katibu mkuu wa chama cha Jubilee ameahidi kwamba kila kitu kiko tayari, lakini sasa tukiangalia uhalisi wa mambo ilivyo sasa hivi ni kwamba mambo hayako shwari. Maana katika baadhi ya tumeona katika taarifa kwamba katika baadhi ya kaunti mpaka sasa, kwa mfano Uasin Gishu, uchaguzi haujaanza. Na kwa hivyo katika sehemu ambazo labda kama vile tumeona Kirinyaga,
hata kuna eneo la Kilgoris ambapo hakujafika chochote, hata katasi ya kupigia kura ni mpaka sasa hivi hayajafika.
Ina maana kwamba tayari inamaanisha kwamba vyama vyetu havikuwa tayari, havijajitayarisha kwa shughuli muhimu na kubwa kama ilivyo. Naam Rashid.
Na sasa tuje katika ile swala ambalo ndio la kimsingi. Tumeweza kuona kwamba kuna baadhi ya maeneo ambao viongozi wameweza kuambia wapiga kura kwamba msiendelee na zoezi la kupiga kura. Kiwao ni kwamba hawataki shughuli iendelee. Ukiangalia katika kauli inayotoka katika makao makuu ya Jubilee ni kwamba hakuna mtu ana nguvu za kuweza kusitisha mchujo isipokuwa wao. Kwao wanaamini kwamba shughuli inaendelea, lakini maeneo mengi shughuli imesimamishwa.
Kwa mfano ukiangalia Uasin Gishu, unapata Gavana Mandago anasema ya kuwa ni kama Buzeki ambaye ndiye anapigania kiti cha ugavana anapendelewa, na kuna utatanishi kwa sababu watu wengi wanasema ya kuwa kuna list ambazo zinatoka juu serikalini na kuna wale watu ambao wanapendelewa. Kwa hivyo wale ambao wagombea, wale ambao wako mashinani wanafeel ya kuwa wanawekwa katika nafasi ambayo wataangushwa kwa hali ambayo isiyo ya haki. Kwa hivyo ukipata vitu kama hizo zikifanyika, wanasema mchujo usitishwe ili njia mwafaka iwekwe ili kuwe na usawa. Na wakati kama hiyo unapata hata wale wanawasupport wanaanza kuwa na ile wasiwasi. Kwa hivyo vita pia inatokea.
Nafikiri kwamba ilivyo ni kwamba kama ambavyo nimesema Rashid, ni kwamba vyama havikujitayarisha vilivyo, kwa sababu isiwe kwamba kama ni shughuli ya county, uchaguzi huu unafanyika katika county, kwamba kila kidogo kilichopo katika county kiweze kurejelewa katika makao makuu. Ukumbuke kwamba mambo haya yanafanyika katika nchi nzima. Na ikiwa kila kitu kitashughulikiwa na makao makuu, kunakuwa na matatizo makubwa. Kwa mfano kama shughuli hii ingepangwa kwa namna ambavyo katika county kuna makundi au kuna watu kuna maafisa ambao wanasimamia, ambao wanashughulika ili kuwaeleza wale ambao wako katika makao makuu yanayoendelea, ili kuweza kuchukua uamuzi wa haraka, kwa sababu ya kumbuka kwamba kila kaunti ina matatizo tofauti, na kuna wale ambao wameanza kuchelewa, wengine mpaka sasa hawajapata makaratasi ya kupigia kura na kadhalika. Ingekuwa rahisi, lakini sasa ikiwa ni makao makuu yanashughulikia shughuli yote katika nchi yote kwa wakati mmoja, nakwambia Rashid, inakuwa ni matatizo makubwa.
Na tumeweza kusikia hoja kama vile katika maeneo ya Nandi kwamba watu wametilia shaka daftari la orodha ya wapiga kura linalotumika. Wanasema kwamba inatumiwa orodha ya walioandikishwa mwaka 2013, sio wale ambao waliweza kuandikishwa katika kipindi cha usajili wapiga kura. Na ndio kuna baadhi ya wagombea wanaona kwamba endapo itatumika mwaka 2013 basi hakutakuwa na uchaguzi wa haki na usawa. Itakuwaje chama kiweze kutumia kama madai kama ya kuweza kutumia orodha ya miaka ya nyuma, ili hali ipo orodha ya juzi ambao walitembea kuweza kuwarai wananchi wajisajili kama wapiga kura?
Sasa hizo ndio baadhi za changamoto ambazo tunazungumzia, ya kuwa chama ilijua hii process itakuwa ni process kubwa na chama imejitayarisha, lakini kwa sababu labda hata kwa chama kuna wale ambao wanawasupport ama wale ambao wanataka ndio waingie, wanatumia mbinu mbadala ili wale ambao watakikani katika chama waweze kupoteza.
Na ndio pale panakuja hoja ya kwamba kuna baadhi walikuwa wanauliza leo baadhi ya Wakenya kwamba je, ingekuwa sawa wao kuweza kuendelea na kuweza kutumia zile kadi walizoweza kuwasajili wanachama kama mambo ya orodha ya wapiga kura ABC na imeweza kuwaletea shida? Ingekuwa vyema watumie kadi za Jubilee?
Nafikiri kwamba
ingerahisisha labda pengine shughuli hii.
Pia masuala ya kutumia kadi au kutotumia na matatizo yake ni kama ambavyo tunasema kwamba labda zile daftari za wanachama ambazo zinaonyesha kwamba ni wanachama wa Jubilee kwa mfano, au hata ODM walipofanya tulikuwa na matatizo kama hayo. Wala kwanza kabisa Rashid, sijui kama ni kweli kwamba wanatumia ya register ya 2013.
Madai ambayo yameweza kujitokeza siku ya leo.
Lakini sasa ukumbuka kwamba huu ni uchaguzi. Kwa hiyo kuna madai ya kila namna ambayo ili kuweza kudhibitisha. Lakini hata hivyo nafikiri matumizi ya kadi au kutotumia, kwanza ukumbuka kwamba hata hizi kadi zilivyokuja, kumbuka kwamba ilikuwa ni kadi si ya kupewa bure. Ilikuwa ni hela. Na matatizo yaliyokuwepo hapo ni kwamba wale ambao wawaniaji ambao walionekana labda kwamba wana hela nyingi zaidi kuliko wengine, waliweza kununua hela kadi hizo kwa niaba ya wale wapigaji kura. Kwa hiyo hii ilionekana kwamba ni ulionekana mfumo ambao ungewafaidi zaidi wale wenye hela kuliko wale wawaniaji ambao hawana hela. Labda baada ya kujadiliana na kuona jinsi ambavyo kadi hizo zilivyokuwa zimetolewa, wakaona kwamba labda haikuwa njia mwafaka zaidi. Lakini hata hivyo nafikiri kwamba hata kama wangetumia kadi na au kutumia orodha kama ilivyo sasa, unaona kwamba bado kuna changamoto kubwa sana za kutayarisha kimatayarisho, kwamba matayarisho hayakuwa ya kisawa.
Naam, lakini kuna hoja manake wao walikuwa kwa hawajaandaa mchujo wakati Jubilee wanafanya mchujo. Watu wanasema kwamba walikuwa na nafasi ya kuweza kusoma yale makosa mawili matatu, wajua kwamba ikifika zamu yetu tuweze kuandaa uchaguzi wa haki, huru na usawa. Madai yaliyokuwepo wakati wa nyuma kwamba kuna watu ambao wanapendelewa kuweza kupewa tiketi yalizungumziwa, na hata siku ya leo wagombea wengi katika maeneo tofauti wameweza kuyazungumza kwamba sitaki kwa sababu nimeona kwamba mmoja anaegemewa. Mbona haya madai ya kufanyiwa kazi kiasi kwamba leo ikifika iwe ni mtu na wafuasi wake?
Rashid, labda tujiulize swali la kujiuliza hapo, labda ni kwamba je, vyama vyenyewe vilikuwa na haja ya mchujo huu au vinashurutishwa tu kwa sababu ya mahitaji ya demokrasia? Nitakwambia kwamba maoni yangu ni kwamba naona vyama havikujitayarisha vilivyo, kwa sababu unavyosema kwa mfano wajifunze ili waweze kurekebisha, mbona hawakurekebisha? Pili, kabla ya wakati huu tulikuwa tunajua kwamba mchujo wa vyama utatokea na makataa ya muda yalikuwa yametolewa vya kutosha. Kwa hiyo ikiwa kufikia sasa hawakuwa wamejitayarisha, inamaanisha nini? Kwangu mimi inamaanisha kwamba vyama vyenyewe sioni kwamba vilikuwa vinazingatia swala hili la mchujo na kuweza kupitisha au kuhakikisha kwamba demokrasia ya watu kuwachagua wale wagombezi wa wapendao walikuwa wamejitayarisha kwa swala kama hilo. Mimi nafikiria hivyo.
Kimaoni yako, sio maoni yako ni?
Ningependa kuhimiza ya kuwa mchujo ni nguzo muhimu katika demokrasia. Ningependa pia kusema ni vile ambavyo vyama havikuwa zimejitayarisha vilivyo. Kwanza kabisa, hiyo mambo ya smart card ulipokuja, uliona ni wale ambao walikuwa wanajiweza ndio waliweza kununua hizo smart card. Then baadaye wakasema tena hawatumii hizo smart card. Kwa hivyo walianza sasa kugeuza maneno na kuconfuse hata wale ambao wanaenda kusimama. Alafu tena shida ingine kubwa ni walisema watakuwa na mchujo siku moja. Na unaelewa ya kuwa kuna eneo ambazo ni kama hotspots, especially eneo ambazo kuna governors, ni kama hotspots. Kwa hivyo kwa maoni yangu naona wangekuwa at least wamesambaza hiyo mchujo iwe at least different days, wakati tofauti kulingana na vile ambavyo for example ni eneo ambayo maybe inapiganiwa kwa nguvu.
Na tuje katika mtu unaweza fanya makosa, maana kuna meza kukamilika. Tuje katika baadhi ya mambo ameweza kujitokeza leo, kama mfano Nandi. Watu ambao wako pale zaidi ya 400,000 kumeweza kupelekwa karatasi za kupigia kura 10,000.
Ndio sababu nakwambia Rashid kwamba mimi kwa maoni yangu naona kwamba vyama, upinzani, serikali havikuwa vimejitayarisha kwa shughuli hii, kwa sababu katika eneo ambapo kuna wapiga kura takriban 400,000 kupeleka makaratasi ya kupiga kura 10,000 kuna maanisha kwamba ni chini ya 10% ya karatasi hizo zinazohitajika. Hii inamaanisha kwamba chama chenyewe hakikuwa kimejitayarisha vilivyo. Na ndio maoni yangu nikasema kwamba ikiwa ndivyo hivyo, inamaanisha kwamba labda kuna sera nyingine tofauti zaidi tunavyojua ambayo labda wanayo kuhusiana na mchujo huu. Na kama ambavyo mwenzangu amesema ni kwamba mchujo ni nguzo muhimu katika demokrasia na katika kukua kwa vyama vyenyewe kufikia demokrasia ambayo sote tunataka kuiona. Ili tuweze kupata maendeleo katika nchi, lazima tukuze taasisi zetu. Na baadhi ya taasisi ambazo ni muhimu ni taasisi ambazo ni kama vyama vya kisiasa. Lakini sasa ikiwa siasa inachezwa kwa namna ambavyo inaonesha visivyo, basi tunaanza kutilia shaka kuhusiana na maendeleo na jinsi ambavyo tunatilia mkazo taasisi kama hizi.
Na bila shaka nafikiri tutazidi kuweza kuendelea kwa kirefu tuweze kuzungumza nikiwa na wachanganuzi kuweza kuangalia jinsi mchujo unavyoendelea wa Jubilee. Kumbuka hapo awali ameweza kujitokeza Rafael Tuju kuweza kufutilia madai ya kwamba kuna sehemu ambao mchujo umeweza kusimamishwa, akasema kwamba hakuna mwenye nguvu isipokuwa kutoka makao makuu ya Jubilee. Hivi sasa Dennis Okari ako katika makao yale ya Jubilee makao makuu, aweze kutueleza nini kinachoendelea hadi kufikia sasa. Okari. Nafikiri tutakuwa tunampata Okari kwa muda usiokuwa mrefu aweze kutueleza, manake kuna sehemu kama unaweza kusikia Jamila Mohamed akiwa na Skolia kwamba kule katika maeneo ya Singishu hakuna shughuli inayoendelea. Kilgoris umeweza kusikia kwamba hakuna karatasi ambazo zimeweza kufika hadi kufikia sasa. Maeneo ya Nandi alikadhalika, sehemu tofauti hali si shwari kama ilivyokuwa inazungumziwa na katibu yule. Je, hivi sasa yapi yanayoendelea? Dennis Okari, kwako.
Naam Rashid, tuko katika makao makuu ya chama cha Jubilee hapa Nairobi, na kumekuwa na shughuli nyingi sana tangu pale asubuhi, wakati ambapo sehemu nyingi na sehemu tofauti hapa nchini zilianza kupiga kura. Na hapa tulipo sasa hivi hamna shughuli yoyote ambayo inaendelea sasa hivi, kwa sababu bado kuna mikutano ambayo inaendelea katika jumba hili. Baadhi ya wale ambao wanasimamia uchaguzi huu wamefanya mikutano tangu pale asubuhi, kwa sababu kumekuwa na malalamishi mengi ambao wagombeaji wa viti tofauti na viti mbalimbali wamekuwa akija hapa ili kutoa malalamishi yao. Na nikitaja tu pengine wale wachache ambao wameweza kuwasili mahali hapa tangu pale asubuhi, wakati shughuli hii ambayo ilianza, tumekuwa na mbunge wa Kajiado Kaskazini Moses Ole Sakuda ambaye alikuja hapa pamoja na wanasiasa wengine kutoka sehemu ile, akiwemo mbunge wa Kajiado Kaskazini Joseph Manje, ambaye alikuwa hapa pamoja na wanasiasa wengine wakilalamika kwamba vyombo vya kupiga kura vilichelewa na waliona kwamba kuna njama pengine vyombo hivi vya kupiga kura visiweze kufika katika vituo vya upigaji kura. Na kulikuwa pia na mgombeaji wa kiti cha ugavana kule Kajiado, Joseph Ole Lenku, pia ambaye alikuja hapa kutoa malalamishi yake. Pia tulikuwa naye mbunge wa Kabete Ferdinand Waitito ambaye aliweza kufika hapa pale asubuhi kutoa malalamishi yake, lakini alikatazwa kuingia, hakuweza kuingia. Alijaribu mara mbili, hakuweza kuingia. Wakati yule ambao alikuwa anajaribu kuingia, gavana wa Kiambu William Kabogo alikuwa tayari ashaingia kutoa malalamishi yake. Na mambo ni matatu ambayo wengi ambao ni wagombeaji ambao wamekuja mahali hapo wamekuja kulalamikia, wakisema kwamba uchaguzi ulianza kama umechelewa. Wengine wanasema kwamba vyombo vya kupigia kura havikufika wakati ambao ulikuwa unastahili pale saa 12 asubuhi kama vile ilivyoahidiwa pale awali, kwamba shughuli hii itaanza saa 12 asubuhi na itakamilika jioni. Lakini sehemu nyingi na sehemu mbalimbali humu nchini na kaunti mbalimbali shughuli imeanza kama imechelewa, na tulikuwa tunatarajia kwamba kutakuwa na mkutano wa wanahabari ambao utafanyika saa 6:30, lakini umehairishwa. Tumeambiwa kwamba mkutano huo huenda pengine ukaanza saa 10. Kwa hivyo tunasubiri, lakini pale awali mkutano ulifanyika asubuhi, walizungumzia mambo machache wakisema kwamba wanasiasa hawawezi kusimamisha shughuli hii ya uchaguzi isiweze kuendelea, na wanasema kwamba mawasiliano rasmi yatatoka katika jumba hili, na watazungumza hapo baadaye wakisema ni wapi ambapo wameahirisha uchaguzi. Kajiado tayari tumenongenezewa na tukaambiwa kwamba wamepanga kwamba itaweza kuhairishwa, na kulikuwa na mazungumzo kwamba iahirishwe mpaka Jumatatu, lakini wakasema kuwa Jumatatu hawaoni kama inafaa, wangependa hata ianze kesho. Kwa hivyo tunasubiri tuone shughuli itafanyika lini katika sehemu tofauti. Hivi sasa navyozungumza katika lango kuu la kuingia jengo hili, wanasiasa wengi wamesimama nje wakisubiri kuingia ama kupatiwa nafasi ya kuja kuzungumza. Kuna MCAs ambao wamekuja, wabunge pia wamekuwa wakikuja, wengi wakiambiwa kwamba warudi, na wanasema kwamba watasubiri kwamba wapatiwe mawasiliano rasmi kutoka wale ambao ni wasimamizi wakuu wa uchaguzi huu wa Jubilee katika eneo hili. Kwa hivyo tunasubiri tuweze kupata mawasiliano na tuambie wamepanga kufanya nini, kwa sababu ni wengi ambao wamekuja kulalamika. Hali ya usalama katika eneo hili imeimarishwa. Kuna lori ambalo limejaa askari ambao wanalinda mahali hapa, na wanasema kwamba wangependelea kuona wanasiasa wengi wakikubaliwa kuingia katika ukumbi huu katika jumba hili. Kwako Rashid.
Na shukran sana Dennis Okari kwa kuweza kutueleza jinsi mambo yalivyo. Ni kwamba kile kikao cha wanahabari kutoka makao makuu ya Jubilee yakitopatikana kwa hivi sasa, itabidi watu waweze kusubiri hadi mida ile ya saa 10 ambapo wataweza kuzungumza na taifa na kuweza kueleza jinsi mambo yalivyo. Kinaya na tulivyotarajia ni kwamba viongozi wawe katika maeneo ambao mchujo unaendelea, lakini sana kwamba viongozi wengi wanakimbilia katika makao makuu ya Jubilee. Nafikiri labda kwa kifupi kabla kwenda katika taarifa moja, hili limeweza kuleta picha gani kwamba viongozi baada ya kwamba wawe kule ambao mchujo unaendelea wanamiminika katika makao makuu ya Jubilee?
Labda viongozi wanadhani wakienda makao makuu watapata suluhisho, lakini mimi naona hiyo sio suluhisho. Wakae tu katika maeneo yao, alafu makao makuu labda watawasiliana na wale officials ambao wako katika sehemu zao kutatua shida zao. Na ningependa kusema kusitisha ama kuhairisha mchujo huu, kusema utafanyika kesho ama kesho kutwa, mimi sioni ni vizuri, kwa sababu hiyo ni kama una postpone shida. Kwa hivyo mimi nasema mchujo ambao umeanza uendelee mpaka mwisho, usisitishwe.
Siweze kusitishwa. Viongozi wanamiminika makao makuu, wanatafuta majibu, wanamiminika kuweza kutafuta haki. Nini kinachoendelea?
Nafikiri yote mawili, lakini nilivyoeleza hapo awali ni kwamba ngazi zilivyopangwa ni kwamba hakuna ngazi yoyote ya kulalamikia. Kwa hiyo malalamiko yote yanakwenda kwenye makao makuu, na nikasema kwamba jinsi ilivyoratibiwa labda ndo tatizo, kwa sababu labda katika zile ngome katika county nyanjani kule labda kungekuwa na njia ya kushughulikia masuala haya mapema, kwa sababu sasa Rashid, tukipata kila mwaniaji au mbunge au governor aje Nairobi, shughuli itasitishwa. Kwa hiyo nafikiri ni jinsi ambavyo ilivyopangwa ambavyo ni visivyo, labda ndio unaona kila mtu ana matatizo, malalamiko yake. Kwa hiyo inaona kwamba njia nzuri muhimu ni kwenda kwa makao makuu moja kwa moja ili kuweza kusikizwa na kuona kama labda malalamiko ambayo yapo yatashughulikiwa.
Naam, kwa kufupi ni kwamba tunaweza kusema wazi kwamba vyama vyote licha kwamba vilikuwa vinajua kwamba lazima viweze kupata nafasi ya kuweza kupata kikosi ambacho kitaweza kusimama na mpinzani katika uchaguzi wa mwaka 2017 tarehe 8 mwezi wa Agosti, ni kwamba wameweza kushindwa kwa hilo. Je, kutokuwa na mikakati bora, kutokuwa na mipangilio bora inamaanisha nini kwa
nafikiri kwamba kama ambavyo nimesema hapo awali ni kwamba mikakati kama mnavyosema haikupangwa vizuri, taratibu hazikupangwa vizuri, shughuli yenyewe haikuwa imeratibiwa vizuri, ila hali vyama vyote vilikuwa vimejua kwamba shughuli hii itakuja na makataa ipo na lazima majina ya wale ambao ni wawaniaji wa kila chama yataweza kuwasilishwa kwa tume ambayo inahusika. Kwa hiyo ni vyama vyote, Rashid, siwezi kusema kwamba ni chama kimoja, ni vyama vyote. Na labda Rashid, ndio sababu tukaona kwamba baadhi ya vyama vimesitisha shughuli katika sehemu nyingine na kuwapa tiketi za moja kwa moja baadhi ya wawaniaji ili kuweza kupunguza uhasama na shughuli mchanganyiko ambao unatokea katika shughuli kama hii.
Na nafikiri umeweza kuangalia katika maeneo ya Uasin Gishu, umeweza kuona kwamba wanachama wakiweza kupitisha ujumbe wa CCM wakiweza kusema kwamba endapo haitokuwa huyu, maana wameweza kuweka wazi wakiimba, endapo haitakuwa mgombea huyu tutaweza kuhamia kule. Ni mojawapo ya kuonesha kwamba kweli wameweza kugadhabishwa na shughuli nzima kwa ujumla, ama hii labda ni njia mojawapo tu ya kutaka kuweza kufanya chama kiweze kuegemea upande mmoja?
Ni zote mbili. Wengine wanakuwa wakorofi, wanajua labda wanataka kuanguka, sasa wanashtua vyama vyao, na kwa sababu vyama vyao vinawahitaji, labda sasa wanaona wanaweza kufanya chama iegemee ikiwatetea. Lakini ningependa kusema ya kuwa vyama vyote havijafanya vizuri, but pia tungependa kusema ya kuwa at least wamejaribu ufanya wa mchujo ambao umeenda vibaya, lakini at least wamefanya mchujo na labda mwaka mwingine watafanya vizuri.
Lakini tuweze sema mwaka mwingine Dina, manake lazima tuweze kupata kila chama kiwe na wagombea wake. Na kama unavyoona kwamba ODM pia wameweza kusema kwamba wameweza kuahirisha. Je, inamaanisha kwamba mwisho wa kwisha itakuwa ni ama jopo ndani ya ofisi ataweza kuchagua wataenda kupigania uchaguzi tarehe 8 mwezi Agosti?
Ningependa kusema ya kwamba kitu muhimu sana kwangu sasa mimi, kwa sababu ya hii shida yote, ni kuwa IEBC lazima iwe macho, kwa sababu hata wao wanafaa wakuwe wamejitayarisha. Kama vyama vina shida hii kubwa na wale wanagombea hizi viti ndio labda watachaguliwa waende kwa election August 8th, IEBC lazima ijitayarishe, ama tutaahirisha tu vurugu mpaka tarehe 8 Agosti.
Mimi nafikiri, Rashid, ni kwamba vyama vyenyewe ukijiuliza sasa hivi havina maafisa ambao ni rasmi kulingana na sheria. Kwa nini? Ukiangalia vyama hivi vyote havijawahi kufanya uchaguzi. Chama cha Jubilee hakijafanya uchaguzi. Chama cha ODM au CORD ama hata ODM, unaona yale ambayo yalifanyika wakati walipokwenda,
lakini at least walifanya ukatibu.
Ndio nasema kwamba kama ulivyosema walijaribu. Ndio nafikiri maana Rashid anavyokuambia walijaribu, lakini katibuka. Na hatutaki mambo kama haya kufanyika tunapoelekea uchaguzi mkuu, kwa sababu hatutaki pia uchaguzi mkuu utibuka.
Ingekuwa sahali kama IEBC wangeweza kujumuishwa katika masuala ya
sheria inavyosema, Rashid, ni kwamba IEBC inafaa kushirikishwa. Kama vyama vingekubaliana kwa kauli moja kwamba kwa sababu ya demokrasia na kwa sababu ya kutaka usawa na kutaka shughuli hii imalizike kwa njia ya sawa kama tunavyofanya katika uchaguzi mkuu, basi IEBC ishughulike na kuwe na makubaliano ya kufanya namna hiyo. Lakini unakumbuka kwamba baadhi ya vyama nilisema kwamba hii ni shughuli ya chama ama shughuli ya vyama vyetu. Kwa hiyo hatuna
na ukitoa hilo na mkitafakari nitakaweza kuniuliza pengine hali hii ya vyama tofauti, tuzungumzie Jubilee peke yake, tumeweza kuona Wiper, tumeweza vyama vingi ambavyo vinafanya, vinatoa picha gani kwa uchaguzi mkuu unaokuja? Mkitafakari hilo nataka niweze kuungana naye Leila ambaye katika maeneo ya Kajiado aweze kutupa jinsi mambo yalivyo hadi kufikia sasa.
Hadi sasa uchaguzi katika kaunti ya Kajiado haujaanza kutokana na hali ya ati kuwepo hapa katika eneo bunge la Kajiado Kaskazini, ambako lori moja liliweza kukamatwa hapo jana na mtu mmoja kushikwa na maafisa wa usalama, ikisemekana kwamba baadhi ya wabunge kutoka Kajiado Magharibi waliweza kuchangia kuileta lori hiyo hapa ikiwa na karatasi za kupiga kura ambazo tayari zilikuwa zimetiwa alama, hali ambayo ilikuwa inaleta hali ya ati hapa. Wabunge, baadhi ya wabunge wa chama cha Jubilee wakiongozwa na seneta wa Kajiado Peter Mositet wamekesha hapa na kusisitiza kwamba lori hiyo ambayo kwa sasa iko nyuma yangu haitaweza kuondoka hapa hadi pale shughuli ya kutathmini hali halisi ilivyo.
Election board ambayo ina supervise Kajiado County yote
na makaratasi, kwa sababu wamesema sisi ni watu ambaye tunasimamia hii mambo ya uchaguzi. Akasema tumekuja na makaratasi, lakini sijui kwa nini tumefungiwa hapa na sisi supposed twende kwa station. Sasa ile kitu tunauliza wale watu ambaye hata kama ni wakubwa wa chama, na tunauliza hii serikali ya Jubilee waje, tunataka ukweli ifanyike. Afadhali hata hii kitu hata kama itasimama isimame mpaka hao watu wote wakuje.
Mzozo uliopo kwa sasa ni wa kambi mbili, huku kambi ya kwanza ikiongozwa na seneta wa Kajiado Peter Mositet na kambi ya pili ikiongozwa na aliyekuwa waziri wa usalama Joseph Ole Lenku, ambaye alifika hapa mapema hii leo akiandamana na wabunge wa Kajiado Kaskazini na Magharibi, na kusisitiza kwamba kuna baadhi ya maafisa kutoka chama cha ODM ambao wanaingilia kati mchujo wa chama cha Jubilee.
We are so disadvantaged because we knew very well we are winning this election. We won over 90%. We are very confident, and now we were distracted.
And we want to actually, in a very, very, very serious manner, warn these guys who are behind this. And we know them. Right now in the entrance here from yesterday, Senator's car, Mositet, Kore's car, and all the others have blocked the way for the truck to deliver the materials to the people.
Wao sasa wanaitaka chama cha Jubilee kuahirisha mchujo huu hadi siku ya Jumatatu.
Peacefully from their polling stations to remain calm and wait for direction. We want to say pole to our people who has come from very far places, who have trekked long distances, who have queued under the rains. We want to say pole to them and to thank them for their commitment and assure them that their voice will be heard in their ballot box in the next very few days. God bless you all.
Tunaelewa kwamba chama cha Jubilee ikiongozwa na katibu mkuu wa chama Rafael Tunaelewa kwamba chama cha Jubilee ikiongozwa na katibu mkuu wa chama Rafael Tuju amesema kwamba baadhi ya maoni ya wabunge kutoka eneo hili kuitaka chama kuahirisha shughuli hiyo hadi Jumatatu wiki ijayo huenda isifanyike wanavyotaka, na kwamba hakuna aliye na uwezo wa kusitisha shughuli hii kufanyika katika kaunti ambazo zilitakiwa kuendesha shughuli hiyo ya mchujo hii leo.
Shukran sana Leila kwa kuweza kutupa taarifa hiyo. Kama umeweza kusikia kwa makini ni kwamba viongozi kimtazamo ni kwamba wameona kwamba kuna kitakachoendelea kwa sasa, lakini watasubiri na wanaimani kwamba wananchi watapata nafasi ya kuweza kutekeleza haki yao ya kidemokrasia kuweza kushiriki katika mchujo wa chama cha Jubilee. Sijui kama kauli hizi zinaenda sambamba na kauli ile ya Rafael Tuju ya kusema kwamba hakuna yoyote ambaye anaweza kusema kwamba hakuna uchaguzi utakuwa unaendelea isipokuwa taarifa rasmi kutoka katika makao makuu ya Jubilee. Hivi sasa nampa nafasi Jane Ngoiru upande wa pili aweze kunieleza yapi yanaendelea, na tutakuwa tunaendelea na maamuzi mwaka 2017.
Naam, shukran sana mwenzangu Rashid Abdalla. Bila shaka tunaendelea kufuatilia mchujo wa chama cha Jubilee ambao ulipaswa kufanyika katika nusu za kaunti humu nchini. Katika mtandao wa Twitter, Jonathan Wakesa anasema chama cha Jubilee hakikuwa kimejipanga kwa uchaguzi. Wairishe, wajitayarishe upya. Oliver Mjombo anasema sisi tuko hapa Eldoret tumebarizi tu. Hatujapiga kura lakini tunatarajia kwamba tutaanza kupiga kura. Nyongesa Juma anasema mimi nafuatilia tu kwa karibu na shangaa yanayojiri. Walituambia kwamba watakuwa tayari. Ni vipi tena? Haya basi, unaendelea kutazama NTV. Tunafuatilia mchujo wa chama cha Jubilee. Kwa sasa tutapumzika kidogo, tutarejea na mengi zaidi. Endelea kuwa nasi.
This is NTV.
Arsenal siku hizi imekuwa sijui aje. Inafika mahali hadi nakasirika na feel kwenda kuwasaidia. Niende huko nitoe huyo Wenga aende ajoin wahenga wenzake Mombasa. Ukakae huko. Huyu goalkeeper anaitwaje? Peter Check. Hizo check zishaiva. Aende withdraw from your team.
Simply SMS Tucheze to 29229. Deposit money to your account through paybill number 290079. Account Tucheze. Tucheze Bet. Home of winners.
Tumejenga 4-bedroom mansionette hapa. All fiber-ready townhouses connected with fiber to the home. It's the holiday. I want to spend time with my kids. Nothing brings family together like fiber. Downloads are very fast. Streaming, eco. Mawe. Niki, tunajenga fiber-ready 2-bedroom apartment going for only 6 million. Pale kwa kona. Can you invest your money wisely na uchukue fiber-ready houses?
Call Njambi Telecommunications to get connected. This is Fiber.
Girl, you are a queen to me, yes. And I'm so proud that I'm your king.
Nani mwezi wa mapenzi? Kila mtu mwezi wa mapenzi. Lali madom mwezi wa mapenzi.
Nasema kidu mwezi wa mapenzi.
Sikatai pia mimi mwezi.
Safaricom introduces new Flex bundles with flexible units that can be used to call, text, or browse as you need, allowing you to get more and use everything within your bundle.
Here's how you join Flex. Dial *100# or *200# and select Flex.
Nairobi, can do it like we do it in the 254.
Okay, so
pledging loyalty to the 254, you know? My crush is our celebs. You know, when she walked in the room, I was just like, you know.
So I have 3 apples. If you take away 2 from me, how many do you have?
Introducing the new Galaxy J5 and J7 Prime with stunning design, Gorilla Glass, a full HD screen, and a 13-megapixel camera. Now available at all Samsung authorized dealer shops countrywide. Samsung.
Oh my God, it's the girls.
How did they know we're back from Zanzibar?
Tommy, they were here to torment you. Better come out.
This place looks nice, very couplish.
Dede, I've never seen anything that freaks you out like babies and kids.
I'm gonna go take a shower and forget we had this conversation, okay?
As my wife, it's your responsibility to make sure that there's food on the table when I come from work.
This is it, Dad. I am so afraid.
purple dress you have on?
It's not purple, it's pink. Auntie is colorblind.
Welcome to the Shark Tank, where entrepreneurs seek an investment to start, grow, or save their business.
I'm going to be honest with you. Our sales suck.
If the Sharks hear a great idea,
It's yummy.
they'll invest their own money.
I'm going to make an offer of $150,000 for 20%.
Wow.
Whoa, hold it. I made a mistake.
I've got an offer. I've got an offer. Let me make an offer.
No, I'm going to make you a sweeter deal than Lori, who's being a little cheap today.
Don't be rude.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Introducing the new Galaxy J5 and J7 Prime with stunning design, Gorilla Glass, a full HD screen, and a 13-megapixel camera. Now available at all Samsung authorized dealer shops countrywide. Samsung.
Arsenal siku hizi imekuwa sijui aje. Inafika mahali hadi nakasirika na feel kwenda kuwasaidia. Niende huko nitoe huyo Wenga aende ajoin wahenga wenzake Mombasa. Ukakae huko. Huyu goalkeeper anaitwaje? Peter Check. Hizo check zishaiva. Aenda withdraw from hiyo team.